you dork. Wow. Sam, next time tell your mother before you do that.
Yeah, why do you think I said, Mom, we're going live right
hello,
now?
Everyone. Wow. Well, just a little bit, not early, but, so this is interesting. Sam accidentally knocked my easy runner, tape runner thing on the floor, and this is the new one.
No, it's not. I put it back together perfectly fine.
No, this is the correct one.
No, I put it back together perfectly
anyhow,
fine.
well, hello. So yes, he knows more. Anyway, hello everyone. Hi, Vicky. So, in a minute, the two of the men in my life, Sam, our younger son, and Nick, my husband, are going to come in. And then we'll say hi again. We ended the last session with them, but if you weren't able to join us for the last session, then we'll start with them. So if you guys come in, and then I am not going to move because, Vicky, I saw your text. I would love a picture of us together. So if I don't move, then someone...
Settle down.
Scoot.
You ready? 1, 2, 3, and we're all going to smile.
All right. Okay, do screenshots or something, guys, okay? Okay. All right. Yeah. So Sam and Nick. All right, friends. Thank you, sweetie.
Hey, Mom.
During the break. Oh, I will need your phone in a second. Okay. During the break, I ate. Nick fed me, which was very nice. I had some water, and you should see the two of them across the room. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, but they're gonna leave in a minute because it's too distracting.
I am leaving right now.
Okay, thank you, sweetie.
I'm
Okay, send me a bill. Just tell me and I'll Venmo you. Okay, thanks, sweetie. Anyway, Sam was doing some electrical things around the house for me, and so I helped him. Well, I helped him. I held the screws also during the break after I ate. So that was kind of fun to see him do his little thing. Oh, not his little thing, to see him do the electrical things. Anyhow, hello everyone, welcome. Let me just check the chat here for a second. Hi, Margie, Melissa, he's a good boy. He's a good one. Vicky, I know Vicky and Sam get along well.
Bye, Vicky.
See you, sweetie. Oh, he just said bye, Vicky. I don't know if you heard that. She
sure,
said bye, Sammy.
I'm sure she heard.
Oh, and Kim Pope has said several times, Sammy.
Oh, hi, Kim.
Kim, if you're on, Sam said hello too. If I see you again, I'll tell you that he said that, but yes.
I remember all the people I actually know.
He remembers a lot of you, so that's kind of fun. Yes, from the early days of the COVID, huh? Okay, everybody.
Also like the people that I've like met before, besides Vicky, with you and your scrapbooking.
Okay, yeah, okay, whatever. Hi, Autumn. Hi, Valerie. Hi, Valerie R and Valerie B. Kelly was able to watch again. Hello. Oh, good. Oh, just put him in the other room, will you? This Amazon has been here, so there's Amazon package on the front porch. I know, Kathy. What a crazy 2 years it's been, right? Yes, it has been. So, welcome everybody. Welcome to part 2. This is our second session of our all-day affair celebration. If you missed session 1, the part 1, it's still here on my YouTube channel. It was recorded, so you were able to participate in that. We did some fun giveaways, both if you were watching live. We had giveaways for some watching live, and then we also did some giveaways, or doing some giveaways, I guess, for people that are watching the replay, or really anyone that's watching. You just didn't have to be live. And I talked about that a couple times in that video. So for part 2, we'll do giveaways again. So I'll do some that are live, and those will take place in the chat. So I'd encourage you just to kind of chat and say hello and interact a little bit, because periodically throughout the afternoon, I will just stop, and the chat is scrolling in front of me, but I just stop and I scroll up, and wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins a prize. So those are for the live prizes, but the other prizes take place in the comments. So on the video after it's done, and I just ask you to leave a comment before next Saturday, and then I'll draw random people to win prizes there as well. So we've got some really fun prizes that we did this morning and lots more this afternoon. Just gonna check the chat for a second as people are coming in. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Nancy. Tracy's Treasures. Barbara. Kelly said, thank goodness for the replays. You missed so much. Well, and it's interesting because Like if I watch Vicky's Friday Night Lives, well, I get so caught up in the chat sometimes that, you're just chatting with people. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, what is she doing? What did I miss? So it's kind of like, I mean, if you have all the time in the world, you could watch live with the chat and then go watch the replay. And I'm sure my jokes are funnier the second time too. Something like that. Hi, Terry, welcome back. Oh, Mary, all kinds of things. It's always just a bundle of laughs, ball of laughs. I don't know. I have my eyes itching. I have my cliches all messed up today, huh, you guys? From this morning, I have them all messed up. All right. So yes, thumbs up again. Thumbs up too. That's even if you already thumbs up in the first one, thumbs up the second one because it's all just as important. Thumbs up are a great way to support any person that's on social media, whether it's YouTube or Facebook or Instagram or whatever social media platform, even on Pinterest. Just liking things is a huge way to support the people that you're watching and interacting with. So I appreciate that. So let's talk about the afternoon. No surprise, I way overpacked. I thought that I planned fewer things for the morning than I did any other time that we do a part one, but of course didn't get through everything, and that's fine. There are some things we may switch around for the afternoon. We'll just kind of see how things go. But that always gives us content for next weekend or, whatever. So this is the plan for the rest of the day for this afternoon session. I am going to start out with showing you guys how I use the Epson Creative Print app on my phone. It'll actually be on Nick's phone because when we flip the camera, my phone will be filming so you can see what it's doing, and then I'll be using it from Nick's phone. So basically, I'm going to walk through you step by step how I use that app with the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer to do 90% of the photos that I use in my traveler's notebooks. Really, even, I guess it's probably all of my paper crafting and scrapbooking, unless it's a large photo. So we'll talk about that a little bit.
So there's someone on the chat that wants to say hi to you.
Oh, hi, Jack. So Jack is, you guys, Jack's his name is on YouTube is Blood Golem. Have a fun session. I need to get going to work. Once again, congratulations. I'm proud of you. Thank you, Jack. That's really sweet. People are waving and saying hi to you, so that's really fun. I think Dad had probably dropped a little hint in his ear to jump on. So thanks, Jack. Have a good night at work if I missed you. Also need to know if you're still on, if you got that the garment bag that I sent to you from Amazon for your trip. So anyhow, yeah, that was fun to have him join. Yeah, and my mom too, so that was fun. Oh, good. Tracy, I need to screenshot that and send it to Nick and the boys when they think I'm being not very nice when you say I'm the best. So very nice. Thank you. Nancy's here live. Oh, fun, Nancy. I'm glad you get to watch live too. Colleen, remind me when I flip the camera. Plug in again. Hi, Francis. Good to see you. Oh, good. You got the garment bag. You're still on. Okay, that's funny. Good. I'm glad. Have a good night at work. Okay, so the plan, yes, I am going to walk you through how I use that app. And we won't spend a ton of time on it, but I always get a ton of questions, and that will be the stopgap until I actually do a video specific for that to show you how to use that. But it's super easy to use, and you can do so many cool things with it. And you really, you don't have to be technical at all. It's so easy, you'll see. And that's how I do things like this, where I get all the little small photos. And so we'll start out with that. And then after that, we will do a, hang on, let me find my list here. After that, we will do a list. We'll do the one that we didn't get to at the end of the last session, the silver linings list. So we'll do that. And then I'm going to pick back up on that, how I recover my inserts, because I want to make sure you guys can see that, because I know there were a lot of questions about how I do that as well. And then we'll pay the rest of the afternoon by ear.
Yes.
Oh gosh, you guys. All the cliches are just completely out of my head today. There was a funny one this morning. So we have more things to do this afternoon, but we'll just kind of be flexible, like we can all be flexible. All right, so with that said, I need to flip the camera real quick. Flip the camera. So bear with me one sec. Oh, when Sam moved that and he made it real. Yes, Amy, I am for sure going to do that. I'm going to go back to the bookbinding tool, but the reason, shoot, Sam just really tightened this up a lot. Sorry, you guys. Normally it's not that kind of wonky there, but let me get that there. Yes, we will go back to the bookbinding tool, but I need to do this first because I have to use Nick's phone to do this. So Nick's like, he needs to go help my dad with some things. So, but all right. So here we have favorite cliches. Jill, I love it. Okay. Oh, thank you, Colleen. Hang on. Let me plug in. I just saw that. Let's get plugged in. And then Jill Thompson said favorite cliches. Oh, Jill, that's a good one. All right. So now I'm going to go to my listing workbook. Where's my pencil? Honey, will you go grab me one? I'm going to need one of those. It was just, wait a minute. Here it is. Here it is. I got it. Okay. So now I'm going to my listing workbook and I'm going to our list ideas, my list ideas page. And this is fave cliches. Oh, and guess what? When we do fave cliches, we can use our favorite stamp. Yes. And that was from Jill Thompson, right? Okay. All right. So this is the Epson PictureMate PM400. It is printer I've been using for probably 3 years. So Joanne said that printer looks smallish. Is it? Let me get my ruler out and I will measure it for you. This is, like I said, this is the printer that I use for probably 90% of photos. Now, some photos I print at Persnickety Prints. Especially, so persnicketyprints.com, especially my large ones recently, because now they have made a new size for us that do standard wide traveler's notebooks. Shari is awesome, and she put that together for us, so I was very happy. She and I had a conversation at an event I was teaching at in the fall when she made that happen, so I love it. I'll talk about that one later. So anyhow, this printer is, it measures, what's about 10 inches wide, by 6 inches tall or deep, I don't know, by about, 2.5 inches, 3 inches tall, okay? So 10 by 6 by 3. I travel with it. I don't check it in a suitcase, but I travel with it. So it definitely is portable, and it is Wi-Fi. It works off of Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. So super easy to set up, but I won't go through all of that part of setting it up. We don't have enough time to do that today. But a couple of you on your printer added a little Scatter the Squirrel, so I love that. So I added mine too. It prints 3.5 by 5s, 4 by 6s, and 5 by 7s, which is really awesome. So it does, a good portion of your printing. But not only does it print those regular prints, but through the app, you can print all kinds of smaller prints on a single print, which is really, really cool. This printer I have linked in the description of the video. I bought mine on Amazon, and that is the link that I give to you guys. Or that's, in the video. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to...
You know my passcode?
Yes, yeah, I do, of course.
Oh,
Okay, thanks, honey. All right, so I brought in Nick's phone. And normally I don't use Nick's phone for my printing, but I have Nick's phone, obviously, because if I need to use the app, my phone right here is doing the recording. So let me just, I will enter his passcode, but we all don't need to see that. He already brought that up, so that was nice of him, but let's take that off so I can. So the app is available in the App Store. It's just a free app, and it's called the Epson Creative Print. There's an Android version, also the Apple version, okay? So I click on Epson Creative Print, and that's what it's called. There are a number of different Epson apps out there in the App Store, but this one is the Epson Creative Print. All right. I know, Aunt Mandy, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know. I tell him that all the time. He's like, no, I like him that way. And I'm like, how do you even find anything? Right? That's all right. Whatever. I'll pick my battles, right? Okay, so Once I have it downloaded, I just click on it, right? And up it comes. Now, the first time that you are setting up the app, it'll ask you, a couple of questions and you need to kind of get it set up. But the Epson Creative Print app only works with the Epson printers. So if you are looking to do something like this, where you can print smaller photos on one large photo, there are other apps that you can use out there. You can use the Project Life app. You can use Snaps. I don't even remember what they are. But so you can use this with the printer. Let me go back in there. All right, so here we go. This is the home screen for the app. And the only place that I ever go, I've only been to Collage. I don't even know what all those other things are. Coloring books, stationery, greeting card. I don't know. I'm sure there's things you can do there, but I don't know what those are. So I only use that Collage. Pick Collage. Okay, Vanya. Oh, I like your name. That's another a free app that you could use for anything, on any printer. Or however you're doing your photos. But this Epson Creative Print, you need to use with an Epson printer. So I click Collage. Nope, I don't want to update. As you come into Collage, right here, pick frame. That's another one. Thank you, Autumn. So I want to create a new one, right? Super easy so far. I want to create a new one. And from here, I can select the layout. So look at all those different layouts. If I want to do just a plain 4x6, I would pick that one. If I want to do 2 3x4s on a 4x6, I would do that one. You see all of those different ones. And those are all just little pre-configured templates for you. One of the biggest questions I get is, well, when I use that, I don't get the little white spaces in between. The white spaces in between are kind of nice if you're using something like this, and this is on a 5x7. If you're using something like this whole, it's nice because you have all that white space in between, right? So it's nice. Visually, it's easy to see those are separate photos. But I could also cut all these apart. And if I cut them apart, I'd still have a little bit of white border around my photos if I wanted. So you see these two little boxes down below. See that? I think that's a refresh. I don't even know what that is. I've never hit it. But you have those two little rectangles. That first little rectangle with the green rectangle around it, that's where I am right now. If I move to this one, look at that. There's all of those same templates, but now I can see that they are all divided by white. Okay, so that's how you get all the white borders around the photos on the photo that you're printing out, okay? Tracy, the coloring book tab will turn any of your photos into a black and white coloring page. Oh, that sounds cool. I'll have to look at that later. All right, so normally this is the one that I am in. Even if I'm printing photos for let's say like a scrapbook page, I like to have a white border around my photos. So even if I'm just doing a 4x6, I'll still come to this one that has all of the white around it and then use that. So then I automatically get a white, kind of a matte look around my photos. Does paper come with it, and where do you buy your paper? Wanda, I think maybe like 10 sheets come with it. If you go to my I think I have it linked in the description of the video right below the printer. If not, if you go to my website, laylebymail.com, and click up at the top, I have favorite tools and accessories. I pretty much link everything there that I use. So the printer's linked there, the different printer I use for other things, the photo paper that I use. I get the photo paper off of Amazon too. The photo paper I use, I get from, I have linked there so you can see what I use. I use what I use, and not to say that it's the best or the worst, but it's what I use. Okay, so when I am ready to work on something, I created a 5x7 because I am going to use this 5x7. I created and printed this 5x7. I'm going to use this 5x7 for one of my lists. So I knew I wanted to have a lot of photos on it. So I started looking down here, and it looks like I picked that one. So that would give me 8 photos. So as soon as I pick the template, it opens up, and now I'm ready to work in that template, right? I picked the one with 8 photos, and there's 8 photos. So it's just a couple of things. There's a couple of things to be aware of. Depending on what size you had used before, remember I said this photo or this printer prints 3.5 by 5, 4 by 6, and 5 by 7. Well, I had printed this morning a 5 by 7. So it is set to a 5 by 7 right now. If I didn't want to do a 5 by 7, I wanted this collage to be in a 4 by 6. See those 3 little buttons down there? I click those buttons. No, I don't. I click, hang on. How do I do that? Oh, I think I do it on the next page. So I'm gonna just hold on to that thought for a minute. So see how it says oh golly, see how it has all those little heads? That is where I'm going to put my photos. And because I'm doing this, the app is open from my phone. It is going to access the camera or the photo library on my phone. So if I click right there, that will open up my photo library. But here's something that I've just learned over, using it for the last couple of years. If I have 8 photos and I want to get all 8 photos at once, it's a lot easier if I pick those 3 little dots and I say select multiple photos. Still, it's going to open back up to my camera roll on my phone, but it's going to make this process of selecting each photo a lot easier. What I do, and I'm on Nick's phone, but on my phone, I have a special album set up, okay? And on your phone, on an Apple, you can set up albums in your photo library. So I set up an album. Before I go to print, I set up an album, and I put the photos that I want to print in that album. So there's my album. It makes it a lot easier because now, let's say some of these photos I have on my phone from a year ago. If every time I have to go back a year and find the photos and then go back 6 months and find the next one, I'm scrolling. So it's much easier for me to create an album in the photo library on my phone and put the photos in there. So that's what I've done here, okay? So I have, 13 photos. And I really only need to use 8 for this, whatever that Nick's got, whatever MDU Utah is. Okay. So I want to use 8 photos. So all I do, I want that one. Do I want that one? Say select, and then I go back. Do I want that one? I do. Say select and go back. So I can just keep doing that until I get all 8 photos selected. I won't go through the whole process of how that works if you don't have an album. Basically, every time though, it takes you back to your photo library. And when you go into your photo library, it takes you to the earliest photos first. The most recent. And so there's a lot of scrolling. That little workflow right there will make things a lot easier. It'll make this whole process just go a lot faster. If you can spend a few minutes ahead of time, decide what you want to print, put it into an album on your phone, so much easier. Let's see. Colleen said, Layle, do you back your photos onto your computer? In the cloud. I store them in the cloud. All right. So I have my photos selected. I've selected right there. It says 8 of 8. So I'm going to hit next. And look what it did. All 8 of those photos are now popped in there. Okay. So from here, if I'm good with the way that looks, I can go to my next step and print, right? But maybe I'm not quite ready. Maybe I'm like, you know what? I don't want to have that baseball photo there. Oh, don't let me do that. I don't want to have that baseball photo right there. So I think, I want to move it, right? Well, if I touch it once, I have some options. I can rotate it. I can delete it. But let me go back out of that. If I touch it and hold it, now I can move it. So touching and holding lets me move. Just touching lets me work with that particular photo, okay? And in this photo, actually, let's go to this one. On this photo right here, let's say I'm like, I want to make that clock a little bit bigger. I can pinch it and grab it to make it bigger and then hit my screen and I'm done. If I want to, let's see, rotate, and now you have to be careful to rotate because that photo was a landscape oriented photo. So if I rotate it, it is going to turn that now into a portrait, which it's not going to work there. It would work. It would just have white on either side of that photo. But let's say like this guy, if I rotate that all the way, whoopsie, if I rotate that guy all the way, oh my heavens, come on. There we go. I've got to hold it. So if I wanted that to be upside down, I could have it be upside down. So that's kind of how you work with the photos. Let's get that back to where it goes. I don't know what that one does. Let's see what that one does. I've never used that one. That's okay. There we go. If I want to replace that photo, I just click on it and then hit that one, and that will let me pick a different photo. All right. I don't know what this one is. Let's look at this one too. Let's see what that one tells us. Okay. That one is just moving it. It's moving it though within its frame. It's not moving it to another space. So if I was just trying to get that part right there, I moved it and then made it larger. All right. Let me get that back to normal again. Okay. So here's another tip for how I get my photos. None of those are my photos. All of these photos that I have picked are for a list that we may or may not get to today. It may have to wait until next Saturday. And in the news list. So I'm going to start listing once a month about things that are happening in the news. And I will always include photos. Well, none of these are my photos. I am not, thankfully, going to have a photo of myself in the Ukraine looking at the refugees and what is happening there, right? I don't have that photo, but I can go to Google. I can find all of these photos, which is what I did. I found all of these photos on Google. When you're on Google, you can just find a photo, click the photo, and save it to your camera roll, okay? So then it's just like a photo like any other photo on your camera roll on your phone. So, especially with photos like this, I need someone else's photos. I don't have these photos, right? All right, so let me just see. Okay, we're talking about different people are talking about where they back them up, what you're doing. The app, Anita, is really easy. I mean, the app is seriously so easy, and it's a game changer. For me, it's a game changer. It makes it so easy. I travel with this. I went to a retreat. I taught at a retreat, my friend Lizzie Lou's retreat in San Diego back in February. And I did all kinds of things because I had my printer with me. I could print whatever I needed on the go. And all I have to have is my app and my phone, the app and my printer, and off I go. So, as Jameson, it's really popular. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of us crafters that use it. So from there, I am ready now to print it. Okay. So, I don't ever save this because I don't need to print it again. So I don't save it, but you could press your little disc button and save it. I'm sure kids are like, what is that little rectangle? What does that mean? They're not familiar with having to save things on disc years ago, right? All right. So I'm going to hit next. Now I'm trying to, there we go. Okay. So I'm at 5x7, but maybe I don't want to print a 5x7. Maybe I want to print this in a 4x6. I can change it here, but one of the things I have to keep in mind is the aspect ratio. So this is a 5x7. This is a 4x6. So depending on what I'm printing, the aspect ratio could change what I see in the photo a little bit. Okay, so just kind of bear that in mind. If I wanted to change this to a 4x6, how did I just get there? Oh, I hit the little gear in the upper left hand or upper right hand corner. So if I wanted to change the paper size, I could go to 4x6 instead. Change the paper side, the layout may be affected by the change. I'm okay with that. I'll do yes. And it's going to give me one copy, high quality print, the paper source, the type of photo paper. So if I'm not using premium photo paper glossy, I can click that and it gives me some other options. There we go. I'm ready to print a 4x6. So what I'm going to do, I am taking my 4x6 photo paper and I'm going to put it in the top here. So I had, this morning had printed that 5x7. So it's this little push glider thing is set for 5x7. So all I need to do is put my paper in there and glide it in. And I click this little button that says print. And that's what you're seeing is happening right here. It is printing. Let me put that down so you can kind of see that. You might be able to see that a little bit more that it says it's printing. And I figured, I think about, if I recall, I think the cartridge, and it's a single cartridge, I think the cartridge, if I remember, prints about 100. And that obviously will depend if it's 4x6 or 5x7, because 5x7, if you're printing all 5x7s, that your surface area that you're printing is a little bit larger. So I'm going to say about 100. I think the print cartridges are maybe $30. So it's not for everyone, right? It's not for everyone. Okay, good. Debbie said, yep, about 100 photos. Thank you. Natalie, yeah, I think the price of a cartridge, if I remember, is about 30, maybe like $28 to $30, if I remember. But part of it is and it depends on your workflow, right? It depends on if you know that you're going to list next Saturday and you know that it's the first of the month. So we're going to do an about last month. Next Saturday isn't the first of the month, but if you know we're going to do an about last month and ahead of time, you can get that photo, get it printed elsewhere. Whether you're uploading to Persnickety Prints or you're uploading to Costco or you're going and printing at Walgreens, whatever it is. If you can plan in advance, then it will be a lot less expensive, right? If you plan in advance, it's a lot less expensive. But for me, I do things on the fly, right? So the morning of when we're ready to list is when I'm doing this usually, or if I'm working on a project, that's usually when I am doing that. So there we go. There are 2 different photos, same thing. That's 4x6, that's 5x7. And you won't be able to see this really, but this is using glossy paper. And this, the 5x7, is like a matte photo paper. So I have both of those linked on my website. I don't sell them, but I show you what I use, and it takes you to what I use on Amazon. So Pam said, mine has a hard time feeding the paper. Any suggestions? Pam, one of the things I have realized is with a 5x7, it's a little bit harder sometimes for it to grasp it. So I will get my paper in there, and I'm going to put this down now. I think, Nick, before I stop, whoopsie, is there anything else? And that's basically the nuts and bolts of the app. I mean, the app is super easy to use. If now I wanted to go back and I want to go to the previous screen. Oopsie, I said yes or no. So now if I wanted to do this one, ooh, that could be a fun one. So let's go ahead and let's go back to my, this guy. Oh, my friend Karen has a brand new puppy, right? Look at that. My friend Karen has a brand new puppy. So that would be perfect there. And then what else do I want to put here? And I'm just going back again into whatever I have in there. Okay, this is Nick when he was very young. Very young. Let's do that. We'll just put Nick there because maybe I think that I want to use that for something. All right, so there we go. So in this case, I would not use those two together, right? I mean, those really have nothing to do with each other. So if I print this, the way that I would use this is that I would print this, but this is a way that I can very easily now get a 4x4. Hang on, let me get that in there. I can get a 4x4 and whatever size that is. So not everything has to be used as a full photo like that. That's a great way, especially if you just want little 2x2s. Find your template that has, all the little 2x2s printed out and then cut them up. One of my favorite things to do is I like to do one of these, but only do, I could put all 8 photos there, but then I might just cut off this side. And then that's like a photo strip, right? It's like the photo strips from the photo booths back in the day. So really, I think the power in the app, at least for me, is being able to do all this. Now I can do all this in Photoshop. I know how to use Photoshop, but I tell you what, it takes a lot longer to do this than it does in the app. We have seen, so Mimi said she just checked. It looks like it is right now about $2.50 on Amazon. We've seen that price jump around a bit, but I would say, and we saw it jump around in the early days of the pandemic, where it got quite low. But I have not seen it since I'd say probably maybe a year, at least a year. I haven't seen that price move much from that, just because with all of the, supply chain issues and things that are going on. So Marilee just asked a great question. She said, but if you cut the pics, the white borders are not equal around, are they? Guess what? They're not, but this is what I would do. What I would do is I would come in, I would cut both of those off, and then I would trim. I would trim so my borders are all the way around. That makes it a much easier way to get your smaller photos if you don't know how to use Photoshop. Now, if you know how to use Photoshop, you can do that, but even then, I don't have a photo paper that's that size. So if I wanted to print a whole bunch of different size photos and I was using Photoshop, I would set up a 5x7 or an 8x10, depending on what printer I was using to print. I'd put all my photos on there. It would still print out as an 8x10 or as a 5x7, and I would still need to cut them, trim them, but I would have a little bit more control on my white border because I would be placing them so I had an even white border all the way around. So a couple of you were saying you won't regret it. I tell you what, it is, there are a lot of printers out there, but this guy, especially for the price, it's pretty fabulous. And I will tell you, I have I probably have 5 or 6 photo printers. This being one, I have an Epson that's a large format, so it'll print up to 13 by like 20 or something. I have the Selfie. I have not used the Selfie in years. Nothing against the Selfie, but I am not a fan of the Selfie, especially when I upgraded to this printer because it is more expensive. But when I do the video, I'll do this. When I record the video, I've done this a couple times, but I will take like the same photo. Like I would take this and print out of this and print out of the Selfie, and the quality there's a big difference. And you would expect that. The Selfie is less expensive, probably by at least half than this printer. But the nice thing about this one is you have the 3 size options between the 3.5 by 5, the 4 by 6, and the 5 by 7. The other thing that's a little bit different about the Canon Selfie, and this is at least the older ones. I don't know, in the last couple of years, but they don't print a true 4 by 6. They're a little bit smaller than a 4 by 6. And then I have all kinds of pocket printers. I have an HP Sprocket. I have an LG one. I think I have 3 different pocket printers. But I will tell you, if I was going let's say I was going to Europe and I wanted to be able to print photos while I was there, I wouldn't take this with me. It's too much to take. I would probably take one of my little pocket printers. But anywhere I travel in the US, if I want to do work while I'm there, I take this just because the quality is just so much better. All right, guys, so that is a really quick and dirty, really quick and dirty rundown of, and not so much the printer. I focused more on the app because I think, like with any printer, once you get it set up and you just follow the on-screen instructions, once you get it set up, that part's easy. It's just getting familiar with the app. And like anything, you just have to play with it. You're not going to hurt anything. You just have to play with it and see what you get. If you edit your photos, I think there's an editing tool in there, but I would definitely recommend that you edit your photos from your phone. The editing tools in your phone, I think, are much better, especially with some of the filters and things that you can add on photos. So I would definitely edit on your phone before you bring your photos into the app. Oh, look at that. Miss Waddell said I was able to get a refurbished one on Amazon for $150 and it's great. It came in the original packaging and was like new. That's another great option. I saw someone ask did the extended warranty. I generally don't do, I'm not a big fan of extended warranty, so I did not get an extended warranty. That's not to say that you couldn't. I did not. And now I need to say, knock on wood, I have not had any problems as of yet. And I've had it, I'd say probably about 3 years. So let's see. Somebody just said, does it come with a travel case? So Julie, I don't know if there's a specific travel case. This is what I use. It is I don't know, I think it's like a 31 bag. Oh, it is. It's a 31 bag. I don't sell 31 bags, but it's a 31 bag. I don't know if there's a number. Oh, well, I don't know if that's a number. I mean, I know that's a number. I just don't know if that's one of their numbers. Anyhow, when you look at it, it fits perfectly. So it has like the same depth or the height, the depth and the width. So it fits really well in there. And there's actually enough room that it also fits the plug and the cord right off to the side. And I can usually fit in a couple packs of photo paper on top as well. So then that way, there's my little, I don't, walk through the airport like that, but I put in my carry-on, whether it's my like carry-on bag or even my carry-on suitcase sometimes. All right, guys, so that's a real quick and dirty. Someone mentioned you could change the border size. That is interesting. So you know what? I don't know how to do that. You know what I will do? I'll do a little bit of research on that. That is a 31 bag, Kelly. Just, 31gifts.com. But it's a 31 bag. It's also, interestingly enough, and I don't sell 31. It's just, I think I was at an event one time. There was someone there that was selling 31. Actually, I know someone that does. But this is the one that I use for my Misty, and it fits. That's also a 31 bag. All right. So if you get one or you have one and you're looking for a bag, what I would recommend that you do, I would recommend that you get the printer first and then start, because you might be able to find like a bag at, at like Home Goods or something. You know what might even work is, how they have the insulated bags. Now, you wouldn't insulate it. I mean, you wouldn't need to keep it cold, but you might find like an insulated lunch bag that it would fit really well into. So I'd say do the printer first and then start looking for the bag if you need that. Oh, Debbie, you're one of those. Debbie said, I use a large Stony Clover Lane pouch. Pricey, but it holds the printer, cord, and photo paper. Now, when I say you're one of those, I know there are diehard Stony Clover fans. So I did also notice that Stony Clover has a launch coming out with Target, I think on April 4th. So I don't live anywhere where there's Stony Clover. I've never even seen a Stony Clover in person, but I might have to check out that Target launch. We'll see. Okay, so a couple people have said, to change the border size, click on the three little dots with the lines. Nick left, so he took his phone. So it was down here in the corner, the three little dots with the lines. That is where I went into select multiple photos. But I think the select multiple photos, you guys, is like a game changer. That makes it so much easier. And you'll even make it easier if you set up a photo album ahead of time on your phone, then you'll go so fast. And I've just learned that the hard way. But I also learned that just by poking around, right? Just by poking around. Look at all you guys. I love it. Look at all the Epson users here. You guys all know where it is. That's awesome. Christy said, I have the Canon selfie, don't like the quality. Yeah, and you know what? I mean, here's the thing. Different printer, and it's quite a bit less expensive. And that's not to say that things that are more expensive are always better. But in that case, for sure. I think, and I'm as much of a bargain hunter as the next person, but I think when it comes to photos, generally you want a nice photo. So if you are printing at home, then this is a good one to go with. Let's see. Edit all the clarity on my photo prior to, yes, Nancy, exactly. I would recommend doing all your editing on your phone before you even bring it into the app. Yeah. I mean, just the editing tools on your phone are going to be way better than the editing tools in the app. And Dawn. So Dawn got a great point, and I think that's another one. PicStitch. PicStitch is another. So the couple of apps that have been mentioned, PicStitch. Now I don't remember what the other ones are, but there are a number of other apps that are free on the App Store where you can do this kind of thing as well. So then you can do this and you can print anywhere. So actually, let me go more into like this one because we're used to doing more like a 4x6. You can do the exact same thing. You may not have as many template options. I don't know. I don't use PicStitch or other software. Project Life is definitely another one because that's the one that I used for a long time. In fact, here on my YouTube channel, I have a video where I do the same thing where I have two phones, but I show you how to do something similar to this in the Project Life app. Now, the Project Life app, at least as of a couple years ago, didn't have as many options like this for smaller photos, but it would do 2 3x4s on a 4x6. It would do, let's see, three, four, I don't remember, 2x2s. Yeah, it would have to be three 2x2s. But basically, it's the exact same thing, just using a different app. You have a pre-configured templates. You open it up, you pick the template, you access your photo library, and then you just push the photos in. But really what it's doing is in all of these things, you are saving the photo. So you're saving it as a 4x6. So as far as anyone is concerned, your photo's a 4x6. It just so happens this one has 8 photos on it. Or let me just pull this out real quick. Where's my little, oh yeah, here we go. Let me just pull this out. This is my, when I'm talking about these things. That is another one. That is from, that's from the Epson. But this is what I'm showing, like little demos of things. I'm like, oh yeah, it's in this pouch. Okay, here's another option. This one has, right, 1, 2, 3, 4 photos. Those are about 2x3, a little bit smaller than 2x3, but all on a 4x6, right? So if it's on a 4x6, if I wanted small photos, I set this up, I print it out as a 4x6, but then I cut up into that many photos. There's Vicky. Another one, again, 4x6, but look at all those little photos. So if I wanted to make a list with a whole bunch of little photos, I could either print this out and just use it as a 4x6, or I could then cut out all those little guys and have my little photos. Let's see if I have. Yep. Okay. Anyhow, that's what it is. I will do. Here was an example where I wanted a square on my list that I was doing. This was a COVID list. This was things we're doing during the pandemic. This was like during the first 2 weeks. But I wanted a square photo. So I just picked one of the templates and only put my photos in those top places. And then I just cut it off right there. So if it doesn't quite have the shape you want, just leave some of the space blank and print and cut it off, or still put photos there, but just cut those off and use those for something else. Is there matte photo paper? Amy, there is. This is what I used on the 5x7. And here's the thing, you guys, I think my matte photo paper that I use, I want to say it's Epson, but I think my 4x6 is Kodak. You need to for sure use the Epson ink, the cartridge that's meant for the printer, but it's up to you on the photo paper that you want to use, right? You could walk into Office Max and buy whatever they have there or whatever you see on Amazon. I just know that, like paper, it's different quality, but this I do use for my 5x7, sometimes a matte. So you have different options. Let's see. Okay, this is another one where this was just 2 horizontal 3x4s. This is another one. Oh, look at this was, oh my gosh, you guys, holy cow. Okay, I see a little difference in myself. Not funny? When you stare at yourself in the mirror every day, you don't necessarily notice so many changes. Wow. Okay, you guys, this photo, this is 3 years ago. This is March 21st. This was March 21st, the very first video that I did, the Traveler's Notebooks that all got it started, that I was talking about in the beginning of the first video. This one had 1, 2, 3 photos, right? But look at that. Oh my goodness, look at my face. It's a little bit chunkier back then. And then this was when we were watching the premiere of the video, and there's Nick and Sam, and there's my little toes from the couch. Anyhow, that's a really, not super quick, but you guys, that's a pretty quick rundown. Like I said, I will, I think I committed to within the next month. So I will for sure by the end of April, record a video that goes in depth through all of those options, the things that we didn't look at, just so you can, just so you can see. Obviously, I don't work for Epson, If you well, like any of my things, any of my links that you follow, they're affiliate links. So if you buy the printer from Amazon, I make a very, very, very small little commission, but you don't pay any extra. But because it's such an awesome printer, and I'm, you use whatever printer you want. It's not it for what I get paid. I think it's like $5 or something. It is not worth me to be hawking Epson printers. The reason I like to talk about it is because I think it's pretty awesome. It's definitely part of one of the tools that I use for all of my crafting, and you guys see me use that and you ask. So there have been a lot of questions about how does it work. So I thought today'd be a perfect day to kind of talk through that a little bit. So there we go. There's a couple different options. Lisa, no problem. I'm using the app. It's called the Epson Creative Print. Epson Creative Print, and you'll see that on the App Store, and it's both Android and Apple. Natalie. Thank you, Natalie. Natalie said, hooray for seeing a change in yourself. My hubby has recently lost some weight and cannot see it himself. Others can, though. I told him to refer to his beginning photo to see. And you know what? That's so true, right? Anytime we're working on anything about ourselves, especially as it's a physical appearance, before and after photos or measurements. I did neither. I know better, but that's okay. Natalie, yes, you'll see them on the links on my website. You'll also see them in the description of the video box down below. You always see the Epson printer in there because I use it so often. Lori, you signed up for the Spring Gina Livy program. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Life-changing. Life-changing. Vicki will tell you that too. Nick will too. Nick did it with me. And then I know there's a couple of you guys that do it too. All right, let's see. Joelle, and I love that. You've been watching since the first Saturday. I know you have. I love that. Okay. Shannon said, thank you for the tutorial. So helpful. I haven't used the app, but will going forward. Always use Project Life, but I think this may be easier. I think Shannon, and I did too. That's where I started. I started using the Project Life app, and it's a great app. I have, like I said, I have a video here on my YouTube channel where I walk through how to do that same thing, but in the Project Life app. The nice thing about that is then you can print out on any printer. The Epson Creative Print app, you have to print out on the Epson printer. And I think you can print it on other Epson printers. It's not just for the Epson PM400, but with other apps, PicStitch, other apps, Project Life like that, you just save it to your camera roll and then you can print wherever. Oh, Marie just gave me inspiration for a weight loss health change traveler's notebook. Marie, Angie Blom on Instagram. She's a friend of mine, and she's been doing Gina Livy as well. And she has a traveler's notebook that she uses to track all of it. So that's kind of fun. All right, guys, let's see. Oh, I know you too, Karen. There's some of you have been around with me a long time. Tracy, I've been here since the beginning, but watch the first few on replay because I did the time change wrong. Okay, guys. All right, so let's move on. I will come back to this. I'm going to use this on one of my lists. I will use this on one of my lists using the in the news stamp set. That was kind of my whole, that's what I'll be doing. We may get to this afternoon. We may end up with this next Saturday. So we'll just have to see how far we get. But I'll keep this guy out too because this guy, I might want to use a smaller one. We'll see. All right, so next up, we are going to work on a list. So we're going to work on a silver linings list. And then, Terry, I know you have too. I know so many of you guys have, which is just so fun. I just love it. And then there's lots of you that are new that have just stumbled upon us and are now just right there with us. So I just love it. I love you guys. You know that. Okay, I need to have a quick sip of water. Someone just asked a question about a 6x8. I remember I saw that, and I don't recall what the question was. So I apologize. If you want to ask that question again, just pop it in the chat, and I will respond. Other thing, if you guys asked questions that I totally missed, a good spot for those, if you don't want to ask again, but a good spot for those is in the comments on the video after, because then I get notified of those comments. Okay, I'm going to have to get some more water soon. I did tell Nick, I said, Nick, if you're here at 5 o'clock, would you bring me some wine at 5 o'clock? Because, we could celebrate. All right. Nick does not wait on me hand and foot, by the way. It's just when I'm kind of tethered here, then he's nice to do things for me. All right, so yes, we're going to do a list. So we're going to do a list right now, and then we'll circle back to the binding tool, the book binding tool, and I will recover my Traveler's Notebook insert since we kind of got started on that. I got started at our last video, and Nick and Sam were in here. They're like, no, you don't have time for that. You've got a break. We have to eat. Oh, Mayomi. Yes, Teresa. Yes. I love the Mayomi. Okay. How do you print the full 6x8? Tammy. So if it comes to printing, so if you mean a true 6x8, a 6x8 does not fit here. But if you mean a true 6x8, I have a larger photo printer. You can't print a 6x8 on the Epson. So I have a larger photo printer for that. You can, Persnickety Prints does amazing prints. So they do 6x8s. If you want the size that fits the Traveler's Notebook, there are 2 different Traveler's Notebook sizes. Let's talk about this real quick, because this is important to know with Persnickety Prints. Hang on, I just had to go across the room to find an insert. All right, here we go. So the Traveler's Notebooks that I use are standard. That's what they're called. It's a standard size. And standard generally, this is super general, okay? So not necessarily a rule of thumb, but generally the size is referring to the inserts and not so much the cover, okay? So that's generally. A standard size Traveler's Notebook is 4.33 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall, okay? So that is standard. The Traveler's Notebooks insert that you see me use, and I carry both on my website, but I by far almost exclusively use a standard wide instead. Standard wide is the same height as a standard, okay? Standard is on top, standard wide is below. You'll see same height. Both are 8.25 inches high, but the difference is in the width. This is 4.33, this is 5. So you end up with about 3/4 of an inch difference between the standard and the wide. Why I like to use wides is a lot of my spreads are double pages, right? So if I have a double page spread, that gives me an extra about 1.5 inches once you put the 3/4 of an inch on both sides. So it just gives me a little bit more room. The reason I bring up Persnickety Prints is Persnickety Prints does Traveler's Notebook size prints. And they do the 2 sizes. They do the standard and they do the standard wide, but they don't call them that. They show you what the measurements are. So within the last couple of months, they have started doing a 8 by 5.25 inch print for Traveler's Notebooks. And that is the woman that owns it. It is a woman-owned and run business here in Utah, Shari Pack. She and I were teaching, or she was a keynote speaker. I was teaching at the event in September. That one, or maybe October, that was She Loves Color. And she and I both got to talking. And I said, it would be really great if you did wider prints. For those of us that use a standard wide Traveler's Notebook. And she said, I'm on it. You guys, she texted from there. It was on a Saturday, texted one of her IT guys. And the next day she said, guess what? It's ready. So go upload some photos and we'll send them to you so you can help us test it to make sure that they're the right size. And then there they are. So you can now order that size. And that would maybe have been a little bit of a tangent. I just had to move the lights. So that may have been a little bit of a tangent. That question may not have been specifically about that size, but that is a photo from Persnickety. Thank you, Susie. We were in, well, you probably can tell we were in Hawaii. I normally don't walk around with flowers around my neck, but that's our life. That's in our backyard, and I walk around with flowers lay on my neck all the time. I did have a dress on. It just looks like I don't. It just didn't have any straps. Chaos is my plan. So chaos is my plan. I love that. She said, I'm always torn between which size insert I like to use more. And you know what? you don't have to choose. You can use both because your traveler's notebooks, the covers can have both in them, right? So it's just kind of personal preference. Some people like wider, some people, and it just really depends on what you're doing. So you can certainly mix and match. Yeah. Hi, Amy. I was talking about Amy earlier. Amy, I dropped your name earlier as a person that was working with me on some product development. Amy's awesome. Let's see. Now let me just scroll. April. Layle, I would love to join you for a wine, but a bit early here Sunday morning in Australia. We'll have a wake-up coffee instead. So guess what? I'm not going to have a wine for 2 more hours. So you could make it a mimosa or a Bloody Mary. I agree with you. I wouldn't be drinking wine at that time in the morning, although it's always 5 o'clock somewhere. So, you know. All right. So I don't even know if I answered that 6x8 question, my friend that asked that. Okay. All right, I'm going to keep going. Okay, guys. So that was a little, little squirrel, but that's what we do here. That's what we do. That's why you guys are the squirrel squad, because you squirrel right there with me. Well, you don't really have a choice. Okay, so right before we ended the first session, I had started the process of showing how I recover my inserts. That is why right now, this doesn't have a cover on anymore, because I started that process and then we ran out of time. So once we do this list, we will circle back to that. But I am now coverless. So I took the staples out. Well, Sam took the staples out for me. I took the staples out. And this cover, once I'm done, it's just gone. I don't use it anymore. It just goes in the garbage because I like to recover them. And I'll talk about why when I get to that. But now I need to open up my insert to do our next list. And I had to talk about that because you're probably wondering why everything is loose. Does make it a little bit easier now, though. Look at this. Now that I am working with this page, I can now work on it completely outside of my insert. And some people do this. I know Carrie Bradford does this. She's told me before that this is part of her process. When she gets a new insert, she completely takes it apart. She takes the staples out. If it's stitched, it's a little bit harder to do. I wouldn't recommend that. But takes the staples out and then works with it like this. So then you're just working with the pages. Makes it a lot easier to just work with the pages. And then you could stitch it all together at the end. That's not how I do it, but it's certainly some people do it that way. That also makes it easier when we talk about stamping. This morning session, we were doing some stamping, and I was using the MISTI, and I talked about the MISTI. I talked about how you couldn't really put your traveler's notebook in the MISTI like this because it wouldn't work. But you could certainly do this and put that in the MISTI and just do your stamping there. So just, different workflow for different people. All right, so the list that we're going to do right now, this is silver linings. So I think, that was Tracy. So you guys throw out a lot. We should do, this would be a fun list to do. That would be a fun list to do. And I always write them in my version of the Listing with Layle workbook, right? So I have list ideas, and this is where I put all of my list ideas. And this is where I put the list ideas that you guys give. So if I look over here, wherever it was, I remember because I looked at it when I came up with the list for this session, wherever it is. Tracy had said silver linings. Oh, there it is. Silver linings, Tracy Carell. So if you guys tell me, hey, this would be a fun one, then I write it down. I also write down who suggested it because I think that's kind of fun for us to do. Anyway, so then I go back to my workbook because this is also where I have, these are just notes for today. These are just notes for, today. This is where I write down, what do I want to use and what products do I want to use, and then what are the things on my list. So silver linings. Pamela. Are the lines wide rule or college rule? So this is an interesting question, and I probably of a lot of people should know the answer to this because I was at Simple Stories when we started Carpe Diem. And I know a lot about the Carpe Diem products because of that. I do not know. So I'm just going to tell you how wide they are because I really don't know the difference either. I don't know. I know the difference. I know one's wider, but I don't know which is which. Which is which. And I don't think I have, let's see. I was going to say, I don't know if a composition notebook, is this wide ruled? I don't know because this is not like a standard composition notebook. So I don't know. That's wider. I don't know. It looks like some of you guys are piping in. So I'll just tell you. The difference between the lines is like a quarter of an inch. Quarter of an inch. So maybe wide rule. Quarter of an inch. Okay. So starting my list here. I am going to use a new collection. And it is, bring these little things in. It is Kid at Heart. Well, it's newer collection. Been out for a couple months, but it's called Kid at Heart, and it is from Pebbles, and it is so stinking cute. It's the collection that you saw on my flat lay for today's session. So I have the icon die cuts. I have the washi out. I have a whole bunch of Doodlebug and Bella alpha stickers that I thought could work. And then I also pulled in some Document Life stickers that I thought might also work. I need to, though, find the pouch. Where's my little pouch? Oops, I now remember I forgot to show you guys that behind me. Where? Okay, hold on. What would I have done? Oh, goodness. So I set all of that flat lay up on, I did that on, oh, here it is. Okay. I did that on Wednesday, so I'm like, what did I do with those things? This is going to be a 2-page list for me, Lori. This is going to be a 2-page list. Marie said I'm doing a list of favorite childhood toys. Oh, that's a good one. That would be fun with this. So when it says Kid at Heart, there's really nothing in here that is specific to kids. It's just very, just happy. It's just happy. So I also brought out the 6x12 stickers. So this collection is linked. I have it on my website, and it's linked in the description down below. Look at that. So it's just so cute. It's just happy. Like this. I mean, come on. How does a dancing avocado not make you happy, right? It's so cute. Okay, so let's put those back in there. And then the paper pad. Oh, yeah, well, okay, hold on. Let's just get it all out. Yeah, this is quickly going. I stayed so nice and clean for a while. Okay, let me get resorted here. Move these things off a little bit. 2-page list, and I want to, okay, it sounds like probably college. I think that's what we're thinking, right? Maybe not necessarily a wide roll. Oh no, yeah, college roll. College roll's thinner, right? Oh my gosh, I don't know. Okay, so this 2-page list, and I better look at my, okay, I had to remember what I had planned, because that seems like eons ago that I thought about that. All right, so let's start with, I think the pad. I think I want to, I don't know. I love rainbows make me happy, but you know what? I think I literally just used rainbow the other day, didn't I? I know, but it's also springtime. Look, I think I used rainbow. Oh yeah, I did. Look right there, but that's okay. If I want to do it, I'm going to do it because I'm the boss of me. Right? You do you. We always say you do you. So let's look. This pad has 2 sheets each of 18 different patterns. So it's kind of fun when you have 2 of everything, because if you wanted to do a side-by-side, you could. Oh, see, this is cute too. Did I have that one out? I did. You knew I liked that before because I had that out. Okay, I'm having an idea. Maybe I'll go with that and not the rainbow. So I'm having an idea, and my idea says that if I take both of those pink lined papers, Terry, you knew I was going to gravitate towards that one, didn't you? That's just, that one is so right up my alley. All right, I'm going to take both of those, and we'll see what happens here. 6x8 pad, right? I always use 6x8s. Well, almost always use 6x8s in my traveler's notebooks because I use standard wide, so they fit really well. I just need to narrow them up a little bit. Da, 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 da. Check my Facebook messages. It has to do with YouTube things. I will. Okay. Yes, after the video. I can't do that now. All right. So what I'm going to do, I need to make this a little bit more narrow, right? Because generally what I do is I go down to 4 3/4. My width is 5. So if I go down to 4 3/4, then I have a nice white border all the way around. So what I'm thinking is, what I might do is, let's see. Not quite, but I think I'm going to cut all those little things off on that end, and I won't use those. Whoopsie, I'll just have a little bit of a line right there. All right, so that will go on that page, like so. Don't mind me if you guys missed me this morning. My tweezers took a bite out of my knuckle, and then it was bleeding a little bit, and I couldn't very quickly find a Band-Aid in here, so I just wrapped washi. I wrapped washi around it. So in a pinch, washi works great as a Band-Aid. In a pinch, and it's kind of a little decorative too. All right, so that's going to go on that side, and then this guy is going to go over here. And I go back and forth. Some of my lists I will do directly on the page. Lists that we do later this afternoon, more will be on the page because I'll be just doing a little bit more basic list, kind of some lists that will go a little bit faster. They'll be a little bit less decorative, but a lot of times I like to just bring in a lot of color. So that's what we're doing here. This one I love. I think that's just so sweet. Oh, look it even has like the little bees on it too. Like Full Bloom that we were using. All right, so now I need my corner rounder. I always like to round the outside corners, and I do that because my inserts that I use have rounded corners. And we'll do the same thing here. Round and round. All right, so there we go. So this will be one of my lists that I kind of make little boxes because I need to, these things won't just be like a one-liner. There may need to be a little bit more explanation around some of these things. So that is my plan. And I am going to just use my pencil to start to draw boxes over here. But then I am going to use this pattern paper to cut for some of my boxes over here. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And that's, again, when it's nice, if you have a pad that has 2 sheets each, then I can kind of make the 2 work together. All right. So now, well, if I wanted, look at what I could do. I could even use like this little strip left over here. Or I could do this. Look at that. If I did that there, but if I did that, I know what I did. Oh, it doesn't matter. They won't line up because I cut that part of the part that would have lined up. So I think that's what I'll do. That will help to bridge those 2 pages, and then it will help for things to look a little bit more cohesive. That's what we'll do. All right. Oh, I have a cabinet open behind me, and I just about hit the floor. Just about. Oh, let's see if they fixed it. Oh my heavens, they did. If you missed the beginning of this one, Sam accidentally knocked this on the floor, and the inside, the inside cartridge thing, this guy came out, and then this part kind of came unraveled, and they fixed it. I don't know how. I would have been like, oh, that's going in the garbage. I'll never be able to fix that. So I'm proud of them. They made it work. All right, so that'll go right there. Alia, my reminder on YouTube told me there was a live, and I was very confused and thought it was you, so I logged on. Yes. No, it's not you. We are live. It's an all-dayer. We are all day today because, yes, it is the anniversary celebration. A 2-year and a 3-year. Okay, so this guy, let's go ahead and adhere this one. It's fun when we do the all-dayers. It's just, there's a lot of planning that goes into an all-dayer. And then I am toast. For tomorrow, I'll be a puddle. That's what happens when I teach in person too, because usually when I teach in person, I'm teaching a lot. while I'm, if I'm out of town at a store or an event, I'm usually teaching a lot. So when I'm done, I don't want to get home. I'm like, after the weekend, I'm like, oh my gosh, because it's just a lot. Your brain is just like constantly working and thinking, and then being social at the same time. And I love it. Especially missed it during the COVID. All right, so notice there I left the inside because that's where when I restitch it needs to be there. All right, there's our start. Our list topic again, in case you forget, is called silver linings. So for a title, I think let's see if we do alpha stickers because I had pulled out all those alpha stickers that I thought would work. They're just a different assortment. Silver linings, right? Oh yeah, this one's silver linings. Wow. So the red could work, and it's not quite the same color, but it could work. I think I probably want to go with the Florence font. And these are from Bella, and I have these on my website, but it's just kind of a fun, whimsical font, right? So I thought this could be fun because it's kind of a fun, whimsical collection. So if we did that, that would be an option. I had also pulled the My Type. Well, I'd also pulled out actually a couple different ones. Now that I'm using that orange doesn't go. Well, you know me, I could make the yellow work with anything. So, the red might be kind of fun though. That green now will totally not work. And the blue kind of too. So I had pulled out a couple of different options. Letter stickers. Well, I alternate back and forth generally between letter stickers and alpha stamps for most of my titles. This guy has now lots more of my alpha stickers. So, you know what? Which just reminds me, it is not this one. However, oh wait, let's look because that is a little bit of a different red. No, I still like that. Let's look at the other Florences. Here's just an organizing tip, friends. The way my brain thinks, and this is also how I organize my inks, my brain thinks in color. So right now I'm looking for stickers for my title, and I'm looking for a particular color. So instead of grouping all of the Florence together, and all of the teensy types together, I group all of the colors together. So, I want to look for the Florences, and I just know that they're in their area. So I do know there is I'm not going to use black. Not using black. Black's too easy. Black's just easy, so not using black. Oh, but you know what? You know what could be fun here? What if we could use a white? Oh, we're going to do white, because you know what? It's hard to use white. We don't get to use white very often. All right, so where is... Oh, I kind of lied. Those white ones are at the beginning. I don't know why. Well, clearly I didn't put those away correctly the last time. I'm going to use the white Florence, and it's hard to see because they're white on white, but it looks just like the red, but they're white. That's what I'm going to use for my title here. It's time for a giveaway, and this is, I use all different kind of storage things, you guys, and it just reminded me that we should do a giveaway now because this thing that I have all my alpha stickers in, this is a storage piece from scrapbook.com, but I have some extras that I bought. This is very similar. It's a smaller size. So this guy is what I use to store my Simple Stories alpha sticker books in. Your 6x8 pads fit really well in these. So they're kind of fun. So that one, let's do that as a live giveaway, okay? Let's do that as a live giveaway. I'm just going to scroll up to the chat, and I'm stopping at Susie Cubido. Susie, you are the winner of that. Susie, I just need you to send me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com, and this isn't anyone that wins. You send me an email. In the subject line, Susie, you'll put giveaway, and you'll just put storage. Say giveaway storage, and then I'm just going to put Susie Q. Susie Q. We'll get that sent out to you. So you guys, this afternoon, just like this morning, we'll do some live giveaways. So you have to be live because I'm pulling from the chat. And all I do is just scroll up and I just scroll up and where my finger stops, that's the person who wins. But we'll also do some giveaways after the fact. So you'll just leave a comment on the video. And then next Saturday morning before we start, I will randomly pick winners. So we have lots more prizes to go. All right. Storage, really quick. Storage. So in the description box of the video, and then also on my website. On my website, there is a link that's up at the top. It says favorite tools and accessories. I link to a lot of the different storage things that I use because that's a big question that I get as well. How do you store this? How do you store that? So links there, also links in the description box of the video. Now, I did happen to notice that scrapbook.com this weekend is having not this weekend, I think the last week or so, has been having a big sale on all of their storage things. So I link to those in the description of the video. All right, I'm pulling out my my ruler. This is a little metal ruler that I also sell on my website, and this one I use because it's small. It is small. When we're working in our traveler's notebooks, especially when my pages are still on the book, I can't really use a bigger ruler. It's too wide. So small is good, and then it's also metal. But I use a ruler for my alpha stickers for two reasons. Number one, and let's just pretend like this paper doesn't have lines, okay? Let's pretend the paper doesn't have lines, so I don't know, I want my title to be straight. So I use one of the lines up here on the top of my ruler, and I just start lining up my letters on that line for my title. So silver, I'll do this right here so you can kind of see it a little bit more. Oh my gosh, that white's going to be so fun. I don't use white stickers a lot because you have to put it on a background, and I use white a lot. So this will be fun. Silver linings. So if you missed the part where we were talking about this list, this was a list that was suggested by Tracy Carell. What's kind of fun with this font too, you guys, I'll finish that thought in a second. You can also, they don't have to be straight, right? You can also, it's kind of a whimsical font. So my title can be whimsical. Not everything has to line up. There's still a reason to use a ruler though. And we'll get to that one in a second. V. So silver linings, and you know what, you guys, here's the thing. Silver lining, that is a list topic that you could use for a lot of different lists. My list, silver linings, is going to have to do with the pandemic because this is our 2-year anniversary of being here together, doing things with Traveler's Notebooks on YouTube with me. So I thought silver linings would be a good one for the pandemic. But here's the thing. Silver linings, you can use silver linings with anything. A lot of times you might wait until whatever it is over. Or you can do your list about silver linings in the middle of it. So let's say bouncing baseline. I love that, Belinda. Bouncing baseline. Marie, that was from scrapbook.com. And it's linked in the description of the video. And it is, I say this is what I use to store, I think, my 6x8 sticker books and tablets. Not tablets, 6x8 sticker books and 6x8 pads. So silver lining, let's say you're going through divorce, okay? And horrible and, well, I don't know, maybe not horrible. For some people, a divorce is a really good thing. So you're going through something, or you break your leg, or I don't know, you get COVID, right? Let me stop with that story really quick explanation because I need to kind of do a quick check here. So I don't have a lot of room to go all the way across. Well, I could. I mean, I have plenty of room, but I don't want my title to go off of the pink and onto the green. Nothing wrong with that. I just am not going to like that. So normally what I would do, well, let's just pretend like our title is silver. This is where the ruler comes into play for the second part. I can move this around until I get it exactly where I want to go. So sometimes if you're trying to spell silver and you start with your S over here, you get to the end and you're like, oh my gosh, that is not even. Even if you say, well, let's see, silver is 6 letters, right? So if I put, if I kind of find the center and I go SIL to the left of center and VER to the right of center, well, I can do that. But in this case, VER is much larger. It takes more width than SIL. So it will not be even. So unless I go in and measure every letter and then measure the space and then figure out where to put everyone, chances are 9 times out of 10, this is never going to be centered. But if I put my stickers on my ruler, then I can go, you know what? That looks like it's pretty well centered. It's pretty darn centered. So I like it there. And that is going to go. So now I press down on the tops of those letters and then gently peel up. And I will kind of hold those stickers in place, gently peel up, and there we go. All right, so some of those are on my line, some of them aren't, but having even that, being able to move widthwise is super helpful. So I'm going to do linings below, but before I do that, I need to dot my I, and I would cross my T, but I don't have a T. Silver Linings. That was a movie, right? Was it Silver Linings Playbook or something? With, oh, what's his name? He's cute. Oh, he's in my head. Oh, he was in the movie with Lady Gaga. That was original Barbra Streisand movie. Oh my heavens, you guys, my brain is not working. It is not working. Bradley Cooper, yes. Bradley Cooper, yes. And A Star is Born. There we go. Star is Born. Oh, that movie is so good, so sad. All right, so now that I did that, let me go back to what I was saying about a list prompt or list topic like silver linings. Even if you're going through a hard time, silver linings is a really good list to do. So you guys can decide if you're listing with me. What are you writing about? Are you listing about silver linings of the pandemic? Are you listing about silver linings from a broken leg? Are you listing about maybe you got COVID? Are you listing about silver linings from having COVID? This is kind of like it could have been worse, right? It could have been worse. Could have been worse. Not could have been worse, but a lot of times if we look at linings, if we look at the silver lining, look at the positive things that come out of something that's difficult, then it's, it's just a good way to kind of approach things sometimes, right? Because otherwise, sometimes it's really easy to get bogged down in the heaviness of it, right? The heaviness of it. Silver linings. Bouncy, what do we call that? I loved that. Bouncy something or other. If you just had surgery, right? If you just had surgery, Sarah, look at that. Sarah, I love that. Sarah said, my first few months of listing with the pandemic were only lists of silver linings. That's really good. I love it. Vicky, hi, you're back. You're back. What are you doing? We're just listing again. We're just having fun. Oh, there was a cute picture of you earlier. I didn't plan it. It came out of my bag of tricks when we were talking about printing photos. It was a picture of you. Oh my gosh. It was the last time you were here, Vic. Last time you were here. The day that we went to remember that? Oh, the Love Note. Remember the museum, the rolling museum or pop-up museum? That was really cool. But anyhow, we took a picture here. Vicky's a great selfie picture taker. So if you ever need a picture taken, a selfie, and Vicky's around, grab her because she's really good at it. You know which one it was. In that cute dress. You're like, which cute dress? Which cute dress? You're still cleaning and wanted to listen. Listen while you work. Do. Yeah. I know people listen. You guys listen to lots of things. You guys are doing lots of other things sometimes while I'm listing, right? Okay, silver linings. So this is silver linings from the pandemic. I don't know that I'll even say the pandemic. I don't know. We'll see where I get. Before I get too much further though, I want to add a little bit of decoration. So, there are the cutest little just characters here. And this is Kid at Heart, if you missed that. What I like about Kid at Heart, and I talked about this a little bit last week. We didn't look at this collection last week, but I talked about this last week. A lot of times, at least for me, when I'm listing, I need generic things like this. I mean, it's not always spring and it's not always Christmas. And if I want to do a generic list like silver linings, well, I can't really use Disney product, or I can't use summer product, so some stuff is super themey. This one to me is not themey at all. So this was, I like, oh my gosh, I love this collection because it's good for just generic things. So I'm looking for happy, and it's hard not to find happy on here, right? I mean, there's a lot of really fun happy things. So guys will see me use this collection a number of times over the next couple of months, just because it's just a good one to have around when you need kind of something that's not too themey. But I don't know, this guy is sure cute. This would be fun right there, maybe right there. And then I need to think of something over here. So if that guy goes there, he's kind of taking us into the second page of our list. I don't know, maybe we need to start there, and then we'll think a little bit more about what happens over here. I think that's what I'll do. Look at this guy, the little sloth in the mug. This collection has iridescent foil accents. And it's super subtle, so you can see it like, is that a badger on a bicycle? That probably is a badger on a bicycle, isn't it? Oh my gosh, isn't that so cute? Kathy always looks for turtle stickers because you own a pet turtle. Oh, love it. Joanne said, I almost put this in my cart today that went with Bloom instead. And Bloom's a good one too. What Bloom is kind of fun, and Bloom is the one I used on the list this morning. Bloom is kind of fun because it's great for spring. It's very spring themey, but also you can pull non-spring out of it, which is nice, or non-theme out of it, I mean. Okay, so I'm going to now start with my list. I need to outline first. While I'm outlining, let's talk about shopping a little bit. I can always, Vicky knows that. I like to shop. But sloth in the teacup, badger on a bike. Let's see what else we have. There's badger holding flowers. This guy, frog with flowers. Alligator on a skateboard. Yeah, cherries holding hands. It's cute. Look at this one. Look at this. Well, I would love to talk to the designer behind this collection, because look at this. The wagon with the baggie with the fish, like from the pet store. Cute. Oh. Celia, have you guys seen the video of the kid on a zip line running right into a sloth? Well, I for sure haven't. And you know what I would like you to do, Celia? Would you put a link to that in the Facebook group? Because I would love to see that. That would be, oh, Jill, ah! Wow, if that's not a blinding flash of the obvious, I do not know what is. So those of you that are not watching live, let me tell you what Jill just typed into the chat. And it's all in uppercase. And Jill typed, the silver cloud for silver linings. Duh. I mean, she didn't say duh. Sorry, she didn't say duh, but she might as well. So guess what? Duh. Let's take the silver cloud, the iridescent cloud, and probably the sun. But I'm thinking the sun. Well, I'll remember to do that. You guys help me, because the sun, I have a couple of different options for sun. So we might need a sun that's a little bit smaller. Sun in other parts of that collection. All right. Silver cloud for silver linings. And I'm very glad, Natasha, yes, that neither the sloth or the child got hurt. That could be a disaster. Yes, I would love to see that. If anyone finds it and you want to pop it into the Facebook group, I would love that. Then we can all see it. All right, so I'm going to outline. While I'm outlining, I'm just going to talk about shopping really quick. We talked about this a couple times this morning. Today, I have to say March 19th, 2022, because this video will get watched, will pass today, until 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. So tonight, I have all of my Layle by Mail branded products, including the brand new ones, the 4 new stamp sets, the 6 new washi designs, on my website for 15% off. That's existing Layle by Mail ones and the brand new ones. And that will go through tonight. If you've already placed an order and this afternoon you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't see Kit at Heart. I want Kit at Heart. What I want you to do is go ahead and place a second order, and send me an email saying, please combine my 2 orders. I can't physically, I can't on my website combine them, but what I can do is when we go to ship, as long as you let me know, we will package both of your orders together, ship them in the same package, and then we will refund your shipping on that second order, okay? So if you already shopped and want to shop more, that is the way to handle it, so you only pay for shipping once. Normally I say, hey, just shoot me an email of what you want and I'll add it to your order, but there's too much happening right now and all the orders coming in that I'm afraid I'll lose it and then you might miss out on something you want if it sells out. So that's the plan. All right, silver linings. So I need to draw some little boxes because I need little boxes over here as well. And let's see how many silver linings I had. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I'll have 5. I know I have 5. I didn't finish my list. I just have 4. All right, so I'm going to do 1, 2 here, and then I'll do 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to grab my the other sheet of pink paper that I pulled out. That's from Kid at Heart. And I'm going to make little boxes. And I will make those boxes and they will go right here. So let's decide how wide we want those. I think what I would like to do is maybe do a sticker up here and a sticker there. No, sticker here, no. Okay, probably nothing here. I'm gonna do a sticker here and a sticker here, sticker here, sticker here. All right, I'm gonna do, sorry, I had to think about that. So to anchor each of my boxes that I'll be listing in, I'm going to put a sticker here and then a sticker here. That way I have some movement here, here, and here. I've made this visual triangle, okay? This way. I have a visual triangle that way. So sticker, sticker, sticker. As opposed to doing sticker, what did I say? Sticker here and sticker there. Then I just have like this weird line. So that's what I'm gonna do. Visual triangle. You may have heard that terminology before. That when you are doing graphic design or when you're designing something, a layout, a scrapbook page, a list, whatever, if you can put things, if you can create a visual triangle with some of the things that you're doing, it is very pleasing to the eye. So, and sometimes you do that, you don't even know that you did it, right? You don't even know that you did it. I think 3.5. I think if we make them 3.5 wide, but it's just visually, that's where your mind ends up. So we want those to be 3.5 wide. And I'm thinking maybe 2, let's see what 2.5 tall would look like. If we get 2.5 tall. So we do 2.5. Let's come down here and measure 2.5. This is another case. I do use a ruler as a ruler. Except I probably want to have about that much room in between. And then another 2.5. And then about a 1/2 inch between. This is why it's always good to measure things out first. Oh wait, was that centimeters? That was 1 centimeter. It's always good to measure things out before you cut because let's see if I still have 2.5 here. Aha, I don't. So that just tells me I need to be a little bit less here. That's my mechanical pencil. It has an eraser, but I like to use a retractable eraser just so I'm not like completely getting rid of the eraser if I'm somewhere and I don't have my retractable. All right, let's try, I don't know about that. All right, let's get our trimmer out and cut these pieces. Let's cut these pieces. Yeah, it's a fun one. Oh, the dot is missing over the second. Oh, it is missing over the second eye. Thank you. That is right. Thank you. I totally did not notice that. Not funny. But you know what's funny? If I had looked ahead, if I had looked straight ahead, because I have my iPad so I can see what you guys see, it would have like jumped out at me like a sore thumb. But I'm too close to it. Oh, yes. That's totally what was wrong. Okay. Cute. I don't know, that kind of reminds me of the Brady Bunch for some reason. It's a fun one. The Florence is a really fun font. All right, so we know we want it to be that width, we hope. We hope. I probably should have. Yep, that's where it's going to be. I probably really didn't want it to be that width. I think it's a little bit too narrow, but guess what? It is what it is now. There we go. So that is, oh no, it'll be good. That'll be a box. In fact, it's probably too tall now, but let's see. And now we need to do 2.5 here. And then we have 2.5 again. All right, so obviously I'm not doing these little boxes over here, right? I don't need to do the little boxes there. I had to just think for a minute. All right, so that's too much. They're too big. So we're just going to narrow them down a little bit. I think we're going to take them down to 2. And this one, I'll take off that little header. And we'll take it down to 2 again. And 2 again. Belinda, I missed it. Oh, I got it. Okay, good. Time for a chocolate break. Oh, Nanette, that sounds awesome. Florence Brady Bunch, Subliminal. Florence. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sarah, when you said that, I'm like, Florence Brady Bunch. I missed something. I don't get it. And then right below that, Mary Lee said, it's called the Florence and reminds you of the Brady Bunch. Okay. That is totally subliminal. Totally. Because yeah. But look I'll have to ask Stephanie. So I'm going to ask her. Stephanie owns Bella Boulevard and is a friend of mine. And I am going to, so Florence Henderson. Yes, she was the mom, right? That wasn't Alice. I think Florence Henderson. Yeah, the mom. I'm going to ask Stephanie and say, Stephanie, why did you call the Florence font Florence? And I'm going to see what she says. That's funny. I'll say, we love it. And we were having a conversation about that. Okay. So actually they need to go this way because if I'm going to put, I'm going to put sticker there and sticker there. So what stickers am I going to put? Let's go ahead and adhere these first. I'm not in rare form. I'm talking to myself again. We had a nice conversation about that last week. I'm going to do this. No, I'm going to do that. No, wait, should I do this? No, I think I'll do that. Oopsie, there's a little extra embellishment in there. My hair's in there. Okay. This guy will go here. Sticker, sticker. Yep. And this little guy will go down here. And then I'm going to put a word strip sticker down here. I'm sure we'll find a really good snarky one to use maybe. Okay, so now we need sticker there and sticker there. So let's go back to our stickers and see what we might want to use. We already know. We need the cloud. The cloud and the sun, I think, need to go right there. So if we do cloud, oh, he's so cute. It's just so cute. Isn't that like the happiest little sun or cloud you've ever seen? So see what I was saying? I think I needed to find a smaller sun because that sun is pretty big. So I can now go over to, I know there's a sun in the die cuts, but I know the die cut sun is maybe not. But I do know there is a sun in the sticker book. And, hey, look it. And in the puppies, we're going to do the puppies because that's good. And it's kind of, there's a little sun is coming out. We're focusing on the cloud. They're just so cute. Oh, there's little baby clouds too. Okay, let's see here. There. Yep, it's cute. Little sun's trying to peek out of the cloud. Maybe the sun's on top of it. Let's see. Maybe we'd like that better. Oh, no. It needs to peek out from behind the cloud for sure. Okay, there we go. Doxy. I know little dachshunds are cute too, huh? Cat hair. Yeah, right. Exactly. All right. So there we go. Look at. And then look at the cat popsicle sticks. So cute. All right. So next up, we need something else to go right here now. So then we've got our visual triangle going on. So what do we want to have there? Oh my gosh, you know what? That I think is pretty cute. It's the badger on the bike. We're using the badger on the bike. Yep. They're all just so cute, right? Silver linings. So those are the things that are going to be positive. All right, let's come over here and I'm just going to outline these little boxes. And then I need to draw 2 boxes over here and then we will make our list. So I know some of you guys like to plan your lists, right? I kind of plan my lists ahead of time. And let's be honest, I kind of have to because if I don't, we would never get anything done because I'd be like, what should I use? Which collection? So I somewhat plan my list ahead of time, but I'll show you what my plan looks like for this list. This may be something that if you are listing with us and you know the list topics, usually 2 days in advance, you know what they are, then you can kind of start thinking of things. And this is how I use my workbook. This is my plan for this list. I didn't know what papers I was using. This is really funny though. Whoever it was, Julie, was it Julie? Julie Thompson that said, use the cloud. Look at clouds, sun, rainbows. It just didn't occur to me that silver lining cloud would be good together. But that's it, right? So I knew I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I had 5 little boxes. And then I had some kind of like sticker or something going with those. And then my title. So that is enough just to steer you in a direction. At least it was enough to steer me in a direction. That's all I know. I know I want to use Kid at Heart. And then I kind of let the product guide me, right? I start looking at things and I let the product guide me. But you can also, we used to call it, we call it this in the scrapbooking side of things, scrap lifting, right? So if you see someone do something, maybe on Instagram or maybe in the Layle By Mail Facebook group, you see somebody do a list and you're like, oh my gosh, I love that. I love the way she laid it out. I love what she used. Then scrap lift it, right? List lift it. You just don't ever want to take credit, right, for someone else's work. You can say you were inspired by what someone else did. And it's a good idea to, mention their name just so you're giving them credit. But you can also be inspired by yourself. Okay. So if you've done a bunch of listing with us over the last 2 years, go to some of your older lists and go, you know what? I really liked it. So I do this sometimes. So I might be saying, gosh, next Saturday, what do I want to do? 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 Hey, I kind of like this kind of list. This was I did just pattern from a 6x8 pad over there, but then I like how I did 2 columns here. So maybe I'll do a list that has 2 columns. So go through the things that you've done in the past to inspire yourself. Or, you know what? I think I want to do a pocket because this is a pocket. That photo of Lil Layle and Layle's mom, Karen, in 1969. Now you know I'm old. Not that she didn't know that before, but get inspired by past things that you guys have done too, right? This is a fun one. When we were talking about the Epson photo printer and the creative print app, how I said sometimes I might want to just take one of my photos. What did I do with it? I do not know. I'll have to find that later because we'll need that when we get to that list later. I could take like that. Oh, here it is. I could take that 5x7. Hang on. I just need to grab this across the room. Because this is what I did on that list. I could take my print that was a 5x7 and just use half of it and then put that right there on my list. And that little photo strip I did, it's one of the templates in the Creative Print app. It's just instead of having 4 that were landscape rectangles, those are 4 squares. And then I just cut that and off you go. So you can get inspired by you can get inspired by other people, or just kind of come up with a really generic idea of what you think you want to do. And then when you sit down and do it, let the things that you're using help guide you. All right, so now we need 2 more little boxes over here. And my boxes are just going to go in the pink part. Just going to go in the pink part. So have this area down here. That's a little bit of a challenge. So if I did, actually, I'm just going to get my pencil out. I use a pencil a lot, you guys, when I list, just so I can try to think about what I want to do here. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. Let's do this. I just went a little bit too far. If that guy goes like this, so these are going to be boxes instead of rectangles. And then this one will go right here. And this guy's writing right out of the list, right? So then I don't have to deal with how this gets weird and narrows here. It's just part of my box. But I've kind of used part of the box like I did here for my little sticker. So with that said, let's make these about, 2.5. maybe 2¼ which is interesting because those started at 2½. Isn't that bizarre? All right. And because I outlined these and I didn't really use a ruler with it, I'm going to just outline these. I'm not going to use a ruler to do it. So it'll be a little bit more whimsical, but I do need to figure out where I'm stopping. So I said 2¼ So 2¼ right about there. See how I'm rotating? Much easier to rotate. That's how my lines stay kind of straight. Now, if I wanted those to be 100% straight, clearly I would have used a ruler, right? But rotating makes it a lot easier to keep things straight. So this guy, this guy actually, okay. Well, in hindsight now, probably wanted to be a little bit, I'm gonna have to put a sticker or something in there because I have a little bit more space there than I wanted. Just a little bit more. Okay, let's just move that for a second. I don't think I had quite stuck him down because I wasn't sure if that's where he was going to live. That is his final resting place. All right, now I just need to come in and erase these lines. Okie dokes, now we're ready for our list. So what I thought I would do, one of the other things that I had on my little plan in my listing workbook was that I would start each of these little, my list, because it's a little bit of a longer list in that what I'm putting in here needs a little bit more explanation because I want to talk a little bit more about silver linings. So I thought I would use a little, one of my bullet stamps to just start off my list in each of those little boxes. So if you missed this morning, this is one of the new stamps. There's a new series of stamps that I've introduced called List Builder. This is one of 3 so far, many more coming, but this one is called List Builder Bullets and More. So this is a stamp set that's designed to help you create your lists. A lot of times when we list, we need bullets. And so these are little bullets, but they're also just little icons as they stand alone, right? So I think, now look at what we could do. If we started out with this heart has an outline. It's like it's lined, kind of like silver lining, right? See, Jill, I got you there. Now I've got the lining thing going. But that could be a fun one to use. I need to find out her name because this part's important because she forever will now get credit for this genius idea. Lavon, I believe. Yes, Lavon Wood. So last weekend when I was using these stamps, Lavon said, because I had taken this stamp and each time I was putting it on my little, where did it go? I don't know where the little one is. I was putting it on one of my little stamping blocks. And then I was doing this, and then I was inking, and then setting the ink down, and it was just a lot of picking up, putting back down, picking up, putting back down. Lavon said, you know what you could do that works really well? You can use your pen or your pencil as your stamping block when you have little tiny stamps like that. So, look at that. That is now like my stamping block, in and out of the ink. So I think I will use, oh, you know what I wonder? We're going to try something, friends. We're on this white kit. I don't know. I haven't used this white yet. We're going to see. Oh, I have the distress version, not the oxide version. Isn't that interesting? I don't know. Okay, I have Picket Fence. Picket Fence is white, but it is the ink. I don't know what's going to happen here. All right, so I'm taking one of my little scratch pieces. Not sure if this will work or not. I thought it might be kind of fun to have little white stamped hearts to start those things off. If not, we'll just go to black. Or we could try to find a green that works. Oh yeah, nope, that's not going to work. That's for sure not going to work. You just can't see it enough against that pink. If I was maybe stamping on black, we might be able to see it. Nope, not gonna be able to work at all. Okay, so good. We know that doesn't work. Let's go to, let's get our swatches out. We talked about this morning. I actually went through a demo on how I swatch my inks. This swatches are using my new, also new series, a Swatch This series. So there will at least be 3 stamps, more, we'll have to see, for swatching some of your things like inks. So I have swatched all of my inks, my Distress Oxides at least. So what I was thinking is I wonder what it would look like if we did a green. So let's see if we have a green. Mowed Lawn. Actually, it's not really a green, right? Now that we see that, it's more of a teal. Evergreen Bough maybe could work. Lucky Clover, maybe. Pine Needles, maybe. So let's take a look at, maybe let's try those 3 and just see. I don't know, Rustic Wilderness might be it too. All right, so Rustic Wilderness, not Mowed Lawn. I think Mowed Lawn's way too far off. Evergreen Bough, Lucky Clover. All right, let's try those. And then Rustic Wilderness. And that's really easy for me to do. You know why? Because I have all my inks organized in the same. Oh, Kelly. You know what, Kelly, that could work too. Kelly, I see Kelly said that twice now. Okay, I'm going to pull those out too because that could work. Let's try 2 different things and see which one we like better. So I have all my inks organized in the same way that I have all my inks swatched. So I know that if I'm looking for Evergreen Bough, Lucky Clover, and Pine Needles, they're all going to be together. Lucky Clover, Pine Needles, Evergreen Bough. So that's a little hint a little tip, I guess, as you are organizing your things. All right. So now what Kelly was talking about. Kelly was talking about, hang on. My hearts. See, they're my hearts. You know what, Nancy? I have to be organized because if I'm going to do stuff like this, I better be organized because if I'm not organized, we'd have a problem. You guys would watch me the entire time looking for stuff and getting frustrated. But also, I'm just the kind of person, if I can be it reduces your stress so much, right? I mean, if I'm not organized, like sometimes my closet and I can't find something, the stress level goes up so high because then you start to get frustrated and you're like, where is that? I should have it. I can't find it. I want it. And all of a sudden that's like the only thing that you can wear. You're like, that has to be it. I have to wear that. All right. So this is that's what Kelly was talking about. Those are from Doodlebug. And those are on my website. Okay. So we could use these. They could go at the start of each of my little, as I start to, Kelly, you win. That's a no-brainer. We know I wanted white hearts. We're getting white hearts. Gosh darn it. Yep, I'm going to start there. That's just going to help pull that wide in a little bit more. And I know I will like that. Okay. Oh, look I happen to have 3 or 5 left, so we're good there. This is another one of those things, the tweezers make life so much easier. It's hard to get those little buggers off the little sheet and then get them down because, fat fingers and all. Okay. Oh, it's cute. I love that suggestion. Thank you, Kelly. So we'll come back. We'll do more stamping. Don't worry. We'll do lots more stamping today. Okay, so silver linings. Now I'm going to start making my list. So, yes. Workflow. Let's put this back. Because if we don't put that back later, we're going to be like, where did that stamp go? What happened to it? Oh, I just lost a little one. And we'll be sad because then I'll be like, I need that stamp. And it'll be like the disorganized thing. Now that's the only stamp of everything I own that will work. All right. Let me see. Dawn, it's out of necessity, my friend. Dawn said, I can't believe how organized you are. I am so not organized. Wish I was more like, if it was your business, it'd probably change things, right? Probably change things. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Now I'm going to start my list. No, I need my little notebook. my handy dandy notebook, because this is where I have written things. Oh, but not this. This is a photo pen. I do not want to write on the paper with the photo pen. Put that back, Layle. Let's grab this handy dandy Sharpie. So, silver linings. The silver linings is one of the silver linings from me, very interestingly enough, because it's not going to seem like it, is my health. A number of reasons. I get very sick normally every winter. I had pneumonia when I was a baby, and I don't know if it's from that, but I generally get walking pneumonia, I get bronchitis, I get something every winter, and it puts me down for, I'll be down for a while. I mean, not a while, but a week, 2 weeks, where it just, and it kills me. Not kills me, I shouldn't say that. That's a horrible thing to say right now. Anytime. It's hard. And so normally every year I get sick in the wintertime. Scrappy Lisa, it is. This is our second session. But I get sick every winter. So during the pandemic, I did not get sick. Nick and I are pretty sure that in January of 2020 that we both had COVID. We were sicker than a dog flat on our backs for 2 weeks. So we're pretty sure we had COVID. Neither of us have ever been that sick before. So that could be another reason why I didn't get sick. But that is one of the nice things. So I get very sick normally every winter. Did not during COVID. And I won't write any more about that because I don't have another room. But another reason, and this is going to sound very contradictory why this is a silver lining. I gained, oh my gosh, I bet I gained at least 15 pounds during COVID. That is not a silver lining. The silver lining is, I'm just going to say this. The silver lining is Gina Livy. And how do I want to say this? Focusing on eating nutrient-rich foods and losing 30 pounds. So, I didn't have planned out what I wanted to say. Yes, of course, Vicky. I know, Vicky, you know you get all the credit for that. You know you get all the credit for that. I don't ever plan out what I'm going to say. I just, on my thing, said health, not having my regular sickness, gaining a lot of weight, and then losing. So I just kind of write as thoughts come into my head. So sometimes I don't have the room. Sometimes I have the room. But this is a list. This is a little bit of a longer list, though, right? Because I'm explaining. My health is the first one. Yes, that program, I don't know, whatever you call it, has been the biggest silver lining for me. Because I don't know what I would have done if I didn't find that. Because I would probably have gained another 30 pounds on top of the 15 that I gained. Because for me, a lot of us, right? A lot of us, I stress eat. Well, I eat all the time, whether I'm stressed, whether I'm happy, whether I'm sad. And so all the emotions over the pandemic, it was so easy to eat and drink and to try to self-medicate that way, right? I'm a self-medicator with food, which is not a good thing. And Vicky, yes, Vicky has lost 35 pounds. And Vicky was instrumental because I didn't know about this program. Anyhow, it's been amazing. And that is so much one of the silver linings for me. The other thing too is it's not, obviously the weight, the pounds are part of it, but it's just feeling good. It's feeling so much better. It's feeling better physically. It's feeling better emotionally. So yeah. All right. Next thing is connections. And as I was trying to think of what, as I was trying to come up with kind of little one-liner, not one-liners, but one-word things for these. But connections. Connections is a big one for me. Connections is in a lot of different ways. So many different positive connections over the last 2 years. For sure with my dad. I won't get into all that. Some of you have heard that. For sure with dad, my mom, my sister. All of that was family stuff with my dad and dementia and Alzheimer's, and his wife died, and it was a whole big you-know-what show. But the connections with all of that, and my mom and dad aren't married, they're divorced. So that was a big one. Connections. Via our Saturday YouTube sessions. I have connected with so many wonderful people. You guys, some of you I've gotten to know better than others. Some of you have been very open when you send me emails about what's happening in your life and how hard things are, and how what we do on Saturdays are just like a bright light in otherwise kind of a really hard time. So those connections, and I don't even mean the people, I mean just being here with you guys, it's just the connections. And it sounds so weird. It sounds so weird because we're connecting over a screen. But you know what? That's what we're doing. And especially during this time in the early day, thank goodness for that, because I don't know. I don't know what a lot of us would have done, right? I just don't know. So those connections with you guys. Connections also, here's another thing. This is going to sound odd, but some of you may get this. Connections with Nick. Nick's my husband. When you are spending an awful lot of time with your spouse, Nick and I have been married 27 years in May, and we both traveled a lot our whole lives. I mean, his career, my careers, my current business, we travel a lot normally. So when you're not traveling and now you are like living with the same person day in and day out, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you're both working from home, you're not, I mean, it's a lot. But Nick and I really connected in a whole bunch of different ways, though, through that, just through the process. So for us, so that was definitely a silver lining. And then I just have to figure out connections with Nick. So here, I guess this, we now know we can be together forever. I just don't have a lot of room. Be together forever. Not that there was any ever question, and that doesn't matter, because it doesn't work out for everybody. But if you can, for a lot of us, if we can make it through, with our friends, our family, spouses, partners, pets, whatever, if we can make it through what we just did the last 2 years, then we can pretty much make it through anything, right? Okay. I think you guys, let me look. Let's see what time it is. 4:09. Oh, it's 4:09. You guys ever do that? Look at the clock at a weird time like that, and you're like, oh, it's 7:11. It was 4:09. It's WD-40. No, just kidding. I have not started with the wine yet, I promise. It's still water. Can't start with the wine yet. It's still too early. Carolyn, look at you. Congratulations. It looks, I'm just reading chat. Looks like Karen You're down 16 pounds since January 10th. Karen, that's amazing. That's 2 months. That is amazing. No, I don't have to be more serious. You said I still have to be more serious, but it works so well. More serious. You know what? Life happens. So 16 pounds is nothing to shake a stick at. I don't even know if that's the way you use that cliche, but that's amazing. Congratulations for you. The water. Diane, let's chat. I'm not a big water drinker either. There's one thing that I found that really helps it. Actually, 3 or 4 things. So shoot me an email. You guys, in this, there's no, Gina Livy's a lady. She had like 20,000 people doing the program this last winter, the winter program. There's no funny, weird food. There's no funny, weird stand on your head and only eat at 9 a.m. to 9:02 p.m. or whatever. It just makes a lot of sense. I talk about it because it's been a big part of my life. Vicky talks about it. It's been a big part of her life. But we don't get anything for it. It's been such a positive experience that it's part of our lives. So this is all part of my life. I talk about it. We like to share. So I just don't want you guys to think that, it's things like we're like, oh, well, I'm just going to drop this in again. Nothing like that. Cindy, I know. Guess what? You can't drink a lot of water and do all day sessions. This is my first one of these for the day. That's only 24 ounces, which I should have had by about 75 ounces by now. But you know what? It's okay. If I had 75 ounces by now, I'd be in the bathroom half the time. But here's the other thing. I will tell you, my lips are so dry right now because my body knows I haven't had enough water. All right. I'm going to stop with this list right now. We have so many other things to do. So we get the gist of this list, the silver linings. I've used Kid at Heart. I will finish up with my other 3 little boxes there. The other 3, in case you'd like to know, well, I ran out of time this morning, so I only have 4 so far. This next one is direction. Direction for, I'll just do this. Direction for Jack and Sam. They both, Sam more so than Jack, because Jack kind of already knew what he was doing, but direction for Sam. For the younger generations, my kids are 21 and 24. I mean, this has not been easy for anyone. The pandemic has not been easy for anyone, and everybody goes through struggles differently. But for the younger generation, they had a lot of struggles, right? I mean, kids graduated from high school, but didn't get the pomp and circumstance. They didn't get prom. And those were our kids, but college, Sam had a wonderful first semester, and then it was miserable because it was online. But anyhow, both the kids ended up kind of really solidifying the direction they wanted to go in their lives. So that was a really awesome thing. This next one is, I'm just going to call it innovation. But for me, and for a lot of people, this could also be called pivot. Companies, people had their own business. You kind of had to figure out how to do things differently, right? And I stumbled into this whole Saturday YouTube thing. But there are a lot of things. If you would have told me 2 years ago that I'd be sitting here 2 years from now, we'd still be doing this, and I would have a whole slew of products with my name on them, that I was working directly with factories in China. There's no company that sponsors me. I do it all. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but if you had told me back then, I would have told you you were so full of you know what, and what in the world did you smoke or drink or whatever. So, that's been a really great silver lining. So innovation, and I'll, talk about that more. And then I still have to think more about that one because I ran out of time this morning. So there's that list. The only other thing I want to do now is use one of my favorites. This is also this is also a scrapbook.com little thing, but this is where I store some of my little smaller alpha stickers. Well, that's because there's word strips in here. If you ever thought that I might have an addiction to word strip stickers, this would tell you that you are correct. All word strip stickers in here. So what I thought I might do, I'm going to pull these guys out. Word strip stickers are like dropping your trimmer. No, word strip stickers are like adding a little bit of salt to your meal. Not a lot, just a little bit. You know, you taste something and you're like, oh, that's really good. But you know what? It's just missing something. You add a little tiny bit of salt and it's just like it comes alive. To me, that's what a word strip sticker does. So like right here, I'm like, you know what? I have kind of this little blank space and I feel like I need something there. Word strip sticker. When in doubt, word strip sticker. So I happen to know, I pulled out 4 here, and all of these are word strip stickers that I have on my website. Clippings. Clippings are like little pages or little, not pages, they're little like sentences or words that have been like clipped from a book. And I don't think those are what I want here. You have chit chat. So chit chat are your small little words like made, left, found, before, along. And these are all are they in alphabetical order? They started in alphabetical order. And then they go to what? And they start up again. Okay, anyhow. Small talk and small talk snarky. So I thought I knew I wanted to do one of these because they're going to be a little bit longer. Like small talk. I'm happiest when I'm with you. Travel the world. When nothing is sure, everything is possible. When nothing is sure, everything is possible. You know what? That is kind of a good one for the pandemic, for silver lining. So let's see if this goes here. Look at that. There we go. It just kind of like pulls it all together. Now, it looks kind of funny right now because that's still blank and that's still blank, but when I fill those out, it'll all just kind of pull it together. The other thing it does, it kind of makes our eye go right along here and then right along here. So look we have another visual triangle. See how my triangle goes like this? My eye goes over here automatically because I read left to right. And then it connects back up there. So there we go. The small talk snarky are basically along the same lines, but the snarkies are funny. So snarkies. I'm sorry, did I roll my eyes out loud? These are so good. I need a 6-month vacation twice a year. In my defense, I was left unsupervised. Hey, train wreck, this isn't your station. So they're just good, funny ones. All right, so those are, and that, I might, when I finish, add a few more things. The one thing I know I will need to add somewhere, I need to date this. So that's important to me that I date this because I'm talking about silver linings. I need to say when this is. So I'll probably just come in with a date stamp, but we'll see where we end up with that. All right, so now I'm going to clean up very quickly, and we are going to move on to what we started with but had to cut short earlier, and that is what I do with my Traveler's Notebook inserts when they are full. So basically when they're done. When the insert is done, I recover them. And we'll talk about that process. I'll show you what I use, and I'm going to recover the one I'm working on right now. So just give me 1 second, guys. I'm just putting a few things away just to get some of the mess out of here. All right, so this makes it really easy. Put that over here. Put that with that. Makes it really easy to clean up all of these things because, well, all of those are just in a little tray. Okay, move this. Talking to myself, but not really because you guys are with me. All right, all of this is Kit at Heart. So where is my little, here we go. Here is one of the little pouches. Everything fits in. I just had to cut off the little header for like the branding, the logo at the top and the barcode and the product number and all that. Otherwise, they will not fit. Someone had asked that this morning. Otherwise, all of the goodness fits right in there. Oh, I didn't even look at the washi. That is all the washi from Kit at Heart. I'm just going to pop that in there too. So that's how I keep all my collections together. When they're new and I'm first starting to work with them, everything goes in a pouch like that. So it all stays together. Makes it super easy to find everything. And then it also, actually really easy to like throw in a bag and take with you too. I mean, like if you're traveling or you want to go to a crop or something like that. Okay, there we go. Get rid of that. we'll just put these on the floor for now. The floor looks actually very good. I did not want things to be like super crazy hectic like normally when I do this, because when that happens, my brain has a hard time functioning. All right. So thank you for letting me just clean up really quick. Hi, Mariana. Oh, Mariana, I missed you earlier today. Were you here earlier? I'm so glad I just looked up. I'm so glad. Hi, everyone. Oh, no, you had a migraine. Oh, emergency detour and change plane. Oh, heavens. I'm sorry. Holy cow. That is definitely migraine inducing. Migraines are no fun. All right. I'm sorry. I hope you're feeling better. All right, friends. So, let me put this off to the side. Oh, not too far off to the side, because I need to have it. I need to stitch it in. So before we had to break last time, I had just barely started talking about this tool. And this is the book binding punch guide tool. I don't know. I think on my website I call it the book binding tool. I think so, because it's called like a weird guide or something. It's called like the book binding guide. And I'm like, a guide? A guide sounds like a book. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I call it the book binding punch tool, I believe. But this is what it comes with. It comes with this little pouch. And in the pouch, you have this little thing. You have 2 needles. One is curved, one is straight. And then you have wax thread. And then you have like the puncher, the little awl kind of looking thing. And then you also have the board. So the board has 2 little pieces that unscrew, and then the guide lifts off. There are, and I should have had, well, if Nick was here, I'd have him bring another one up. But there is a little pamphlet that comes with it. I have so far only used the tool for stitching my covers on my traveler's notebooks and stitching everything back together. But you can do like all different kinds of book binding. You can create your own books with this tool. So you can do a Coptic stitch. You can do like a Japanese book binding version. Anyhow, the little guide that comes with it, little paper guide, shows you how you would then punch your holes based on the different things that you would do, kind of your hole placement. But for me, this is perfect for taking, okay, where's the rest of my traveler's notebook now? Oh, here it is. So starting with something like this, well, actually, let's start with really where it starts. It starts with the tree in Oregon. No, well, I guess it does, but right, a new insert starts like this. At least the ones I use, they start like this. So they're nice and flat and all just nice and pristine, right? As you work with them, they start to get bigger and bigger and bigger. The things that you put inside them make them bigger. Eventually, it is We Are, Belinda. It's a We Are. It's a tool that I have on my website, and I have it linked in the description of the video. Yep, on my website, Joy. Oh, look at that. Tracy said there's some awesome tutorials on YouTube for the fancier stitching methods. Oh, I'm sure there are. That's a great point, Tracy. So what happens over time as you add more and more to your insert, you'll have some inserts that are stitched, but I think it's more common to see this. You just have staple bound inserts, right? So when you get a new insert and you start working on it, it's no problem because those staples will hold fine. Where's even the center? The staples will hold everything together fine. But the more and more that you add, the more and more strain it puts on the staples. So eventually, the staples are still fine, but your paper, because it keeps lifting and lifting and lifting from everything underneath it, your center pages will start to kind of pop out of the staples. So what I like to do is I work on my insert until it's all done. Once it is done, this is what I do. And I had Sam help me with this before we ended last time. So you come in and I just pull the staples out. Okay, so let's find our center. Oh, I know where the center is because it's the other half of this list. So this was the center. Right there. That's the center. Took the staples out. Now I have all of the individual pages or the individual signatures, right? Those are the individual pages. And you can see everything that I've already done is so much bigger already than inside. And you can even see at the top. See what starts to happen? You can see how everything's getting pushed a little bit more this way. So even when I'm working through my insert, if those pages start to fall out, I just kind of keep them all together until the very end. Normally at the very end is when I will uncover it and then recover. I am not at the end yet, but I'm still going to do that right now because I recovered all of mine. When I was teaching at my friend Lizzie Lou's retreat back in February last month, and I took all of my listing traveler's notebooks with me. I like separated them. I took out all of the staples and then I stitched them back together. So what I thought I would do is show you how I do that. The two needles that are here. Now the curved one is for if you are doing some of the fancier stitching techniques. So I am not using the curved one. The curved one's a little bit sharper, but this guy's pretty blunt. So pretty much a blunt nose. And when I'd done this in the past and didn't have the tool, I just had a needle like that and would just use a little bit thicker thread. What I think has made the difference for me is the wax thread. So it comes with wax thread. And then I also now carry wax thread on my website as well, just because depending on how much of this you're doing, the recovering or even doing other kind of bookbinding, you may need more wax thread. So there we go. I have both of those things. Close this guy back up. Put this back in here just so I don't lose it. And I'm short. I didn't watch a video. I'm usually too impatient. So I'll just show you how I did this. I've got my little things here, so I'm just going to put those off to the side for a sec. And I started with the first page. Okay. Someone had asked earlier if I always separate my washi. Sometimes I forget. I didn't separate that washi there, so it's still, those pages are still hooked together. You do need to separate your washi if you're going to do this because you'll never be able to do that. So now this is the first page and the last page. Once I got a hang of it, I felt comfortable doing more than one page at a time, but I waited until I was doing, until I kind of got the hang of it. So there are my first pages. So I'm starting from the back and just picking in and picking in. And I set them right here in that center. Okay, so there's a little groove here. So it naturally wants to go in that groove. So that's good. I put that right there. And you want to make sure that you have the top and the bottom, the little top dot, and where it's going to be the bottom dot, or sorry, that's the, you know what I mean. That's the top dot. This is the bottom dot. Now I may need to move this around a little bit, right? Because I don't want to go right there. If I go all the way up to the top, then I'm missing this bottom dot right here. So Amy, you don't have to wait until you're completely done. And normally I wouldn't do this right now, but it's the only one that I have that's not done. So I'm going to do it right now with you guys. The reason I'd say that you might want to wait is that I'm still adding stuff. So it still may need to grow a little bit. You still may need to grow a little bit. The other thing that I found that's a benefit in waiting to do this until the very, very, very end is the cover. So I like to use just a nice pattern paper for the cover. And it's 12 by 12 scrapbook paper that I cut down. What will happen is as you're working, and this one isn't too bad, but you can see what starts to happen here. Your cover starts to get a little bit dirtier because it's opening and closing, opening and closing. And it's when it's closing, it's on your work surface and it's kind of moving around a lot. So especially sometimes I'll travel with my inserts as I'm working on them. I like to wait until the very end because now this is just going on a shelf. So it's not going to get kind of dirty and messed up. That's another reason why I like to wait. So as I move this around, I want to be about, I don't use the top one, and there's nothing wrong with using the top one, but I don't use the top one. So I want to make sure that I have enough room between the top and the bottom. Come back in, put this guy on. make sure that I can see through. I can see that I'm still in that center, right? I want to make sure, oops, I'm totally off center now. Let me just start with one. You want to stay in the center. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my pencil and just make a little mark right there and a little mark right there. So that's how I can still see through, because when I put this on, it makes it a little bit harder to see where my center is. But if I have that pencil mark as a guide, then I know that I'm lined up. All right, so I'm going to move that just up a little bit. A little bit more. All right, so at this point, I could go to the trouble of putting this guy on and putting this guy on, and this is just, as I used it a lot, I didn't like do all that, punch, and then take that off. I would just use those little marks like I did to make sure that before I punched my holes, I could see that things were in a good spot. All right, so then what I did, I take my little awl, or whatever that tool is called, my little puncher, and I punch. And you can decide how close together you want all your holes. I didn't go every other hole in the center. I just went every other one. So basically, I'm just doing every other hole, and they happen to be the holes that are outlined. Now, if I was doing a different type of bookbinding, then I would be using the different hole placement, but I'm not. I'm just doing this, where I end up with, I don't know if you guys can see that, where I end up with my just holes about every probably 3/4 inches apart. So I'm not doing every hole, I'm doing every other hole. So I would do that. I would start with the first one, and then I'd put this guy off to the side. I have all my holes. I'd come in with the second one. I would do that again. Like I said, the more that you get comfortable with it, at least for me, the more I got comfortable with doing like 2 pages at a time instead of 1 at a time. Like anything, the more you use it, the more you'll figure out what works for you. But adding a little pencil mark is something that I didn't figure out at first. But as I was trying to make sure that I was getting in the right place every time at that center, that pencil mark really helped me to make sure I was in the center of that little groove with the center of my paper. So then I just come in and do the same thing again. Here we go. And I would say once I got the hang of it, it probably would take me, I don't know, maybe 15 or 20 minutes to punch all the holes and then sew it all together with the cover and everything. All right. So I would just then continue, and I would continue and do that for each one of the papers until I got them all punched. So I'm going to skip the rest of that just for a minute. I don't know if I have to think about that, if I'll keep going on that. Because it'll probably take us about a half an hour to do that. Okay, for the cover, those are the inside pieces. For the cover, and this part is really important. Well, I grabbed a couple of different pieces of pattern paper just out of my stash, and I thought, ooh, what do I want to use? Now, these are all different weights, right? Because 12 by 12 paper, well, not all, but a lot of it has a different weight. So I would not recommend that you, I don't recommend that you use super thin paper, right? I don't recommend you use super thin, like probably like some of the paper that, like if you go to Hobby Lobby or Joann, you know, some of their paper's super thin. It's not really sturdy enough for your cover. So you might find yourself having to do it again. So I've just pulled 3 different papers. I think I'm going to use this one. This one is an older Cartabella paper that I just love. This one reminds me of Rifle Paper Company. I have some pajamas that look like this. I love it. All right. So let's talk about sizing of your cover. Now, we've talked a lot about the traveler's notebooks that we use, some of us, or that I use. These are standard wide. So they're 8.25 inches tall and they're 5 inches wide. So we might think, oh, 5 inches wide. Okay, so then if I double that, I only need my width to be 10 inches. Yes, I will, Joanne. I'll also do a full, I'll also do a full video using the tool, because you know what I'll do when I do the full video? As I'm punching all the papers, I can speed just that part up. So you'd see me, I'd walk through that process where I punch the first few and then I'd do all the rest, or just do all the rest fast and then I'd cut until I had them all punched. So, so we're not like sitting here for 30 minutes, or even on that video, sitting there for 30 minutes. But for the cover, I don't want it to be 10 inches wide. The reason why is what we start to notice happen with our traveler's notebooks as we're using them. The more and more that we add, the more the pages start to stick out from the cover, right? And that's just naturally going to happen because we're adding things, so things are starting to push out. The pages are starting to push out because we have all this extra bulk right there. So if I kept my cover at 10 inches, well, the exact same thing would happen. If this is already 10 inches and we know it's not going to be wide enough, then I don't want to cut this at 10 inches. So see this guy? You can see this is my cover. You can see now how my cover sticks out beyond the pages. That's because this cover's not 10 inches. It is wider than 10 inches. And the width that you're going to go with is probably going to depend on how fat, how chunky your insert is. I mean, this is pretty chunky. When all is said and done, that is pretty chunky. Considering that it starts like, where'd the one go that we started with? Oh, considering that it starts like this is like little tiny baby. And this is like adult that's eaten too much food, right? I mean, look at the difference. So, you will probably come to determine how long or how wide you want your paper to be. I know I don't want it to be 5, right? I mean 10, for sure not 5. I know I don't want it to be 10. So what if I start at 11? I already know the answer to this for me, but I'm going to say, what if I start at 11? What happens if I start at 11? So, oh, I didn't do that very well at all. That's not straight at all. I know I need it to be 8.25 inches tall because that is the size of my insert. So I can do 8.25, or maybe I just do a little tiny bit wider than that. So there's 8.25. So it's now the height. When I go like this is 12. I already know this is way too wide, right? But if you're not sure about how wide it needs to be, it's better off to start super wide because you can always take away. It's really hard to add. So here's, oh, I'm confused. I'm like, what? Okay, yes. Here we go. No, that's not the beginning. I didn't stack those the right way. There we go. All right, I need to cover. So if I do this, ooh, that inside's really pretty too. If I do this, okay, well, clearly that's way too big, Layle, right? I knew that was too big. So I need to trim some off. And I can decide my personal preference, how much extra do I want to have hanging over? I probably am going to start with a 1/4 inch cut off of here. So if this is 6, if I cut a 1/4, oh, ouch. Yeah. That's thick paper and it's also doubled. All right, I can even see still, you know what? Look, it's still too much. So this isn't a bad way to do it. I mean, it's not a bad idea just to then cut off another 1/4 or cut off an 1/8. Just cut off a little bit more and then we'll see what we have. Well, we know what we have. Okay, so there, that's probably pretty good, right? It's a little bit wider. It will protect it. None of those pages are hanging out and it will be now nice and neat and not so like sticky outy, pokey outy crazy, okay? This, because we just took a 1/4 and a 1/4 and a 1/4 and a 1/4, this is 11 inches, all right? And 11 inches works for me because I have a lot of things sticking out. 11 inches, let's just double check. Let's check our math. 11 inches, there we go. So, if you're doing this and you want to start at 11 inches, you could completely skip past the having to do that and cut some and cut some. Start at 11 inches and then you determine your preference. Well, is that too wide? Is it not wide enough? Like I said, it's a lot easier to continue taking off than try to add back on, because you pretty much can't, well, you could figure it out, but it's going to be a lot more trouble. So what I would do from here, if all of my pages, I poked all the holes in my pages, then what I would do, I'd come back and then poke the holes in the cover. So now everything has all the holes poked in it. Okay, so let me just show you this. Let's just pretend. Let's pretend like we're going to have a traveler's notebook that has one page in it. Just so you can kind of see how this process works. At least how I do it. I don't know that it's the right way, it's just the way I do it. So if it worked for me, then it's the right way for me. This needs to be 8.25. This, incidentally, is also how you can make your own traveler's notebook inserts. It's already 11 because it's 8.5 by 11. I did one of our Saturday sessions way early on in the pandemic. I did a video about how to make your own inserts. And I didn't have the tool, but I used a blunt nose needle and some thick cotton thread, and I walked through how you can I actually did it, made our own inserts. Just using cardstock. Used cardstock, put pattern paper in there, so it's kind of fun to even do your own inserts. I'm just going to make this a little tiny bit skinnier. Oh yeah, what did I do? There we go. Just creating my little mock-up here, so hang tight. All right, so here we go. Let's pretending like this is our traveler's notebook insert. It's a really thin one because it just has one page. So if I came back in, I will punch these holes really quick. I just want to do this so I can show you how you can then stitch it. All right, so I'm going to make my little pencil mark so I know where that center is and where that center is. We'll lay this guy back over it like so. Move that down a bit. We're still centered. Move it down a bit. I'm moving it down or up because I don't want my hole to be partly over the edge. And then I just come in, and every once in a while I just check that bottom one, but it'll start to really settle in that groove. So make sure my center is still there, and there we go. Then I'm just going to do that to my cover, because if this was my cover, I would need to do the same thing here. And I'm just going fast. We're just pretending. This is not, I normally would never use this cover because I'm taking it off. I'm not trying to put it back on again because I know it's not wide enough, but I'm just doing a real quick demo so you guys can see how then you'd go about stitching it. Whoops. And this is satisfying. This part, poking those holes, is really satisfying. This is another thing, like if you're on an airplane or you're binge watching TV or you want to craft, but you're not feeling creative at all, but you still want to be crafting, this is something that you can do while you are, this is something that you can do. What did I do here? That's funny. I just don't mind me. I knew I was doing that. I started too high on this one, so bear with me. I just need to cut part of this off because my little holes aren't going to line up right there. I started with the first one instead of doing my every other large one like I had done before. All right, so now they're all lining up. So now I would come in and take my blunt nose needle that comes with and wax thread. And I just cut it however long I think it might need to be. So the wax thread that comes with it, I have recovered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. And I still have wax thread left. It didn't say on the package how much, like how many yards it is, but that's why I brought more into the store. I think it's like 6 yards. I did 6 yards for like $3 or something, so it's not expensive. All right, here we go. I need to tie a knot in it, right? I need to tie a knot. And then I'm going to tie a knot again just because I don't want that knot to pull through. I think Nick's here. Oh, 4:44. He's going to be here just in time for the wine time at 5. All right, there we go. So I don't double it, right? So if you go back to like, I go back to like my home ec. Oh, hold on, I missed something. If you poke so many holes, won't it perforate the paper? Then they will tear really easy. So Terry, I have done, you can decide how many holes that you want to poke. So what I'll end up doing, is that what I did on this one? See, look it. I went every other big one. No, I went every big one. Hang on. Yeah, I did every big one. So I go that way and then come back up through, go that way and back up through. So I'm not ending up with my stitching all the way. When I do the every other one like that, I end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 stitches. But if you were worried about that, you could do every third one or every fourth one. All right, so I said back to our home X. Let me get my Band-Aid off, my washi Band-Aid. 444, that's, I know, angel number. Oh yeah, don't mind my little owie there. So going back to like 8th grade home ec, because I'm not a sewer. I have not double knotted this or double threaded it, right? I just have that little piece that's hanging out. Again, I'm not a sewer, so I don't know that terminology. Now you can decide when you're getting ready to stitch if you want your knot to be on the outside or on the inside, right? So I don't think it matters. It's just whatever your personal preference is. I think I had decided that I wanted my knot to be on the outside and not on the inside. So when I would start this, first of all, as you're pulling through, you obviously want to make sure you're holding onto that thread so it doesn't come off like that, okay? So start through. Now I need my next one, okay? So I need to add the next one. I need to add the next one. I need to keep adding each of those pages, right? Because I need all of those pages in. So I would, I could probably add like 2 or 3 at a time, depending on how patient you are. You could even do the whole stack at one time. You just have to go slow and then kind of move things around a little bit. But you could do the whole stack at the time. Once I probably got to my third or fourth one I was doing, I got more comfortable doing like the third or fourth, the whole stack at a time or half a stack. So then I'm assuming I have all of my pages here, right? Then I come back through and come back through. And I want to pull it taut. I don't want to pull it like super tight. If I pull it super tight, all I'm going to do is end up tearing it. I don't want to tear the paper. And then come back through the back side. And now I'm just like blanket. Is this blanket stitching? I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I don't even know. Now I'm just doing my stitching. Okay. And I'd keep doing this. Oh, look it. Look it.
5 o'clock somewhere.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 4:47 here. Thank you, honey. Okay. Well, I'm going to put this off to the side for 1 minute. We'll cheers in a minute. Okay. We'll cheers with whatever you cheers with. Thank you, jurist. Okay, so then I just keep coming through and now I'm just stitching, right? This is like totally relaxing. Well, to me it is. But good if you're binge watching something on TV, or this would be a good thing if you are, with me on a Saturday and you're listing or something like that and you just need a break, then recover one of your notebooks. Make sure to hold on to that little guy because he wants to escape, right? And you guys, this is the way I do it. I'm not saying I'm the expert by any means because I didn't watch any video, but this is what worked for me. Probably what I will do before I do my video, I'll go watch a video just to make sure that I'm not doing something like really wrong. I don't think I am, but you never know. All right, so there we go. So that once all is said and done, and I'm just going to keep going while I'm talking. Once all is said and done, and in case you jumped in late, I'm just doing a sample one here. I would have all of my pages on as I'm doing this. I wouldn't just have one page. I don't do this for every single page individually. So I just keep on going, keep on going. And then when I'm done, I obviously need to knot it again, okay? I saw somebody else say that she used crochet thread. I think that's what, no, crochet? I don't remember. No, cross stitch? I don't remember what it is. But you could use colored thread if you have colored thread. Embroidery floss you probably use as well. It comes with the wax thread and I use the wax thread and I actually really liked the wax thread because it seems to hold a little bit better. based on some of the other ones that I had covered before. The other thing was that the thread doesn't move around a lot. Once it's there, and the wax kind of helps hold things in place. So that's what I found, but you use whatever you want. All right, so now what you need to do is now you need to knot it, right? We for sure need to knot it, because if we don't knot it, it is going to have a problem. It's not ever going to stay tight. Oh, golly. Yeah. So just work with your knot, work with your knot, work with your knot until you get it knotted. All right. And then what I would do is I would probably do a double knot, just so, you know, it doesn't like pop. I don't want it to pop. So I won't continue with that. But that is, in short, what I did here. Okay. So that is my notebook. That's all my inserts, or my insert. That's all the pages of my insert that basically I took my whole insert apart once I was done, and then punched all the holes, created the cover, punched the holes in the cover, and then either when I first started out, because I wasn't, you know, as comfortable with the process, I put just one of the pages. I put that very first page on and sewed, and then stopped, and then put the next one on, and then the next one on, and the next one on. I did, for the first hole, I did all of those one by one. And then I started figuring out, oh, maybe I could put 2 or 3 on at once, and then all go through. Eventually, you may be able to get to the point where you can pull them all on, put them all together at once. When I was doing that, when I got to that point, I would kind of hold it like this, and I would hold it like up, you know, on the table like this. And I'd try to come in this way, because it was a lot easier for me to see where the needle was and to kind of move things around a little bit more to get through all those holes. So that is the process, you guys, that I go through to recover my inserts once I'm done with them and rebind them. Now, I haven't always had the tool. I didn't always use that tool, because you can do it without a tool. This was, I think, probably the first one that I did. So this is where I'd say learning, right? So this is probably, I don't know, maybe a year and a half ago. Learning, I didn't use the tool, but this is what happened. I was poking all my holes, and I thought it was so great, and I was not using the tool. I was using, I think, like a magazine or a catalog to make this little indent, and I'm punching all the holes, and then this is what happened. On the back side, well, you can see I have a little bit extra there between my knot, and I can pull, but then if you pull, then it's going to be longer in some spot. I went off center, so I'm all the way back here off center, and then I go back on, and then don't even ask me what I was doing here. But anyhow, it's not bad. It's still recovered. And if you don't look too closely, you don't see that it kind of looks like that. But so you don't have to have a tool for sure. You can just, you could do all that on your own. And I just used instead of even using, I did use a paper piercer when I did that. I used a paper piercer to pierce all my holes, and then used a blunt nose needle. But not everybody even does that. Some people are like, yeah, I'm okay with this. Some people may decide at the end they want to put a piece of another cover over it, or even glue or something cover to it. But I like to do this just because I think it just finishes them off a little bit more. You could decorate this if you wanted. I haven't started doing any decorating anything on it, but it just kind of makes them now all nice and neat and a little bit more presentable. All right, so that is that tool. And that's the tool that I have on my website, linked in the description. That's been so far really popular. You guys like that tool, which is fun. So I think it's a good one. I think it's a good one for what we do. And like any tool, it only is as good as, number one, getting it out of the package, right? I know you guys, because we're all alike. We get excited about things. We get excited about tools. We buy them, and then we don't take them out of the package, either because we're afraid or we just like the thrill of the buy and then forget to use it. But it's the kind of thing that you have to use it, and you get better with practice. I mean, by the time I was on my third one, I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of figured out what would work for me. And but I just want to put all these things away right now, because if I don't do that, then, you know, we got to put our things away. I'll lose one of those little guys. So if you get it, or if you have it, some of you say, oh yeah, I've had that for a while. It's sitting in the back of my closet. use it. Just get it out and play with it, right? Get it out and play with it. Because, like I said, this is just basic. What I just did is basic. And I don't know if I'll ever do anything else with it, like the fancy Coptic binding that Paige Evans does and all the really cool things, but you can. The tool will help you do that if you want to do those things. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think it is a pretty fun tool. And I will do a video on that one too, just because I know it's a lot easier to see the full thing. And then also I can speed parts over that. All right, so let me get us organized here and let's look at, okay, 5 o'clock. Well, I think, all right, we'll do this. How about in 15 minutes? In 15 minutes, we'll do a little toast and I will have a sip of my wine. Ooh, I better get that off that table. That's gonna be a disaster. So whatever your beverage of choice is, water, tea, coffee, soda, wine, tequila, I don't know, whatever you want, anything. But in about 15 minutes, we'll do a little toast. Oh, the thrill of the buy. Oh, Nanette, I have a master's, I have a PhD in the thrill of the buy. I am the worst when it comes to that. I just need to ask Nick to get me some more water. So hang on. Honey, can you get me some more water? Thank you. Oh, will you bring one of those? Also, just bring the little True Line packaging too. Okay. All right. Next up, let's see where we are on the schedule of fun. How's everybody doing? Oh, Bridget, peach iced tea. That sounds good. Wine or tea? Wine or tea? Susan, you're like, why not both? Jan, the thrill of the buy is definitely my MO in all things paper crafting. And you guys, I get it. There's so many tools that we think we're like, oh my gosh, that would be so much fun. I want to do that. I want to use that. I want to try that. I want to buy it. And we buy it and then we don't use it. So, if you buy it, just try to use it, okay? Because it's good. Hi, Linda May. Finally back. Work is overrated when Layla's having a day event. Yeah, I know. Carolyn, coffee here as it's almost 7. I want to stay up a bit later. Oh, yes. Demo, yes, Mimi, I will do for sure like a full video on that. Oh, Sarah, yes. I'm going to say, I know Sarah, I think. I probably know this anyway. Sarah, Canadian cider. Vicky likes a cider.
All the clothes that you buy and never wear, then donate with this tag still on it.
Well, I know, but that's the thrill of the, exactly. See, did you hear Nick? Thanks a lot. No comments needed from the peanut gallery. Did you guys hear what he said? What about all the, oh, Colleen, I will see you. I missed that. He said, what about all the clothes you buy that has and then eventually never wear and then you donate with the tags on them? I know, you know what? It's just whatever. It's true though. It's true. All right. I mean, there's not a lot of them, but sometimes it happens. But then sometimes you lose weight and it doesn't fit anymore. You never had a chance to wear it. And then because the pandemic happened and then, yeah, you know. Okay. Let me look at our list. We did that. We did. Oh, yes. All right. You know what? It's time for another list. Ooh, yes. We're going to do advice to my younger self. Some advice I'd like to share with young Layle, right? That's always a fun one. If we look back and it's like, if I only knew then what I know now, right? So it's kind of that list. If I only knew then what I know now. Now, I did not finish covering this, so I'm back to my pages. One more thing I want to say about that. Some people, and I started with this before we took a break before the second session. Some people, this is how they start with their traveler's notebook inserts. They, brand new, they take the staples out, they take the cover off, and then they work with them just this way, okay? And that's how I was working with this list because I'd already taken everything apart. They just work on them this way. For some people, it's much easier to work this way, right? Oh, Carolyn, that cover paper, it's an oldie. I pulled it out of my stash. It is from Cartabella. It's from the Flower Market collection and it's called Garden Floral. It's from 2019. Garden Floral, Flower Market, Cartabella. Yeah, it's a beauty. Yeah, I know. It's a good one. All right, so some people, yes, they will start with their inserts this way and they deconstruct them right from the start. just so they can work with them as they're going and they can stamp easily. And then when they're all done, they put them back together. All right, so now what I will wait to do that video until I'm done with this insert. When I'm done with the insert, that's when I'll do the video. So you guys have my commitment. All right, so next up, this will be my next list right here. And this one is advice to my younger self. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to have a sip of water. Carrie is absolutely right. Carrie said, not a bad idea to pull them out of the staple from the get-go. Makes for a flat surface. Yeah, especially if you're stamping, then you have that flat surface. The only thing you want to make sure that you do, you guys, and this part's important. The thing that you want to make sure that you do is keep everything together, because you don't want to get them out of order, but you want to make sure that this one stays with this one. Because if this one doesn't stay with this one and somehow gets separated and you do part of your list here, and then let's say you do part of your list here, well, look what happens. Those don't go together. That's okay, but then, oh my gosh, what did I do? So even if you take a pencil and number your pages or something, that might be a really good idea, to number your pages or something like that, just so they all don't get out of order. Then when you go to put it back together, your fronts and backs don't match up anymore. All right. Let's see. Yes, but Mr. Nick, how many golf clubs can one man have? I know, right? Exactly. And how do you tell me you need 8 putters? He doesn't have 8 putters, but you know, just like I need 8 sweaters with a 0 after the 8, not before. I'm just kidding. All right. So, really quick, I asked Nick to bring me some more water because I needed some more water. And someone was asking before, it's hard to drink water. Yes, it is, because if you have to drink a lot of water, like a gallon a day. I know a gallon sounds like a lot. It's really not. It's like 5 or 6 of those, so it's really not that much. This is what I do. And it's like it's true lime, true lemon, true grapefruit, true orange. It's crystallized. It's crystallized. Ooh, does that sound weird? Crystallized lime. 1 packet equals taste of 1 wedge. 0 calories, 0 sugar. The ingredients: citric acid, lime oil, lime juice. It's healthy. It's all good. But if I could, I'd have limes and lemons and be able to squeeze fresh in my water every day. I'd probably go through 3 or 4 limes or lemons a day, and that's a lot. So that's what I use. I use true lime, and I use one of those in a big thing of water like that, and it is amazing. It's so good. I don't work for True Lime either. All right. So now let's do our list. Here we go. This one is called Advice to My Younger Self, right? So what I'm going to do, I just have to show you guys this. I had this I had the washi from the collection in this. Look at this. Terry, I got them on Amazon. True Lime. I think you can buy them at the grocery store. I think that's what you were talking about. But even at the grocery store. Nancy's right. Yes. Introduced to that on JetBlue Airlines a while ago. Airlines switched, some of them, from doing fresh lemons and limes for drinks to doing that, because it's just a lot easier. I have to show you guys this. Isn't this the cutest thing ever? Someone gave me this when I was teaching at She Loves Color event. And she had just bought the cute little, I think Threshold. That might be Target. Anyway, she bought the cute little white dish. And then look what she did. She put all those little colored dots on there. I mean, it's paint. She just painted. There were little white dots. And she just painted all those little white dots. Isn't that darling? Yes. Okay. I think it's prize time. Let's look at our prize list. I didn't do very well. I did a whole bunch of prizes at the end of the last one because I got off track from our prizes. Oh, all right. We did let's do a, okay, not that one yet. I'm not ready for that one yet. I missed that one before. I did all of these, but this one. So let me just make a quick note. I need to get back to this one. Just that one. Okay. Over here, I did that. Oh, I know what I was going to do. Okay. I just have to find them. All right, well, this will give you the gist because I forgot to give you that ahead of time. I'm going to do an assortment of these guys. These are well, you can use them for lots of things. But these are really super thick plastic from scrapbook.com. I use them for stamp storage. So look at this little size that they have, this 4x4. Well, you guys may have seen me use these before because look at, that is what, look at, my littles are in that. So it's just a nice way to keep your little stamps stored. So that was, there's a 4x4. They do a 5x7. I think that's like a 9x13. So it's just a great way to kind of keep your stamps stored and organized. So I have an assortment of those. They will be ones I haven't used. I'm just not sure what I did with them. But that will be we'll do that one as a live giveaway right now too. How about that? And then we'll do another one that is a one that works for the replay too. They have 12 by 12 ones too. Yes, Kathy. So these I have also linked in the description of the video. Scrapbook.com is a bunch of different sizes. Those, okay, when I do a live giveaway like this, all I do, my iPad's in front of me and I scroll and I stop. Teresa V, if you will, if you're here, you're here. If not, you probably don't know that you won. But Teresa V wins an assortment of those storage envelopes. Teresa, I just need you to send me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, put giveaway storage envelopes. And then in the email itself, give me your name and address. And I will get you some of those sent off. Because, yeah, those are fun little storage things. If I could get my big, well, I won't show you my whole big container of stamps because it's hard for me to get out of that, of my shelving thing. But anyhow, that's how I store a lot of stamps. Let's also do another giveaway right now. And this one will be for anyone. So this one, for people that are even watching the replay. And the way that you'd participate in this guy is you'll leave a comment on the video once the video is over. Anytime between now and next Saturday. So this is a little goodie bag from Andy. And Andy's the one who designs all of my stamps. So in this little goodie bag, you have her super cute, it's called Ella Love stamp. This little envelope. Elephant, wow. Little elephant. And you have all these cute little sentiments that can go in the little heart for nice cards. Okay, so look at that. Isn't that cute? Hello. She's super talented. All right, so you have that in there. What else do you have? Oh my gosh. Okay, look at it. This is her little mascot. She drew scattered too. So a little patch, a vinyl sticker, and look at that. This is her little guy. He's called Sloopy, the sloth. That little enamel pin with the glitter all over him. So that one, that prize pack will be, that can anyone, even if you're watching the replay between now and next Saturday. Next Saturday would be the 26th. Leave a comment on this video, and you have to comment on the video when it's done, so not in the chat. Kathy, you can get Andy's stamps. I don't sell that one. I sell some of her other ones, but she has a shop on Etsy. So if you go to Etsy and if you search for Andy K Art, okay, Etsy Andy K Art. All right, which reminds me. There's one more. What did I do with that one? Might as well do that one now too, if I can find where I did with it. There's another Andy thing. I don't know where it is. It's another pin. What did I do with it? I have things so organized. Okay, let me just do another little visual. Oh, there it is. Okay, this one will also be another anyone can win. You don't have to be live. She does, Marie. I think so. I think she has them on her website. I mean, in her Etsy shop. If not, and there's something that you want, email me and then I'll hook you up with Andy. All right. You might be able to message her on, you might be able to also message her on Etsy, probably. All right. Here's the other thing. So, Andy made another stamp, and we did a promotion. She sent me a box full of these, and we did a gift with purchase. So if you purchased one of her listed stamps, or really any of Andy's listed stamps that I carry on my website, while supplies lasted, you got one of these free. Now, I don't have these anymore. The promotion, we went through all the stamps, and this little pin that goes with it. But she does have these on her Etsy shop. Look at this pin. If you haven't seen this, isn't that not the cutest thing ever? It's Pip the Clip. And Pip the Clip, we use our clipboard stamps, right? The clipboard stamps that Andy designed for me, but kind of not for me. I had been wanting somebody to do clip stamps for a long time. Now she's done 4. So she and I talked quite a bit about what I would want to see on a clip stamp. And then she came out with 4 different ones so far. And they're under her brand, but I sell them on my website. So that little thing, that's another giveaway that we'll do. I forgot to add this here. Clip pin. And that one will also be for a post prize. Whoops, that doesn't go there. Pip the Clip. Anyhow, but with that guy, I know she does have those in her Etsy shop, or she said she was going to add them. I know, it's so cute, isn't it? Seriously. All right. Terry, I love it. Terry said, I'm just going to sit and listen and punch out my notebook pages. Are you working with the bookbinding guide, Terry? Okay. Terry, are you sick? I said, get better, Terry. All right. Back to our list. Oh, well, before we start our list, let's just do this now. Okay, guys, guess what? Let's do our little cheers. It's time to cheers. So we're going to cheers to, and I can do this. I'm going to cheers to me, and I'm going to cheers to us. We're cheersing. We're doing cheers for 2 years. This Saturday is the 2-year anniversary of when we've been doing all of this fun stuff together on YouTube for our listing with Traveler's Notebooks. So cheers. You get to have one little sip for that. Oh, that's so good. Love that. Okay, I'll just savor that. So that's the first cheers. Yes, cheers to 2 years. Cheers. I should wait because now everyone's cheersing. So cheers, and cheers to all of you guys, because you guys have made these Saturdays such a wonderful, pleasant, just awesome place. You really have. I never thought we'd be here 2 years later. I honestly never thought we'd be here 2 years later. So I love that. Yes, definitely looking forward to 3. Absolutely. Just like the pandemic, we're entering our 3rd year, right? All right. So the other cheers is, this is also to you guys in a way, but this is also a cheers to my 3-year anniversary on April 1st of going out on my own and focusing 100% on my Layle By Mail business. And here we are 3 years later, somewhere I never thought it would be. So that is also, well, without you guys, it would be nothing. without people that come to my classes when I teach in person. And I should have, you know what? I'm sorry, you guys. Okay. I need to flip the camera because this is silly. I'm just talking to the air. Well, I'm flipping. Ooh, I forgot to turn off the lights first. So we're just going to do a little flipping here. Okay. We're just taking a little break. Now I can properly cheers. Okay. There. Now we can cheers. But now I feel better talking to you guys about this stuff instead of just staring at my work surface. So yes, cheers. For the 3 years, because really I could not be here with my business if it weren't for you guys. I travel and teach, and for people coming to my classes and people doing my classes online, and you guys on Saturdays and shopping my website and all of that. So sincere thank you, and cheers to you guys. Okay, now we can have another sip. Oh, screenshot. Okay, hold on. Okay, because I just moved too fast and stuff. Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter. But now you can do this, okay? Now I have to make sure I'm looking in the right place though, because I'll look like I'm staring off into no man's land. Okay, now we can do cheers. Cheers. And someone will screenshot that and send it to me, right? Cheers. Hopefully someone will screenshot that and send it to me. So whatever you're cheersing with, cheers to you. And cheers to you guys for, we made it through 2 years. And I don't mean made it through this. This is easy to make it through, right? I mean the blank show of the last 2 years. We made it. So we all deserve a big ol' congratulations for that. Okay, so now I'm going to flip the camera again. All right, flipping again. I too, Sarah, am so happy that we're all still here 2 years later. That we're still doing this because clearly I love it. It's I always say this is the only time that I do my own crafting. It really is. This is all just me playing. It's the only time I get to play like this just for me and do my own stuff, right? My memory keeping. This is all memory keeping for me. So I love it. And I love that you guys come and hang out with me when we do it together. Brava. Oh, I like that. Brava. What's Brava? Cheers for a screenshot. Oh, very good. All right. And you guys are welcome and thank you. You are welcome and thank you as well. Where on your website is the binding tool? It's under like tools and storage, I think. You know what, Jennifer, it's in a link. It's in the description of the video, in the big description box of the video. Or if you go to my website and just go to the search bar and search for book binding tool and it should come right up. Thank you, Mimi, for emailing that. Okay. Lisa said, thanks for the day. I popped in and out between work and have to go now to get ready for a wine paired dinner. Yes, Lisa, I love it. Have so much fun. Thank you. Really appreciate your sharing and creating. Thank you. All right, friends, let's go back to our list now. Or maybe not go back to, let's get started on our list now. How about that? Oh, there's another good number. 222, I like it. Okay, advice to my younger self. Yes, advice to my younger self. So what I thought I would do here, I have pulled out some new products from 49 and Market. I have a friend, a woman that has been in the industry forever and a day. She goes all the way back. She's super talented. Some of you, if I mention the term Autumn Leaves, you may remember that company from way years ago, many, many years ago. But her name is Katie Pertiet, Pertiet. Super talented designer. She designs for a couple of different companies. She does some stuff for Simple Stories. So, for example, Simple Vintage Indigo Garden is Katie. And that is actually, it's probably easier to show it this way. Simple Vintage Indigo Garden was this list. This. So those are some of the products. Some of those are some of the products, but the beautiful indigo or the blue color and it's a gorgeous collection. She also does some work for 49 and Market. And so I have a couple of her different collections that are new. One is called Curator's Botanical. The other one is called Avesta. So really fun. Avesta is kind of corals and some greens and some whites and some kind of woods and all different kinds of things. And then Curator's Botanical is totally different, but lots of white to it, flowers, lots of different ephemera pieces. And they both come with paper as well. Aren't those just both so beautiful? So what I thought I would do, I'm going to use some Curator's Botanical on this list. Over the next couple of weeks, I'll do some Avesta. But there's some washi that came with these collections. This one is called Postage Stamp. So I'm going to work with this today. It's very fun. But then when I saw this, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the coolest thing. So this is a box and it's a nice quality box. Well, nice quality. It's cardboard, so it's not like it's, amazing, but it's sturdy, nice quality box. Open it up. I have 12 rolls of washi in that box. But look at them. It's like it's all stitching. Isn't that so cool? Really, really cool, the different stitches. But what's kind of fun about this, and I haven't opened the box yet, but it also has, okay, hang on. It has that piece on it. So you know what that piece is? Some of you guys use like the tin foil or saran wrap from Costco when it has a little thing that like clips on the, I have to make sure, I don't know which way to clip this on. Oh, there we go. It clips onto the box like that. So now if I take one of these washies, let's just say I take this washi. And I do this. Hold on. Because I haven't used it before. It will, I probably should have looked at this before. It will cut the washi. Yeah. I need to figure out how to use that, friends. Oh, wait, no, duh. I'm so blonde. What a ding-a-ling. If Nick was in here, he'd be laughing at me. Any of the people in my family would be laughing at me. Okay, so basically I can do that. And it cuts it for me, okay? So it's kind of just this cool little dispenser for your washi. And then when you are not using it, it just goes right back in the box. So really fun. Now, I will tell you not to like talk about something that we don't even have yet, but look how cool that is. It's like literally, I look at a sewing machine and you know what happens? The whole thing, even the whole bobbin, just before I even touch it, it goes, and it's just a mess. So, let me put it on here. So to be able to have the look of stitching like this, like, and I'm talking like really cool stitching, because look at all the really cool stitching, without actually having to stitch. But look. How fun is that? And you have just kind of what happens. So it's really fun. So I'm going to use Curator's Botanical, the ephemera. I'm going to take a look. I don't know if I'll end up using the paper pack today. We'll see, because what I have in mind, I'm not sure that I will. I may use this, but if you're not a washi person, or if you're like, yeah, it's kind of fun, but I don't know. Also, very similar, but different. Pretty Little Studio, and I have these on my website as well. I just need to see where they are in here. There are clear stickers that, oh goodness, I should have pulled them out before. Oh, here we go. So some are colored and some are just black. So there's other packages that are black, but these are clear stickers. So you just pull off the whole little sticker strip and then you have the same kind of effect. You kind of have a different stitched look. Two different types of products, two different companies that give you kind of the same effect. But like, look at that. Look at those are also clear stickers. The little stars and hearts and pine boughs, and yeah, that's cute too. All right, so let's get to work on our list. Get that out of the way. All right, I know I want to use that. And that'll be kind of what I start with. And then we'll go from there. So let me get this out of the way. Sewing, yes, sewing machines hate me. Belinda, and this is just kind of funny. I think it auto-corrected for you because it says seeing machines hate me too. That's funny. Yeah, you don't have to get your scissors. You don't have to. You can, but you don't have to. All right, so look at this. This is, I think this is so cool. This is washi, but look, postage stamp. So it's perforated. All the edges are perforated like you'd expect a postage stamp to be. So let me just show you. Let's get out our little sample book again. I'm so sorry. I know. Sorry about that. Nick just wanted to try to share something. Hold on. Nick, what were you trying to share with me? Is it something? Oh, jeez. Wow. Okay. Jennifer Day, if you are still on, you're going to appreciate this. I'm like, Nick, is something wrong? Because he just tried to share something with me and it completely, like, disconnected us. It completely disconnected us. Well, because there was a little message on my screen because it said Nick Concar is trying to share something or other. So I walked out there really quick. I'm like, honey, is everything okay? And he goes, oh, so sorry. I messed around. And he's like stuttering and mumbling. And I'm like, what? And he goes, I was just trying to share my Wordle score with you. Wordle. He's trying to share his, you guys can blame Nick for we get to get buffered or booted or whatever there. It wasn't you, it was me. Well, it was actually, wasn't you, and it wasn't me, it was Nick. He was sharing his Wordle score with me. Nick and I have just started doing Wordle, like not even a week. And so this is a little insight. Okay, I'm gonna have a sip of wine. We're just chatting for a minute. This is a little insight into our relationship. Here's a little squirrel moment. So I played it for the first time. And Nick's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm playing Wordle. And he goes, Wordle? What's Wordle? And so I explained it to him and he goes, oh, okay, I want to try it. So he tried Wordle. If you don't know, it's a word game that a man invented. His last name was Wordle. And then he sold it to the New York Times for, I'm sure, a lot of money. So if you ever want to play Wordle, you go to New York Times website or just Google Wordle New York Times and it'll pop right up. But it's a word. It's a 5-character word. There's a new one every day. You have 6 tries to get the word right. And yeah, I won't go into more of that, but whatever. So here's a little insight into Nick. He's like, okay, I'm going to try it. And you have 5 tries. So he gets to the 4th try. I think it's 5 tries or it's 6 tries. He gets to the 5th try and he's nowhere near close to getting the word. And he goes, oh, I don't know what to do. I'm going to not get him, whatever. And I go, well, I'm trying to give him hints. And he goes, well, what's the word? And I said, I'm not going to tell you the word. He goes, oh, come on, what's the word? And I told him, and he goes, okay. And then he puts it in, and he gets it. And I'm like, honey, that's not fair. You're cheating. And he goes, no, I'm not. I got it right. And I'm like, Nick, that is cheating. So anyhow, but he wanted to share the Wordle score with me. So now it's a little bit of a competition in our family about who can get the Wordle and how many times you have to, how far away or from you or whatever. But I know Jennifer Day plays Wordle, so I thought that's why she might get a kick out of that. It is. It's quite addictive. You can only play it once a day. It doesn't take a ton of time. And new one every day, but it's kind of fun. Mariana, I can swear because she said it. She said, damn it. I was on a no more washi buy, and now I need those. I know. I'm going to tell you guys something. 49 and Market just released, I know it's horrible to say because we're just using this, a new collection that Katie did, and oh my gosh, you guys, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. It is so bright, but it's like this kind of look, but amazingly beautiful, bold, bright colors. So I placed a big order. What's today? Oh yeah, I placed a big order yesterday morning because I'd seen her every day kind of sharing. So I placed a big order for it yesterday morning. And you guys are going to love it. You're going to love it. There's a couple different postage stamp type washi. Oh, it's good. But I don't think it ships until, I know not until April, but I think it's a while for April. I mean, I know April's not that long away, but I don't know when it ships in April. So stay tuned for that one, but it's so good. Okay, so let's pull out. I haven't opened these yet. Let's pull out and see what we have here. The advice, because I'm just going to kind of be writing advice in here, but I want to fill up a lot of kind of the space. So these are the die cuts. So I'm just going to kind of start putting things into pieces. Actually, that's really big, so we'll just put that in the middle of things maybe I might use. Maybe. Of course it's yellow. Ooh, I love these kind of things, like the ticket. I don't think I'll use any of the little tabs on this one, but little tabs like this would be fun for something like this. Like if you're working with the library card in the pocket, look at, ooh, you know what? I might just put that one right there. 2 totally different collections, right? Both Katie, but 2 totally different collections. I'll think about that later. All right, what else? Ooh, maybe that. So clearly I'm going with a color palette here, and it's no surprise because yellow. I love the yellows, but that's nice because it's got that little yellow in there. So all of these little pieces Oh, look at that, could be fun to work in somehow. This says, oh, it says 82 pieces. So you get lots of different sized things, but I wouldn't use more than one of those. Ooh, I could pull some blue in. We'll put those over there. I like that. That's fun. That's a bigger. Ooh, you know what? I know, look at me. I might even put a purple in there. Who am I even these days? So fun frames. No, that one doesn't really do it for me. That might work. So I'm just going through, seeing what I have in this little pack of goodness that I might just be able, ooh, this might be good. Never forget this? Maybe, I don't know. Because it's important, if I'm taking the time to go back and tell my younger self advice that she might appreciate, right? Ooh, look it. All right, more butterflies. That could be fun. And then you get some much bigger pieces, right? So those of you that are scrapbooking or even mini books, you get bigger pieces in there as well. All right, I think we've got a good set of things to roll with here. Oh, and I have been carrying 49 Market for a while. Back in the early days, when I was doing some lists with it, I would even use, this is the packaging. This is the packaging, you guys. So look at, you could totally use this packaging as part of your list if you wanted, right? So it's all good stuff. Diane says she always has an iced tea next to me. Oh, really quick, I don't know, it just made me think this. Those of you that we were talking about the Gina Livy thing and you're like, I could never drink that much water. Iced tea, coffee, that also it contributes to your water intake. So, all right, we have a good start there. So I'm going to put all this off to the side on that little tray. And let's see what we might want to do. This is big, but it might work. I'm just going to start taking some things. I really like that, and I like the color. So maybe maybe this whole bottom half of this list is just stuff that we're layering, right? Maybe my list starts here and just goes a little bit onto there. Just start throwing the layers on top. I like that one. Maybe we need a little bit of, no, this is going to be too white. I don't really have room for that anywhere. This yellow I sure like too. I'm missing all different kinds of things. Do I sell the pen and scissors holder on my desk? I do, Wendy. That is called a stash and store. And I have those in 3 different colors. Yeah, that's awesome. It is beautiful, Christina. I agree. Christina said I'm loving this collection. Susan, if I missed you, thanks for joining us. What's it called? Wendy. Back to, was it that? Oh yeah, that one. Did you ask that one? Stash and store? Yes, stash and store. Sorry, I missed that. Layle, I love the way you say, look it. I get so excited. Look at, how fun. Oh, so you know what? This could go up here, right? This could maybe go up here a little bit. I just have to figure out where my title is going to go. Where is my title going to go? Stalls. This portion of the ticket must be retained to ensure possession of the seat taken. The audience are respectfully desired to be in their places by 10 minutes to 8 o'clock. Isn't that fun? All just like vintage ephemera, right? Reproductions of vintage ephemera. I really like this guy too. Please retain this ticket for inspection on demand. And look what's so cool. You can even see like the holes where the where like the staples were, where they've rusted a little bit. But it's not, you know, it's just flat. It's not, there's not really holes there. There's no rust. It's just part of that artwork. So very cool. Maybe that goes along there. We need a little bit more color over here. We need to pop in some yellow, I think. Pop in a little bit of yellow. What if we popped in yellow somehow like this? There. I think that'll work. Let's just go with it. Let's just go with it. So just layering, right? With so much of the stuff, at least for me, this is how I work with stuff like this. It's beautiful. And sometimes I look at it and I'm like, I don't know what to do with that. I layer it. Oh, you know what? I can't even believe I might do this. Maybe instead of the blue, and then we've got the purple over there too. I don't want another butterfly there. Do we see why? Because there's butterfly there and it would be like right next to each other and that would just be weird. Diane said, Layle, I totally understand. I have a boatload of mixed media products that I'm going to get rid of. I love the look of it, but it's not my jam and the majority of it has never been opened. And you know what? That's the thing, I think. We have to, I think it's part of the advice to my older self, younger self, not my older self, although we could still give our older self advice, that we have to trust ourselves. And that is, did I already put that down? I did. That is whether we're younger or older, we have to trust ourselves. We have to trust our intuition. Sometimes I will look at things and I see other people use them, or this happens to me with clothing too. How late are we going so I can tell the nice man cooking my dinner? Oh, Jennifer, I don't know, my friend. It's 4:30. It is 4:30 Pacific time. So I don't know, maybe like 6:30 Pacific. Oh, wow. Yeah. So I don't know, maybe another hour or two. I'm just cruising right. I'm just having fun. So here's the thing. You don't have to stay. You don't have to stay the whole time. So I'm sure your husband's like, really? Because I'd like to have a plan. My husband's probably the same way. He's probably like, Layle, although he knows me pretty well. He's like, you're just going. So I guess whatever happens, happens. I'm on a roll. But what'll happen is, it'll come about, wait, I'm just trying to get a little bit on that. Tomorrow, I will be a puddle. I can go and go and go, but interestingly enough, this takes a lot out of you. Teaching in person, like even if you're teaching in person like this, it takes a lot out of you. I'm good and I'm going and I could go all day, and then tomorrow I'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired. Oh yeah, I like that. We'll tuck that little guy in behind that there. Anyhow, what I was saying before, we've got to trust ourselves. And so if we think, oh gosh, I really like the look of that when so-and-so uses it. I know enough about myself to know I really like the look of things when Vicky uses mixed media. It's just as beautiful as it is. It's just not me. And I have to know that that's not my lane. It's just not my lane. I'm sure I could do it. And I think I could do it. I feel pretty confident that I could do it. It's just, I don't think it's my lane. And I don't think it's a lane I want to veer into. How was that? Oh goodness, how was that now? Where did it go? I think, was it like this? No. Sometimes you guys, oh, there we go. I think it was right there. Sometimes what I'll do, and obviously I wouldn't do this right now. Sometimes what I'll do is if I'm designing something and I need to move a bunch of things, but I want to be able to put it back together again, I will take a picture of it first. So a lot of times before I start layering like that, I'll take a picture of it. And then I can reference that picture, because if I really liked where things were, I don't want things to move, because then I'm like, ooh, what did I do? I don't like it that way. How did it look? So take a picture of it with your phone. Then you can, take it all apart and then reference it again when you're ready to put it together. But obviously I can't do that right now because I think going back to the mixed media again for a second, like Paula Cheney is a friend of mine. She does amazing work. She's been in the industry for a really long time. She worked with Seven Gypsies for a really long time. And then, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, started working with Tim Holtz. And she is so talented. I mean, holy cow. She is so talented. And I see what she does and I think, oh my gosh, you are so talented. I love that. But then I also know, you know what? That is not me. That is just not me. And it's not something that, I could get excited and buy all of those cool things. I don't even know what they do. But I just know it's not me. So I think part of the reason why these two, I was really drawn to these two, the Avesta and then the Curator's Botanical, is the colors in them are so bright. They are so, Margie, held off dinner as long as I could. Thank you, Layle, and everyone else. Great day, and congrats and cheers. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you guys don't feel like, I mean, I'm just going. So I know some of you are very different time zones, and even if you're not, even if you're Pacific, you might be like, I've had it, I'm done. I don't, when you leave, I don't know. So when you say goodbye, that's so nice, I love it. But you also don't feel like you have to, you know, sometimes you feel bad. You're like, oh gosh, I need to go do something, but I don't want her to know that I just left. I won't know if you just leave, so that's okay. You see what just happened there? I went around our badger on a bike. So I'm running into the things that are underneath it a little bit, but that's okay because it's, that goes there. Okay. Oopsie. Yeah. Well, there we go. There we go. Now I'm going to start thinking about title. Title. So I think my title would be black. And I don't think I will stamp it just because that'll take us a little while. And when I say us, I mean me. All right, so that's a good start. So I'm going to, how do I want to do the title? Let's think about that a bit. No, I just got sidetracked by something. Terry's trying to figure out what's for dinner. 7 Gypsies, I know, total blast from the past. I know I love to use butterflies, you know that, but you know why? Because there's butterflies in here. I mean, there's butterflies in so much stuff, right? So we got to use it. But I was thinking maybe this could tuck under here a lot more. Because I want it to be, it either needs to extend past or it needs to not be even with that. So if I put it here, well, that'll work. That works, but then this kind of doesn't work right here. Well, I'll make it work. I'll add something else right there at some point. So let's go ahead and put this in here. Just a little bit. So it helps to fill that space a little bit. All right. So now our title, advice, right? So that needs to be my title, is advice. So where do we want to put it? Because I've kind of locked myself into a place. Kind of locked myself right up in there, haven't I? So let's get some alpha stickers out. I'm thinking maybe my type, maybe like a black my type. It sounds like I'm saying my tie, doesn't it? My type. Advice. Because a lot of the other alpha stickers I have are a little bit more kind of whimsical, so they don't really, the style doesn't really match, right? That's why it's good to have different fonts and different colors. Advice. All right, where is my ruler? Where's my ruler? Oh, this is interesting. Once you're used to drinking a lot of water, I shouldn't say you're used to, once your body is used to having a lot of water and you do not give it enough water in a day, like today I haven't had enough water, my lips are already starting to peel. I can feel it. Hold on, I'm looking for another ruler. I don't know what I did with my little one, so here's a different little one. Yeah, your body. It's funny how your body works. Okay, advice. So, advice. I am not going to use an uppercase A. Let's see. Jennifer, I'm still here. Love Wordle. Wouldn't it be cool if TNs came with sketchy outlines around the pages? Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be fun, right? I don't know what his score was, Jennifer, because he tried to text it to me. He tried to airlift it to me, airdrop or something to me, and it totally, we lost everybody. It buffered, so. Thanks, Lori. I know, drink water. I know, my water's here. It's just I've had like 1/5 of what I should have today. There we go. Love butterflies, but moths, not so much. Not sure why. We'll have to ask him, Jennifer. Nick. don't know if he can hear me. He probably can't. Probably watching TV in there. So earlier this afternoon, or earlier this morning, well, whenever we were doing the first session, he and Sam, somebody said, what is he doing? Watching basketball? Yes, they were watching basketball, I guess. Did Baylor upset North Carolina, I think, right? Like big upset, like 8 seed beat 1 seed or something. I think whichever one it was that lost, I think was the champ for the NCAA last year, I think they said. I don't know. I don't really follow that, but thank you, Jane. Thank you for popping on today and joining us. Linda May said, Teresa, moths have different antennas and furrier bodies. Is that a real word, furrier? I agree with you. Ooh, Silence of the Lambs moths. Ooh, yeah. Okay, advice. Oh boy. Especially the longer in the day, you guys, well, some of you know that. If you have taken a class from me in person where I'm teaching all day, like classes back to back all day in person, the later it gets in the day, the more like goofy I get. It just happens. Advice. Advice to my younger self. Advice that I give myself. So let's talk about that, you guys. Even if you're not listing with me, what would be on your list? What is advice that you would give to your younger self? I'm very curious. Bridget, I love it. Bridget's very excited about this list. Familia, a friend of yours, got it on the first try today. Wordle on the first try. Holy cow. That is insane. Advice. Well, now I'm thinking. What I may do here now, I may just do this. Advice for, I don't know, we'll see. You know what? This is bugging me. I need to, because it keeps moving, since I've taken it apart, deconstructed it on purpose, this might make life a lot easier for what I'm doing. Advice. I don't know. Just don't know here. This is going to be a little bit harder because this ruler, I don't know what I do with my ruler. This ruler is much thicker because it has, I don't know, cork on the back. So I need to find that ruler. What advice would you give your younger self? I know what's on my list. Whoopsie. Just do the things. Carolyn, yes, just do the things. Carolyn, sounds like Vicky. Do the things, right? Do not think you have time later to do things you want to do. Yes, believe in yourself. Advice to younger me. That would totally work for my title. That sounds better. Advice to younger me instead of advice to my younger self, right? Don't wish away your younger years. Exercise every day. Your old self will like you. Love yourself first. Trust yourself. Commit to saving more money. Life is short. Don't sweat the small stuff. Oh, I gave that ruler to Sam to put out the staples. I did. So what did he do with it? Kim, you're a genius. He came in here with his pliers. What did he do with it? That little Sammy Lou. Sorry, I just bolted to try to find that. Yeah. Probably in his tool bag. He had his big tool belt thing on. Oh! Sorry, Sam. I just threw Sam under the bus. It was on the floor. Vicky, we're still here. It was on the floor. I threw Sam under the bus unnecessarily. Unnecessarily on the floor. Yeah, that one's way better because cork gets in the way. Too thick. Okay, advice. What are you doing, Vicky? Scrapbook sister. I would tell my younger self to eat more veggies and exercise. Yes. Don't be in a rush to get married. Amy. Stop listening to all the people who seem to think they have the right to tell you how to be a better person. At age 6 onwards, you are doing just fine. You know what? Yes. Susie, travel now rather than later. Susie, I bet you have some really good advice that you'd give to your younger self. I bet you really do. Oh, okay. All right, we're going. Yep, we're still going. We're still cruising. Vicky, you're drinking. Well, I am. I am. Some people are joining me. But I've only had like 2 sips of wine. and like not even just barely 24 ounces of water. So I'm hanging in there. Advice to younger me. I got to figure that out still. Okay. Advice to enjoy every day. Do not smoke. It's not cool. Cindy, yes. We talked about that last weekend, didn't we? Don't overeat, right? Here's one. I think it's very interesting. Oh, Carolyn, look it. I love that. Be open to finding your people. That is a good one. Be open to finding your people. Don't be afraid. Hi, Ressa Bukikosa. Ressa from Guam. I don't think I have seen you before. Welcome. Memories are more important than things. Yes, be braver. It's okay to not want the same things you thought your life would look like. Oh, Talia, that is a good one. Love it. Teresa joined the drinking. Okay, guys. Susie said, yes, I do have a lot of advice for me and everyone else. Enjoy each moment when you're loved ones because your time is more limited than you think. Yes. I knew you'd have a good one in there. I just knew it. Lots of us do. Lots of us have good advice, right? But for lots of different reasons, right? We've all had different journeys in our life. And a lot of times it's the hard things that get you to realize the advice that you need to give to your younger self, right? Advice to... Okay. I don't know. I might go back to this. My younger self. We'll see. And I'm just going to... Oh, yeah. Look it. It won't fit. Oh, hey, what about this? No, I can't put an M on one side and a Y on the other. That's too weird. All right, I'm changing. Just bear with me. I just need to replace all of these. It'll go fast because I'm going to make my title go across the page. We don't do that very often, do we? So our list topic is advice to my younger self or some form of that. I am using the 49 and Market Curator's Botanical, which is good. And look at me with the purple. I don't even believe it. Who am I even with purple? It's the second time I've used purple in our list. I don't think I've ever used purple in our list before. Ever, never. Last weekend we did purple. I know. How fun would that be if we were all together? Wouldn't it be so cool? It'd be pretty spectacular, I think. Maybe one day. We'll try to get that figured out. Advice to my... Oh, heck, but really I'd say H-E-double-L at this point. I would need a large staff to make that happen. A staff. Let's be serious. A staff. Advice to my younger self. Okay, yes, now we're on a roll. Got it. Wasn't quite sure how that was going out to work. Oh, Scrapbook Sister. Hanging out with your parents is cool, right? Don't think you're superhuman. Let go of the toxic people. Realize it's not your job to change them. Susan, that's good, right? Joe, spend more time with your grandparents. Yes. You guys are wise. So now I have a question for you. And this was not my plan to ask this question. It didn't really pop into my head until just now. So, we always say, if I only knew then what I know now, or advice to my younger self. So I know there are some people on here that are older than me. And their younger self might be me where I am now. So how do we take this kind of thing, advice to my younger self, and look forward? And this is stuff that we know now that we would tell ourselves, but how do we figure it out for the things that we'd know, like what would I know when I'm 70 that I'd want to tell myself now? One of the things on my list in some form or another is listen to advice or take it. I don't know. I've got to figure out what I wrote down, but my mom is super wise. And she gave me all kinds of advice when I was younger. And this is more like when I was a young mom and when I was early in my career. And one of the things on my list is your job doesn't have to define you. My job, my work, my business, whatever it is over the years, has always defined who I am. And I don't like that. I've let it define who I am. And that's one of the things my mom told me a really long time ago. Your job, she said, you know what? You don't have to stay to get the work done. I don't know, unless I worked at Burger King. I did when I was in high school. And you'd have to stay to get the hamburger done for someone, or that'd be a problem. But you don't have to stay until 7 or 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. This is when I had started the software company with 2 other guys. Because you know what? The work's going to be there tomorrow. The work is still going to be there tomorrow. So then when I worked for big corporate America, she said, actually before the software company, when I worked for big corporate America for AT&T for years, she said, you know what? You are not irreplaceable. You are replaceable. You're replaceable. You think you're not, but you're replaceable. If you got hit by a bus tomorrow, God forbid, if you got hit by a bus tomorrow, well, clearly they'd figure out how to get by without you, right? So you are not the only one that can do that. And they would replace you in a heartbeat. If you left, they might skip a little bit of a beat, but they'll be fine. They will be fine. So you are not indebted to them, because you know what? They're not indebted to you. Which I'm like, yeah, mom, whatever. I mean, I didn't say that to her, but certainly in my head, I'm like, yeah, mom, whatever, right? Yeah, mom, whatever. I just need to get this guy in the right place, and then the rest of them will fall in line. So, ooh, let's get our lines lined up too. That would help. Advice to my younger self. So literally, I remember thinking, oh gosh, whatever. Okay. Yeah, I gotta go. I'm still working. I gotta go. Whatever. But now I mean, she's so right. So right. So how do we get ourselves to, I don't know, this is not some self-help. We didn't just turn into a self-help YouTube channel. But how do we get ourselves to listen to that advice when we're where we are, right? Does that make sense? Because we know we're still getting the advice. We're getting advice from older people, whatever, other people in our lives. So how do we listen to it and take it in now? Because back then, I know my mom said, don't eat a whole box of Girl Scout cookies. That is not good for you. You will thank me later. And I'm sure I'm like, yeah, whatever. I like Girl Scout cookies. I'm going to eat the whole box, right? So I don't know. That's probably like, what's the meaning of life? That's probably a question that's impossible to answer, but just kind of throw that out there. Advice to my younger self. Okay. Listen to the advice, right? That's one of the advices. It actually is. All right. Advice to my younger self. Now, how do we write the rest of the list? I know what I'm going to do. Now I'm going to do the stamping I was doing before when I'm like, no, I can use the white stickers. And I got so excited. So now we're going to do that stamping. So I need my special stamping tool. Oh God, I gotta write that idea down. Hold on, gotta write this idea down for a new tool. New tool. We called it a clear, I don't know, stamping. I'm gonna just write this down. Pen-like thing. Anyhow. So, all of that came about earlier because when I was getting ready to use one of the bullet stamps from the new Bullets and More stamp set. Let's see, which one do we want to use? Guess what? There's no butterfly. I didn't put a butterfly in there. Isn't that interesting? Maybe, what if this little leaf might be kind of fun? Our little leaf could be fun. Let's see. Like Leif Garrett. Stylus. Thank you. It's stylus. Yes, it's a stylus. I'll write that down. It's a stylus. Oh, and you know how I showed you sometimes I have an idea in mind of what I want to do? This is my idea of what I wanted this list to look like, right? So, really rough idea. There's the stamp washi. I knew there was going to be a title up there, and then something in here, and then something kind of there. So, it kind of looks like that, right? A stamping stylus. Okay, no one steal our idea, because this is our idea. It all started with, oh golly, what's her name again? Lynette? No. I have to give credit where credit is due, so just hang on. Oh, I need this anyway. Levon Wood, yes. So Levon taught us last week that when you have a very small stamp like that, you don't need a stamping block for it. You can put it on the end of your pen or pencil as long as it is flat, and that can be your little stamping block. But what we had talked about when we were doing this, I'm like, ooh, it's kind of hard to see. Wouldn't it be awesome if we had one that was clear? And that's how we not even collectively, somebody said, hey, you could have like a clear stamping stylus. Maybe you should invent that tool. Or not invent it, but manufacture it. And I said, ooh, I'm going to see if I can figure something around that. Okay, guess what I think is going to happen here, you guys? I can't even believe I'm going to say this. We need some ink. So guess what? What should we do? What color might we grab? Sarah's stylus. Sarah, was it you? Okay, I got to write down that was your idea. Sarah Foss's idea. Sarah Foss. Sarah's stylus. Isn't it funny? And people would be like, Sarah? Who's Sarah? Did you have a daughter that we don't know about? That's so funny. I love it. Okay, Sarah. If we do it, if it happens, guess what? I'm gonna take care of you. Not that it's nothing I do is a well, there's a money maker, but there's nothing I do that's gonna make us both retire for life. But I would share with you. Ooh, look at that shaded lilac. Couldn't that be fun? Shaded lilac, maybe. Wilted violet. All right. But I think I'm kind of digging this a little bit more subdued with that. Wilted violet, dusty concord, seedless preserves. Seedless preserves has too much red in it. All right, what's it going to be? I think shaded lilac. I know, I love that idea, Sarah. Lynette said, I just had a brain explosion. Make a clear acrylic stamping stylus with a molded scatter on one end and the flat surface on the other, like a pencil with a fancy eraser. Oh, you mean, okay, just don't, I'll explain this in a minute. You mean like this, but not like this. This would have like little scatter somehow on the top, like a drink stirrer, like the old-fashioned plastic drink stirrers, swizzle sticks. And then on the end, it wouldn't have a pen, but it'd have a thing like this, where the stamp went. Is that what you meant? Yeah? I think that's what you meant. This is funny. This I always have in my little tool, my pen or my tool holder up here. Sam made this for me. Oh my gosh, you guys remember when all the kids were really into duct tape and they wanted to have all the duct tape and buy all the duct tape colors? He made me this little pen. He just covered look at it. It's a little flower. He even covered the end of the pen in green. Isn't that so cute? Anyhow, so, but like that, but not like a swizzle stick. I think that's what we mean, like a swizzle stick, right? Okay. You guys are fun. Look at that. Dusty concord, shaded lilac, for sure. We'll see. But I think it is going to be shaded lilac. So let's get out shaded lilac. Purples. There it is. All my purples are stacked together. Those are courtesy of Tim Holtz. That he reached out and said, I didn't realize you liked distresses so much. What do you need? And I'm like, these are all the colors I don't have. So one or two I would love. That would be so generous of you, and that's so nice. And he sent me lots. I had no purples, so there were purples on my list. So now I have, 4 or 5 purples. Okay, let's see. Ooh, okay, look it. Do we like it? That's the leaf now. I don't know if the leaf is what I want to go with here. If I change the direction of the leaf, then that helps a little bit, right? It's kind of like a little heart with a, yeah, I don't think that's the one I want to use here. But did you guys see how that works? On the end of my pen, look how easy. Like if I was making a list, look how fast that would go with all my bullets. All right, but no, that's not the one I want. not. I like the color, but the leaf isn't happening for me right now. So we're back to the drawing board for this. I know, Marie, it's the person who invented duct tape. Seriously, right? Craziness. All right, what else might we want to use? The flowers are cute, but the flowers don't really go. They're kind of not the right flowers. So what if we just did a heart? We were going to do the heart on the last one, so let's try the heart. Let's try, there's 3 different hearts that we could try. So let's try and see what we like. And on the end of my pen, on the end of my temporary stylus, it goes. Let's see what we think about this. All right, so now, do you see what I just did? This one, oh, that is the one. Yeah, that's the one that does have the outline on it, sorry. So it's got a little bit of a shadow. So see how it has a little bit of a shadow there? I like that one. That's the one we're going to use. It is that guy that's kind of as a shadow. There's a solid one, not a solid one. There's a solid one and an outlined one. What I thought I was doing, oops, this little guy always wants to escape. What I thought I was doing, I thought I was stamping with just the regular outline one, but if you press too hard, then it will kind of sprawl. It will kind of sprawl. All right, so that's what we're going to do. Advice to my younger self. Oh my gosh, you guys had so much good advice. Yes, Beverly said, my daughter made wallets and flowers of duct tape. It was a bit, wallets, right? Isn't that crazy? The kids were making wallets. Jennifer, I just saw your advice. Buy all the Apple stock you can, right? Seriously? Holy moly. Yep. We would all be in a different place right now. Maybe. Yeah, we would. We'd all be in Hawaii together right now doing this. If we had all bought Apple stock, I would be there. But I would still like to do this. I think that would still be fun to do. Okay. So I have a little bit of stuff going on under here. So we're just going to work with it. We're going to work with it. Advice to my younger self. All right. What are we going to say? Advice to my younger self. I'll just take this out of here for a second. Follow your passion. If you're good at what you do, what was I saying there? I don't know what I wrote down. And love your, oh, I know, career choice, you will be successful. I have a really different background, friends. I traveled in the circus. No, just kidding. I do have a different background though. Maybe I'll do a blank line between each one. Oh yeah, I think I'll do that because that will help to, whoopsie, that one's a little skimwampus. That's okay. My degree in college in marketing, I worked for a company called Cellular One for probably 4 or 5 years right out of college. And then we were purchased by AT&T. So I worked for AT&T for 4 more years. So big corporate America. I left AT&T and started a software company with 2 other guys. One of the guys had worked for me at AT&T. The other one was the husband of a woman that I worked with at AT&T. So we started a software company and did that for 7 years. When I left, I was running that software company. And we did web-based insurance for the software, web-based software for the insurance industry. That was extremely stressful. And those were the days when my mom said, the work will still be there tomorrow. And at some point I decided I'm not going to do that anymore. And I went to work for a scrapbook company. So I made a huge change, a huge change. And that was scary. But what I did, I followed my passion. It was scary. I took like 1,000%, not really. I mean, it really wasn't that, but I took a big cut in pay, but that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, not 1,000%, unless I was making like $1. No. But did that, worked for worked for Scenic Route for 3 years. Scenic Route closed. Worked for Basic Gray for a year, and decided, you know what, I'm going to go back into software. Joined another company that the two guys had started after we all split apart from that first software company. Did that for 3 years, and then went, you know what, this is not my place. This is not where I'm supposed to be. And that's when I went to work for Simple Stories and did that for 6 years. And then after 6 years, left Simple Stories 3 years ago, and here we are. So follow your passion, right? It's scary. It's scary. Sometimes the road that you're supposed to be on is a really long one, right? And you may go in and out of whatever your passion is. But if you stick with it, you can stick with it. Guess what? You'll be successful. That's advice I'd tell myself. And I kind of followed it, but without even really knowing it was my advice. All right, next one. Oh gosh, this one's important. Establish healthy habits when you are young and your body is responsive. The older you get, the more difficult it is. Your body will thank you, right? Oh my heavens. If that's not true, I don't know what is. And I have been healthy and not healthy and healthy and not healthy and bounced in and out of it my whole life. And golly, the younger you are when you start to develop those healthy habits, the easier it is, huh? For sure. Teresa said, that's the trouble with me. I don't think I can run my own business. You know what, Teresa, it's scary. It is scary, right? And part of it is scary because you're just going out on your own and there's so much unknown. But I think part of it is scary because we don't have the confidence that we can do it, right? I will tell you, Vicki and I probably had 10,012 conversations before I finally said, okay, I'm going to do it. Seriously. It's hard. It is hard. And sometimes it works and sometimes it's not the right time, right? But we'll never know if we try. And sometimes we don't ever get to try because it's just not meant to be our journey or our path. But, and here's the thing, if you try and it doesn't work, then you know you tried and it doesn't work. But anyhow, I know we just think we can't, right? We think we can't do it. Linda, yes, go feed your people. Thank you. Oh, Natalie. Okay. Natalie, this is interesting. Natalie said, I'm in the works of receiving the family grocery store. So many O's and all capital, not my dream, but I'm learning and hoping the passion will show up sooner than later. I'm sorry. And you know what? Let me have a quick sip of water. For some people, that's that's your path, right? That's your path. And you don't have a choice because it's what needs to happen. And that's when, I think, Natalie, like you said, you learn and you hope it's your passion. And you know what? If it's not your passion, then it's our job to find something that we can squeeze into our life, hobby or travel or something that is our passion, because our passion can't always be our job, but that's our job to make sure that's our responsibility to ourselves to make sure that if our work's on our passion, that we have to make sure that we have something in our life that is our passion, right? So I hope it is. I hope it comes your passion. And if not, then that's your job and your career. And then you squeeze passion in there when you can't. Oh, God, that sounds, yeah. Squeeze things that you like to do in. Well, you can also squeeze passion into, because that's kind of important sometimes. Anyhow, yeah, you know what I mean. Oh, what did we say? Advice to my younger self was do not have a boyfriend at home while you were at college. Oh, yeah, right, right. That's funny. Yep. And I actually gave Jack that advice, except it was Jack, don't have a girlfriend at home when you go to college. And he heeded that advice. And he has told me several times he's very glad he heeded his mother's advice, right? Natalie, it's been in the family for 106 years. Can't let it go now. It's up to me. And that's a lot of pressure, right? That's a lot of pressure. But you know what? That's also a neat thing. That's also really neat. That's neat. It's been your family for that many years. And that, yeah, it's up to you. And sometimes that sucks, right? You're like, it's up to me. I don't have a choice. But I'm sure it'll be amazing. Look, at paper crafts is my passion. I'll do that in the off hours. However, if you own your own business, there aren't many of those. Yep, you know what? You're right. I hear you. I hear you, my friend. There aren't. But then that's where you have to make time to do things like this. This is my fun. So, okay, next one. My next one. Oh, golly, this one, right? A lot of these. Don't care so much about what other people think. It's none of your business what they think about you, right? That's a hard one. And you know what? That's a lifelong one for me. That's one that I still have to take my own advice. Hi, honey.
You need to taste this.
What is it?
It's a shade beer that Sam brought me.
Oh, Shades beer. Okay, hold on. What is that? Okay, hold on. I'd have to show you guys this. I am not a beer fan. This tastes nothing like beer. Sam brought this, our younger son, he's 21. He brought this to Sam. This is a beer. You see the color on that? It looks like a dark cranberry juice. Oh my gosh. We interrupt this broadcast. I know, right? We interrupt this broadcast for another drink. No, I haven't even. Okay, let's look at this. Oh, look at peach, apricot, blueberry cobbler, American style sour ale. Ale brewed with peach, apricot, blueberry, cinnamon, vanilla, graham crackers, and lactose. Holy cow. That is amazing. Wow. Okay. No. I only had one little sip. And look, my wine is still sitting over there. Oh, Nick, really quick. Come here. Nick. Jennifer wants to know what your Wordle score was.
What's that?
What was your Wordle score?
Today?
Yeah.
Oh, it took me the 6th try.
Oh, the 6th
Well,
try.
you know why?
Why?
Is I didn't know you could use the same letter twice.
Oh, come on. That's an excuse if I've ever heard one. Okay, Jennifer, 6th try. If you're still here, it took the 6th try. Vicky, you say you wouldn't like that? No, you would love that. Oh, you would. Oh my gosh. No, this is the thing. I am not like a sweet person like that. It is so like tart and sour. It's not sweet at all. It's like super tart and super sour. It was yum. I'd be in trouble if I drank that whole beer. I'd be in trouble. Or ale. All right. Let's do one more, you guys. This is another one, right? It's okay to say no. Oh, you don't have to do all the things, especially when it's to make someone else happy. Right? Because a lot of times, if we don't want to do something, why do we say yes? It's to make someone else happy, not ours, right? Oh, Amy. That's a great question. Amy just said, what would Nick's advice be to his younger self? So you guys, you know what? Oh, Carrie, look at that. You're so brilliant. Carrie said, no is a complete sentence. No is a complete sentence. I love that. No, no. Hey, can you do this? No. I'm sorry, no. And we even feel like we have to say, I'm sorry. Or I feel like I always have to say why. Well, I would love to. Unfortunately, if I wasn't, but I just, it's hard for me to say no, right? Natalie, off to spend time with your husband. Good, he's lonely. He's probably like, oh my gosh, it's been forever. All right. I do need to ask Nick what his advice to his younger self would be. And here's the thing, you guys, with lots of lists like these, I like to say, these are really good like dinner table conversations. If you're sitting with, like Nick and I, if he waits for dinner for me, when we're sitting down, I'll ask him, because we talked about mine this morning. He's like, what's on your list? What are you doing today? And I told him, and I said, my list. And I said, this is what I have for my list. I didn't ask him what would be on his list, but dinner conversation. So what advice would you give your younger self? Now, what I'd like to do, I'd like to ask Jack and Sam this. Jack's 24, Sam's 21. What advice would you give to your younger self, right? Because it changes. The older we get and the different stage of life you're in, this changes. So I'd be very interested to know what his would be. I'm going to ask him, Amy. No is a complete sentence. Absolutely. Kathy. Okay. Kathy said, my husband and I list as we walk. You know what, Kathy? Nick and I did too. During the pandemic, we would try to get out of the house every day in the early days, I should say. In the early days. And he'd say, okay, what are you listing about this weekend? And we would talk about them. And then he would list verbally with me. And that was kind of a neat thing to do, I think. Thanks to Nick's clue, I just solved today's riddle. What was his clue? I missed it. I don't know. Okay, advice to my younger self. So I have a couple more things that I will add here. You guys, this list, I could do a whole traveler's notebook full of this list topic, advice to my younger self. So your list could be 1 page. It could be 2 pages. I could keep going if I wanted. I could keep going. There's nothing that says there's no rule. There is no rule in anything that we do that says we can't do this or we can do this. So I would, I don't know, I could continue on and have a whole other spread of more advice that I'd give to myself. That might be kind of fun. All right. And I will finish that one up later. And I will share that next Saturday because we'll be together next Saturday. Other things that were on my list. Something about toxic people, like get toxic people out of your life or whatever. You can't do it all and you don't have to. Listen to other people's advice. Stand up for yourself and for others. Don't let your job be your identity. This is a big one for me that I struggle with all the time. Listen to understand, not to respond. I wish I had learned that much younger. Listen to understand instead of listen to respond. It's really hard for me to listen to understand. When I'm talking with someone, I'm thinking in my head how I'm going to respond. And if I'm listening to respond, I'm not listening to really what they're saying, right? So that's a big one. All right, let's look and see where we are. Oh my gosh, it's 6:30. Holy cow, we've been at this a long time. So we have 2 more lists. Okay, we won't get to both lists. We have 2 more lists and we have a tip and waterfall demo. So this is what we're going to do for the rest of the day, you guys. We're going to do 1 more list, okay? We'll do 1 more list together. We'll do some prizes. Next Saturday when we're together, we'll do the in the news this month list, all right? We'll do that one and then we'll do the tip and waterfall thing. So we're not too far off actually, but 6:30 Mountain Time. So that's where we are. Okay, hold on. This, I need to make sense. I need to make sure after I said, don't get your things messed up. So hold on. Where are we? I think, does this go right here? Yes. Okay, there we go. We're good. Okay. The last list that we're going to work on today, this is going to be okay. I already know how I have to head with this. I think this is going to be a single page list. This will be a fun one to end on, guys. This one is, oh, Carrie, that's true. Carrie said, yes, I could be a much better listener. I think part of the problem is I don't hear well, so I have to draw some conclusions. You're right. You do, right? You do. Yep, Anita, we are still going. We are still going. Pam, I wish I had written down the stories that my grandparents used to tell me. That's good. Oh, Kathy, use my big clip to hold my pages together. Yes, until I have to stamp, which is what I'm going to do now. So I'm going to, oh boy, I'm going to do this. Oh, no, actually I'm okay. I'm going to stamp, but what I have to do is I'm going to stamp, not on here. And there's a very specific reason why I'm not going to stamp on here. It's because if I stamp directly on my insert, look what's on the back side. Well, what's on the back side is also just the insert. Your stamps and the ink that you use, depending on the stamp and depending on the ink, you will get some bleed through and some shadowing. So if I stamped here, I would see bleed through and shadowing here. Something that you always want to think about and remember. Here's an example of that. The very first list I did in this insert, it was my first about last month for the year. And I stamped in black, and then I did a stamp over it, and I think that's faded jeans. But because it's a really solid stamp and it's dark, and even the black on the grid is dark, look at, there's some bleed through, not really bleed through, it's just more shadowing. See, you can see that on the back side. So we need to be aware when we're stamping of what is coming, what came before us and what's going after us, okay? So here I'm okay if I stamp, but I need to stamp on something else first. So what I'm going to do, I am going to go back to, for this list, Kid at Heart. And the reason I'm going to do Kid at Heart is for one sticker that I have in mind. I just want to look first though to see. Let me look at the die cuts really quick. And I'm just going to, I'll look at the back of the die cut packaging to see. Maybe he was a die cut and that's what I saw. Okay, so I thought this could kind of be fun and silly. Look at this frog. He has headphones on. So I thought that could be kind of fun, right? For our list. This list, oh, I think I forgot to tell us what that list is. I did. Look, he even has purple. Wow, look at me go. I won't use purple though for the title. I'm good with people. Oh, there is a sticker too. All right. So that's what I'm going to use, but I need to list on top of something. So I need some pattern paper. And then, now, okay, I was going to use this, but this really won't work because when I put my paper on it to stamp on that I'm going to list on, I won't really see any of that, so that won't work. Let's see what else I have here from Kid at Heart. That's the one we used before. That was so fun. I mean, I suppose we could use that because then all we're really seeing is, I don't know. I'm not sure that that's it. Not sure that that's it. No, totally wrong color. Nope, that's not right either. Nope, that's not right either. I think that's probably it. I think that's it. So, yellow, surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise. Didn't like Gomer Pyle used to say that? Do you guys remember that? Gomer Pyle? Wow, I'm really dating myself now. Gomer Pyle. Yes, I think Gomer Pyle. Surprise, surprise. All right, I think we might want to use some of these stickers maybe because there's some fun stuff here maybe. We'll see. Ooh, okay, hang on, let's get in here. Oh, duh, I forgot that I didn't have to open the package. Sorry, you guys, I think I keep forgetting to tell you. This list is, wow. This list is, for me, it's the favorite 80s bands. Okay, favorite 80s bands, favorite bands from the 80s. If you are a different era or you like big band music from the 50s or something like that, you can feel free to switch it up. Or maybe it's not bands. Maybe it's favorite food from a decade or favorite movies from a decade or whatever it is. But that's what I'm doing. Favorite 80s bands. So I just saw, I thought this is kind of cute. Look at that. Hello, hello, hello. Ooh, the scallop. Maybe the scallop. Okay. So let's get the rest of this out of here. We have enough to go on to get us started for sure. All right. And this will be our last list. Really quickly though, let me look at, I need to just look at, we did the Andy, I already did the Andy one. We did the Pip the Clip for later. We did, okay, one of the giveaways that is going to be for everyone, you don't have to be watching live for this. The stamp that I'm going to use right here is one of the new stamp sets, and it is the one that is called Favorites, List Builder Favorites. So if you missed us earlier, I was talking about how I have a new series of stamps that is starting right now, and we'll continue to build on that throughout the year. They're called List Builder. And so they're stamp sets that you will use to help build your list, because that's what we do. List Builder. So List Builder, this one is called List Builder Favorites. And there's a whole bunch of different size and different font favorite. And then you have to go with it, her, his, my, their, and our. Now, a discussion we had this morning, I was not very sensitive to our Canadian and European friends that spell the word favorite with a U. Didn't even cross my mind when it came to favorite. So when we took our 1 hour break, all of my stamps are ordered, and the company said I would have them, that they would ship them about March 28th. So that's possible that they haven't gone into production yet, because these are my production samples. They haven't gone into production yet, or if they have, maybe this one isn't done yet. If not, I actually sent an email during our 1 hour break today to see if we could change this one a little bit. Hi, Ariana. Nice to see you, honey. If I could switch out a few of these to the other word, the other spelling of favorite, F-A-V-O-U-R. So we'll see. We may be too late. I don't know. But if I can make it happen, then I will try to get a few in there so that it would work for everyone. You guys and your different sayings. I know that's what you sayings, different spellings. I know that's what you say about us, because in the US, we have to do everything differently. We don't do metric. We don't do, like, how much is a gallon of gas? How much is a liter? I'm like, well, what does that even mean? I don't know what, I mean, I know what a liter is, but I'm like, when I see your gas price, I don't even know what that means, because I have to do math in my head first. All right, so that's the start. I'm not going to glue that in until the very end. I'm working off the page. So there's the start of my list. Now I need some white cardstock again, because that is what I'm going to then build my list on. See, some of you are like, oh gosh, that's a lot of mustard color. Well, it's really only going to be a little bit, right? We're not going to see a ton of it. So it'll be okay, although I'm going to make it be a little bit more. So same white cardstock that I use for my swatching my inks that I use for my listing. We talked about that. That's the Nina Bright White, and it is linked in the description of the video. I just get that on Amazon in like packs of 250 or something in the 8.5 by 11, because that's works for Traveler's Notebook size. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's see how we like that. Let's see how we like that. Oh, look at you guys. Spandau. Oh, yes, Vicky. Spandau Ballet. Shelly. Good. Shelly just asked, I think, a question a lot of us would like to know. Ariana, how are you? Or she said, hope you're feeling better since your surgery. Yes. We all hope that you feel better, Ariana, even the people that don't know who we're talking about. Ariana is our resident 14-year-old lister that lists with us sometimes. When I say resident, she doesn't live with me. But she lists with us. sometimes on Saturdays, which is so fun. I just love that. I think this type of memory keeping, because that's what we're doing. We're memory keeping here, right? We are, and this is a totally different kind of memory keeping, you guys. Imagine down the line, if someone comes across all of my lists, look at how much they're going to know about me, right? They're going to know advice I'd give to my younger self. They're going to know my favorite junk food. They're going to know things that I was looking forward to in the spring. They're going to know a lot about me. So it is memory keeping. It's just a different memory keeping. And I feel very passionate. I feel that it's very important that with the younger generations, with the younger generations, it is our job to make sure that they are still memory keeping in whatever format that is, right? Whatever format that is, that they still have to do memory keeping because it's important. It is important. Just like Natalie, right? And the grocery store. That it's part of our job that we need to be doing this, especially if it's about ourself, you guys. Cassette tape and a sticker set. Oh, that would be fun, wouldn't it? If we had a cassette tape. I know someone said in Good Stuff. Oh, let's look. I just remembered that. Someone said in the Good Stuff collection, there is a here it is. See, doesn't it help to be organized? Everything's together. I didn't have to look all over for it. It was just behind me. So not in there. So maybe in the sticker. Okay, it's going to be big, but maybe we can. Well, really? Do you think the color green? Okay, I know I sound like I'm totally making it up. Honestly. Oh my gosh. You guys, look at this. I promise you this is not made up. Look it. It is like the perfect color. Yes, I love it. Okay, this is it. So I got to think about how I'm going to do this because I'm going to use the favorite stamp. That is like seriously perfect. Whoever suggested that, genius. I'm so glad, right? I'm so glad we pulled that out. Sherry said, Sherry, wow. Vicky said, I need to do this. It's easy journaling. You know what? It's totally easy journaling. It's memory keeping. We're scrapbooking. We just, sometimes people don't like to call it that because they think that they don't scrapbook. But really, that's what we're doing. We're really scrapbooking. Oh, wait. So this is here. I should stick this down. So let's get this stuck down and then I'll cut off that extra. So this is a totally different type of list, you guys. And what I mean by that is there's not a lot of foof going on here. Well, I don't know. Maybe when I'm done there will be. But not every list has to have a 2 pages and it has to have all the things on it and take 8 hours to make, right? You can do totally simple lists, and this is going to be a simple list. I'll do a little stamping because I have to use the new stamp set. And I also would like to let's keep this part that says hello because that's still usable. That is still totally a usable sticker. So if you're listing with me and you have Good Stuff, go grab that sticker book because that cassette tape is perfect. Where did this even go? What did I do with it? Now I've got the cassette tape on my finger. This is where I need my assistant. I need a helper. Oh, here we go. Okay. I need a helper to say, here, put this back on. Okay. All right, so this will be cute because he's like dancing out. He's like rocking out to the 80s, like Richard Simmons. Rocking to the 80s or whatever he used to say. Here's my sticker. So this is going to say favorite 80s bands or favorite 80s music, favorite 80s bands. I guess they're bands, right? I mean, really, do you call it a band? A group? Favorite 80s groups? 80s bands, 80s groups? Okay, I'm not sure. So this will go here, and then I need to do favorite and then below that. All right, so let's just do this. Let's just put it on. Keep calm and dance on, it says. That is, like, seriously, could that green be more freaking perfect? That's just like serendipitous. That's a good word, serendipitous. Let's come in and outline. So we are going to finish this list. We'll do some more giveaways, and then we will say our goodbyes for this marathon Saturday session. But we will be together again next Saturday. That would be the 26th of March, and we'll just keep having fun. It just won't be a full day again. It'll just be our regular, I don't know, to sometimes they're 4 hours. You just never know. A half day. All right, so for my stamping, my title, here we go. We're on favorite. Where's our words? Favorite. This is another stamp set, so another giveaway. This one is everyone. Anyone can play for the giveaway. And really just all you need to do is when the video is over, leave a comment on the video. So not in the chat, leave a comment on the video and I'll draw a random lucky winner next Saturday morning before we get started. And that person will win my new favorite stamp set. Favorites stamp set. It's not my favorite stamp set, but it's a favorite stamp set. So let's see how we want to do this. I have different sizes. Maybe what I'll do, I might use this one, because if I use that one for favorite, that font is similar to these, the Simple Story stickers. So it might be kind of fun. Let me look. I'd like to bring in some of that pink because I know exactly what color goes. I know exactly what it is. It is, where is it? Let me go back to all of my pinks. Pretty close. Worn lipstick? No, it's not worn lipstick. Picked raspberry. There we go. Look, picked raspberry. I happen to know that because that, if you ordered that stamp, when you get that stamp, it is the sample that you will see on my packaging. I used that color with this big stamp. It was favorite junk food. Picked raspberry. So that's what we're going to use. But then, what do you suppose the chances are? Yeah, pretty much dead on, right? Okay, so if we do this small favorite right there, and then we do 80s, let's just see. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's check it out. Oh, I didn't use those. Oh, I forgot. We got to put our things away. Sorry, now I'm totally scatterbrained. Well, that's nothing new, but now I'm scatterbrained again. Oh, okay, I know what I want to do because I have another giveaway that I forgot to do this morning. Where is it? Okay, so after last Saturday, when I was, and I've done this a few times, where I've used a foam blending tool. I used foam blending tool with this list right here. I wanted to bring in a little bit more purple. So I used a foam blending tool to ink the edges of that paper, okay? To just bring in a little bit more color. So I think what I'd like to do, this is about ready to get really crazy. I'm going to try to pop this off. Very carefully. Pop it off. Okay, bear with me. Okay, popped it off. I am going to take picked raspberry and a foam blending tool. Let me look and see if I have that color already. That might be it. So with the foam, no, totally dry. So I'm okay. I think that's it. I really think that's it. When you're using oxides, I think people recommend that you use a separate, you don't want to mix color. No, you don't want to mix. Well, if you mix color, you're going to end up with mixed color, but you don't want to use the same foam for an oxide and the ink, the distress oxide and the distress ink, because they have different properties and it will mess it up. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it does. If Vicky's still here, she can school us in how that works. But I just know that. So, but I'm okay because I only use oxides. I am going to get picked raspberry and I just happen to prefer oxides. I like they're chalkier and they because they're pigment-based ink. They I call them a juicier ink. They have a little bit more complete coverage, and when I stamp, that's what I like. So I have another giveaway, and these are from I bought them, but they're from scrapbook.com. But after the discussion last week, some people were asking if I had these in my store. So I brought them in. I didn't bring the scrapbook.com version in. I will have these in the next couple of days, but they're live on my website now. I ordered the Ranger version, which is this. So it's the little tool. And then there are separate foam applicators. And these are domed, okay? And they just basically look like this, but these are scrapbook.com ones. Domed applicators. Nice thing about a domed applicator is that I can ink that up like that. And I can ink these little edges and get them nice and pink without getting any kind of sharp, really edges. When you are using a foam applicator, a foam blending tool, that is flat, so it's not domed like that. A lot of times when you're doing your inking, you'll get weird edges, okay? And I don't want any weird edges, so I prefer to use the domed ones. But let's do this one. This will be a live giveaway, okay? So in a sec here, I am going to just look at my iPad after I finish this, and I'm going to scroll up and just stop, and I don't know where I'm stopping. And wherever I stop, that's the person that wins the prize. So now I have to just pull this up again a little bit. If I'd been thinking, my brain's not quite working because I've been doing this all day, but if I'd been thinking, ideally I would have inked before I adhered it to that, and also inked before I attached that. I kind of looked at something that was cool maybe a couple weeks ago with that, using that inked. See, look at that. Now it's like nice and neon. But look at what a big difference, right? Doesn't that make a huge difference now? Huge difference. It just gives it a nice pink border, and it's kind of fun and neon like for the 80s. So there we go. And you guys were originally looking at my yellow going, well, I don't know about that yellow. It's kind of sedated, but now it's not. All right, so prize, scrolling up and stopping at Jackie Brennan. Jackie. So Jackie wins that. Jackie, all you need to do is send me an email, put giveaway foam blending tool in the subject, and send me your name and address, and we'll get that out to you. Congratulations, Jackie. So if you guys missed it, we've been doing giveaways all day. Me and the mouse in my pocket. Me and Scatter and I have been doing giveaways all day. Some we did live, so you kind of needed to be here for that. But others, if you missed out, or you were here all day and just didn't win a prize, there are also prizes that you don't have to be here for. So all you need to do there is leave a comment on the video once the video's done. And then I'll draw next Saturday comments on both videos and do more prizes that way. Oh, Valerie, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Don't use the same foam. Yes, don't use the same foam. Ink and oxide do not mix up. Don't use the same foam. Thank you. I knew that. I just didn't know why. I still don't know why. Oh, and I just happened to see those comments. Oh, wow, I missed that. There's way more comments now. So you may have explained that, Vicki. I just totally missed it. Okay. Oh, yes, this favorite. I want to use this favorite. So my thought behind this stamp set was someone might look at this and go, why would I even want that? That's all the same word. Well, if you list, a lot of the lists that we do, we use the word favorite. Oh, Jackie, You do. You have these? Okay, then do this, Jackie. That's very nice. Jackie said she has quite a few of them. I can draw somebody else. Jackie, still email me. I have loads of different prizes to share. So email me and I will send you a prize anyway. So that's very, very, very kind of you. So guess what, you guys? Now it's like we're spinning. It's like we're on The Price is Right and we're doing the showcase showdown. So we get to go back and spin the wheel. Scroll. Stopping at Tracy Corral. Tracy said Olivia Newton-John. I loved Olivia Newton-John. So Tracy, you win those. So Tracy, you heard the drill. Send me an email. Put giveaway foam blending tool or something like that. I'll know what it is in the subject line with your address, and I will send you that prize because Jackie re-donated it. It's not a re-gifted because she never had it. Tracy, thank you, Jackie. But Jackie, still make sure that I can get you so I can get you a different prize because that's so kind of you. Okay, Mariana, I keep jumping in and out and feel like I'm missing stuff. Probably not a lot. Okay, so oh yes, we were here. I'm using the favorite stamp. Oh, I know. I was saying, so people might look at the favorite stamp and say, why the heck would I want a stamp that all it says is favorite? Well, a lot of the lists that we do, we use the word favorite. So I thought, you know what? That's a stamp I would like. So if I want it, then then it's just what you get. It's just what I do. But I also have asked for quite a while, and some of you guys have told me, what kind of stamps would you like? Like, what would you like them to say? And what should they, and so get ideas there as well. There are many more coming in the List Builder series. Judith, yes, you did, Kay. Kay said Judith is Kay. Kay is Judith. Yay, I can order them from you. I asked which one you like better. You did, yes. So I ordered them and brought them in. All right. So there, look at that. Is that not like stunning? Love that color. It's just going to be nice and bright and like 80s. Nice and bright and 80s. So let's go ahead. We do our test stamp first. Test stamp does two things for us. Number one, it primes the stamp because I've never used that stamp before. Always want to prime your stamp first, get it ready for stamping. There are a couple of different methods that you can use to prime your stamp. I don't really know what many of them are. I know some people will take an eraser and erase over the top of the stamp surface itself. This is my favorite. This is my favorite way to do it because you also get to see what it looks like. Oh, look it. Is that not going to be perfect? There we go. You can also make sure that it's even. So I've got it lined up pretty evenly, and then I like the color, and I got a nice, good impression. So there we go. I'm in. I am in with that favorite. This is like picked raspberry is like the perfect 80s color. Perfect neon. But it's not neon at all. It's just nice, bright pink. This is also why, you guys, though, this is why I am such a huge proponent of swatching your inks. Because really, look how easy. Even if you only have 5 ink colors, still swatch them. So you might look at it and go, oh, you know what? I don't have a color that would work, so I'm not going to stamp for that. But still swatch your inks, however many that you have, because then you can see what you have. And if you're trying to match it up, like I was trying to match it up with that, and then also trying to match it up with a sticker, you can see if it'll work or not. I mean, I could look at that, but it's just, that's not even the right one. Look at it. To me, that looks totally different. When it stamps, it just looks different. So swatching your inks is a good thing. So let's go favorite right here. Yeah, that's a good one. Picked raspberry is a good one. I have a link in the description of the video. Kind of a whole bunch of the things I'm using today. There is a link. If you don't have it, I get all of my distress oxides at scrapbook.com just because that's an easy one for me to do. So I have a link to the scrapbook.com to their distress oxides if you want to shop there. From that link. Now, the other thing that's linked there are a couple of different articles that I have linked, and these are those are always, those links are at the description at the bottom of the description of my videos. Hang on, I'm looking for the baby wipes because I was going to clean that off. Oh well, we'll just put that over there. Okay, favorite 80s bands. And I will tell you a little secret. I happen to know that that font is the same as that font. Okay, so I picked that font on my stamp because I really liked that one. So now it's kind of nice because those two, if you're doing favorite or something and you have the Simple Stories Alpha stickers, they go together. Okay. Guess what? Let's see if I have another one of these. Alpha Summer. If not, then I'm going to get another one from downstairs because that I need. I have all of them. Some doubles, lights, brights. The pink is different. I think the pink is going to be too different here. Oh, no, it's not. That's totally fine. Summer and brights. So the pinks are very similar. So we're good. I didn't have to go steal from myself. Not steal. I didn't mean that. That didn't sound right. Just go downstairs and pull out of inventory. Where did where'd my tweezers go? Oh, things are everywhere now. Well, stayed so organized for so long. But I really like my tweezers because it makes it so much easier to place stickers. Oh, who can guess what that was? That was my tape runner. That happens often. Favorite 80s. Now what I'm going to have to do is like just write bands next to it. Yeah, I didn't really think about that part, but because bands won't fit there. Favorite 80s bands, groups, singers, whatever. Favorite, why am I going to do that? I like it. I like it kind of a little bit closer together. Favorite 80s, too close together. All right, well, I'm placing stickers and replacing stickers. We need to talk about what happens tonight at 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. That's when the sale ends. So if you missed it today, well, it started last night at 9 p.m. Pacific time. Today at 8 p.m. or 8, sorry, 11:59 11:59 p.m. How did I fix that on our last list? Now I remember I got stuck here. For my S, favorite 80s bands. I think this is what I did. I think I had to use this little guy. Favorite 80s. Okay, what are we going to do now? Let me just think about this. Let me just kind of play around a bit here, you guys. So, oh yes, 11:59 p.m. tonight, Pacific time. The sale ends. The sale is 15% off of all of the Layle by Mail products. So all the stamps, all the washi, the workbook, the mechanical pencil, all the scatter, sticker, the scatters are squirrel, the pin, the bag, all of that. Even the new stuff, you guys, even the new stamps that I've been using throughout the day, and even the new washi. The new washi, if you missed that earlier today. The factory that I'm working with in China for the washi, and it's the same factory that I worked with before for my Layle by Mail washi that I already have. So it's good washi. They were going to overnight me. The washi's done. It's been produced. They were going to overnight me the one roll of each. So I would have it to be able to show you guys and use today. That was the plan. And then I had told the lady that I work with, I had said, listen, if that's not going to work, if you could take a photo of each of the washi for me and send it to me, that would be good. So Wednesday, she's like, that's not going to work. We're not going to be able to overnight that to you. And I'm like, why? Well, I mean, I had heard this, but China, if you did not know right now, is in, okay, what if I do this? Favorite? Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. China, 37 million people in China right now, and we're in lockdown again. So At this particular factory, the factory is not working. They are not there because they're in lockdown. So they were not able to overnight me the washi samples. They're shipping. We'll still have them in time because they get put on an airplane. They will still get here in time for the end of the month because everything's on pre-order right now. They'll still get here on time by the end of the month. But I did not have the samples. So this morning I showed you the new washi on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. It was kind of funny. Favorite? I don't know. This is kind of turning out way different because I didn't really think a lot of this through, but it's good. Favorite 80s bands. Then we have this dead space over here, but you know what? Oh well. That's okay. Favorite 80s bands. Now, if I had done this differently, I could have done favorite bands from the 80s or something like, but that's okay. We're good. It works. It'll work. Favorite 80s bands. Let me look at the chat just in case. Oh, 80s crushes. Oh, that would be fun too. Favorite 80s crushes. Leif Garrett. Oh, yeah. Bridget, your daughter just placed her first order with me and she even bought you something. That is so sweet. Oh my gosh. The black and white washi set of 12 is sold out. Wait a minute. What? Which one? What? Wait, what's the black and white washi set? Oh, this? Oh, yes, this one. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. It'll probably, well, it will, yes, I will. I'll order more for sure. I would for sure have it if you, anyone that's looking for that, if it's sold out now, I would for sure have it by the end of the month. If you'd ordered other things, then it would for sure be here by the end of the month to ship with the things that are on pre-order right now. All right, so now let's just see, because I won't figure it out tonight, but I need to figure this out a little bit because there's just this weird white space. So I'll figure that out later. And then we'll talk about what I did next week. All right, so now we need to make our list. Oh, Cindy said, Boy George, George Michael, One Hit Wonders. Oh my gosh, you guys, now you're just like, they're just rolling. So I have to get my list workbook, have to get the workbook out and write these list suggestions down, because if I don't, I will never remember them. All right, those of you that have the workbook, your workbook also has list ideas. So this is a good spot to write your own list ideas that you want to work on, or from the list that we did in 2020, 2021, and so forth. So hold on. Let's see. One Hit Wonders. Christy. Yeah, I will order more for sure. One Hit Wonders. That is Christy Bailey. Someone else suggested something too, you guys. No, Kay, you didn't miss it. No, you didn't miss it at all. It ends tonight at 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. So you still have plenty of time, okay? Because right now it's like 6 p.m. Pacific time. So you have plenty of time. You're okay. 80s singers and 80s bands. Oh, two different lists. 80s singers. Corey Hart. Yes. 80s singers. I don't know. Someone may have suggested that before, but I just saw Vicky's name. So I'll put Vicky next to that one. The roller skating. I know, I was Amy, right? That roller skater. That roller skate sticker. Somewhere in there could be fun too, right? Okay, favorite 80s bands with our little guy that's rocking out. Very different than our last list of advice I'd give my younger self using the beautiful Curators collection. Oh yeah, so since that fell to the floor, hopefully not to its death, I'm grabbing the smaller version of the little adhesive. And then I need to add a little bit of adhesive to his hands. That's new too, you guys. I brought that in because had some requests because the other one's big and some people don't want big like that. Or if you are traveling or something, it's easier sometimes with a small one. Well, that one's, I call it medium. But same thing. Also refillable. Obviously different refills. But That's a good one too. Alrighty, here we go. Dink, 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 dink. There's our little rocking out guy. Now, I do know I need to make a little spacer here, a little separator. That's a song. Got to keep them separated, right? Isn't that a song? Separated? I don't know. Oh, and you know what? Here would be the thing, like favorite, and this could work for any decade. Favorite songs from 2022. Favorite songs from 2019. Favorite songs from, it could be a year. It could be a decade. We could have a lot of fun. You could do a whole traveler's notebook with a list like this. Oh, you know what would be really fun? You could do a whole traveler's notebook. You could, I bet, we could figure out there's QR code generators. I bet we could find music, like music videos on YouTube, somehow generate a QR code and have your songs and then have QR code that you'd be able to like scan with your phone and maybe play that video to hear the song. Wouldn't that be cool? Okay. Judith, you have like 6 hours, my friend. You have plenty of time. You're good. You have like 6 hours. You shop to your heart's content for the next 6 hours. All right, so let's go to our list, our last list, and let's see what's on my list. On my list, favorite 80s bands is, there's a lot. There are a lot. So what I need to do here, how cool would it have been if on the little bullet stamp, we had a cassette tape? That would have been fun. Maybe in bullets too. Maybe in bullets too. But I need a bullet. I need a bullet stamp. Because this is going to be a big run-on list. This is a lot. There's a lot of bands on my list. Where? Oh my heck. Oh my heck. That's a Utah thing. Where? Well, because I can't say the other word right now. I won't do that. But oh my heck. Where? Oh, there they are. See? I didn't swear. This little guy. I need to rejuice that or whatever you do to make them stick again because that guy keeps wanting to come off. So what if we did, a star. Yes, let's do a star. We'll do a star. And I'm going to put that here on the end of my pen. And I'm going to just look to make sure I like it, what this might look like. Let's open up to our little handy dandy notebook, get that little guy all inked up, and oh yeah, that'll be good. The only problem is, here's the thing. This is why we need the stamping stylus tool that I'm going to figure out how to make us or buy us or something. My stars, since I can't see through that, if I was using just my regular stamping block like this, I would be able to see to make sure my star was facing the right direction every time, but I'm not going to care because I just put it on the end of my pen. Favorite 80s bands. Oh, well, that was pretty perfect. They all won't be that way. Journey. Oh, give me Journey all day long. Well, not really, but I love Journey. But only original Journey. I like Steve Perry Journey, not the Journey that doesn't have Steve Perry. And then probably what's going to come right after Journey, because right in that same thing. Oh, okay. Let me answer this question. A music note. Okay, hold on. This is the part you can't see. When I go to the back of my book, like if you guys have the workbook, in the back there's a notes section. Well. There's a whole section back here that I have, and I'm thinking of stamp ideas that I write things down. So if we have a bullets 2, we need a cassette tape. We need a music note. Oh, maybe we need like an ice cream cone. Maybe we need other foods. All right, so if you guys ever want to have a stamp, if you ever want me to make a stamp and you're like, ooh, this would be so cool, tell me. And you'll never know. Maybe it will work. If I can work it into something, or if I'm like, that is brilliant, I will just change what I'm doing and do that. Well, just for a minute. But okay, Journey, the next one, Foreigner. I loved Foreigner. Still like Foreigner. Oh, perfect spot now. Because I needed a little one. Oh, no, we won't do that. We'll just do that one right there. So next we get down to U2. Oh, who doesn't love U2? U2 is a good one. U2 could span several decades, right? Journey, Foreigner, U2. Oh, I know. This is what somebody had asked a question, and I need to answer this. So let me just put this. I'm going to squirrel for a minute. I'm going to put that on back on. Someone said, "What if I place an order earlier?" Oh, there we go. Someone said, "What if I place an order earlier and now I want to order more things?" So this is what I want you to do. You can place a second order. If you place a second order, RINC, I don't know what that is, Mariana. Oh, Prince. Oh, gosh, that's funny. I didn't see the P. Yes, I mean Mariana, not Ariana. Prince is good. So if you already placed an order and now you want to order more things, go ahead and place a second order. Then send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com, or just go to my website and click contact us and say, please combine my 2 orders. When we are ready to ship your order, we will ship it all together in the same package, and we will refund the shipping on the second order. Okay, so that part's really important that you need to let me know. There are a lot of orders that have come through in the last couple of days, you guys. So sometimes I will happen to notice that I see the same name. And then I know, oh yeah, let's go ahead and we'll unpack those together. But there is no way this will happen this time. There's just too many orders. So place 2 separate orders. You'll get shipping. You'll get charged shipping twice. Email, say, please combine my orders. When we ship your order, we'll ship them together and we will refund the shipping. Okay? Okay. Journey, Foreigner, U2. Prince was not on my list. I'm so sorry, Mariana. You made me think we can't be friends anymore. Def Leppard. All right. What's really funny, if you happen to Google 80s bands, like popular 80s bands or whatever, there are a lot of like heavy metal bands. I know we might not be able to be friends anymore. Well, just think about that. Just think how sad it'd be if you weren't in my life and I wasn't in your life. Okay, next one. I just got to fill this in because I've got space. The Police. So there are a ton. There were a lot of, that was kind of the era of heavy metal bands, right? Hair bands or whatever you want to call them. I was not into that music at all, ever. None of it, ever, except for Def Leppard. What's really funny, I didn't start liking Def Leppard until probably 5 or 6 years after Def Leppard was popular. I love Def Leppard, but that's really kind of it for me for the popular hair bands, I guess. All right, next one, REO Speedwagon. I loved REO Speedwagon. Here's another one. Not on my list, but it just made me think about it. I knew all the words to all of these songs. Air Supply. I loved Air Supply. Now, I'm going to embarrass myself a lot right now because I don't sing. I am not, well, I like to sing, but I have no voice. I'm all out of love. I'm so lost without you. Okay, not a singer. I told you before I started, I'm not a singer. But, oh my gosh, I would wait for that song to come on the radio and I'd play it on my record player. And, oh, I'd just belt it out because there was some boy I had a crush on in 9th grade and he didn't like me, and yeah, anyhow, Air Supply. Yeah, loved Air Supply. Okay, then we have the Talking Heads. That's a little bit different. Grace Slick. I don't know Grace Slick. Jefferson Airplane. I know Jefferson Airplane. Aerosmith. I liked. Chicago. Yep. And you know what? Chicago's not even on my list. Okay, but there's a caveat to Chicago. Yeah, Vicky's like, I can't believe you did that. Yes, she can believe I did that, that I sang. All right, Chicago. But Chicago's like Journey. It has to be the Chicago with Peter Cetera. It has to be the Chicago with Peter Cetera. Did we already do? I wrote down REO Speedwagon. Yes, we did. Kim, I think. But only Chicago with Peter Cetera, original one. Hall & Oates. Yes, Hall and Oates. Oh yeah, no, I could never sing for you. That's just Vicky is a beautiful voice. Yeah, not me. The only reason I even belted that out is because guess what? If you can't belt out I'm all out of love when you write Air Supply, I mean, really, when can you belt it out, right? What can you belt out? So Hall and Oates. If you happen to like Hall and Oates, there is something I'm going to suggest that you find. I don't remember what channel it is on cable. There is, and I love Hall and Oates on my list. There is a show called Daryl's Place. Daryl Hall, John Oates. Daryl Hall is the tall one, blondish kind of, like sandy blonde hair, kind of strawberry blonde. Daryl Hall is the tall one. John Oates is the short one with the really dark hair. Oh, Sarah Smile, yes, love Hall and Oates. So. There's a show called Daryl's Place, and Daryl bought like this really cool farm in upstate New York, and he has different artists come. Joe, you love Daryl's Place. He has different artists come, and they cook together with his like band and then their band, but then they also like do a jam session together. Karen. Hi, Karen. Daryl with Darius Rucker. And he does it with so many different artists. You guys, it's amazing. So good. So Google it and find it on whatever cable it is. And if you can't find it on the cable that you have, see if you can find it on YouTube or something. But it's awesome. He did one with Rob Thomas. Not Maroon 5. Rob Thomas from, oh crap, I can't remember. Here's a little other tidbit. Nick and I are going to Nashville in April because Nick is going for business. And I said, well, I'm coming too. So I started doing some research on the different things that are happening in Nashville. And if we move our days a little bit and have our days that we're together on the front end of the trip instead of the back end of the trip, Daryl Hall is playing at the Ryman Theater in Nashville when we are going to be there. And he's playing with Todd Rundgren, who is another blast from the past from like early 80s. So that we're going to figure out tomorrow. But I we might see Daryl Hall and Todd Rundgren in Nashville at the Ryman Theater. Daryl's house has a lot of videos on YouTube. Lorraine, thank you for sharing that. Yes, if you guys like Daryl Hall, amazingly talented musician, go. Tina, you live there. Oh, wow. I need to hook up. I need to touch bases with you and have you tell me what we should do while we're there. Like the really cool things or off the beaten path things or whatever. Like if you're only going to be there 3 days, this is what you should do. This is where you should eat. This is where you should go. That stamp set needs an 8-track and a vinyl record. Yes, Celia. Okay, good. Back to it. Let me just go write that down real quick. 8-track and record. Yes, vinyl record. And this is just going to be bullets too. Oh yeah, I need to not show that because this needs to just, there's just some secret things there that are not for everyone to see yet until I'm ready to share it. All right, we'll finish this list real quick, you guys. Okay, so we need a 8-track. Oh my gosh, remember 8 tracks? 8-track and a record. And these are just going to be bullets like we use here, just using our listing. Bullets. Okay. Oh, boy, I've got to go back to my list. So let me just change the pages again. And what else is on my list? Your kiss is on my list. All right. Well, we might as well add those guys now. Hall and Oates. Oh, I actually, one time in a very intimate setting when I was working in the software that I told you guys about. Oh, that's my alley. Saw in like a very small like club bar in a hotel in Scottsdale, Arizona. There were 100 people there, and John Oates. John Oates was the entertainment because this insurance company had brought him in. John Oates. So he's on a stool. He's singing acoustic with his guitar, and there you are with 100 other people. Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was amazing. That was really cool. Yes, I love music. So, all right, boombox and record player. Oh my gosh. Okay, I got a boombox. record player. And then we need more icons, more bullets that are non-music related. All right, and those I just have Andy draw, so she's awesome. Oh, Gin Blossoms. Diane, I love the Gin Blossoms. Hall & Oates. Oh, yes, I was saying Talking Heads. I like the Talking Heads. Nick's like, you didn't like the Talking Heads in high school. You're not cool enough for that. I'm like, shut up. I did like the Talking Heads. Not David Byrne was not too cool for me. I love the Talking Heads. They sing the song In a Beautiful House with a Beautiful Wife. How did I get here? When the days go by. That song, if you know that song. They sing other things too, but that's one that's pretty well known. Okay, The Clash. Rock the Casbah. Jack is very into music. Our older son, very into music. Really likes. He has vinyl, his records and things like that. But he was one day just talking about music, and he said something about The Clash, and I'm like, oh yeah, I like and he's like, Mom, you're too old for The Clash. How could you possibly? And I'm like, no, I am not like as lame as you think I am. I know The Clash. I like The Clash. Flock of Seagulls, Diane, yes. I actually, in high school, in Park City, saw the Flock of Seagulls. And his hair really did look like that. I ran so far away, right? I ran, right? I think that's Flock of Seagulls, yeah? Tears for Fears. That's another good one. Tears for Fears. I could have a whole, again, Traveler's Notebook. I could use a whole Traveler's Notebook for music. I love music. Let's see. Someone just asked a question. Jan said, what are you using to stamp, and do you carry it in your shop? So Jan, this is a technique that I learned about last weekend. Someone that was one of you guys, Lavon Wood, we were stamping, and I was using one of my bullet stamps because I showed these last weekend. And I was each time here inking, put it down, and it was just so clumsy. And Lavon said, you know what? Did you know that you can take a pen or a pencil, this is just a regular old pen, put your stamp, when it's small like that, at the top, and now this is like your little stamping tool. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that is freaking genius. So it is just a pen. Now, Sarah Foss, who's been with us today, came up with a great idea. Sarah said, you know what would be really cool is if you had your own stamping stylus tool. Because I said the only problem with this is sometimes if you have a direction to the stamp, you can't see it. So what we really need is a like a clear acrylic or clear some kind of tool like this that you could hold on to, but it would be clear so you could see the stamp so you knew where you were stamping. So if that happens, it's going to be called Sarah's Stylus. No, it won't be called Sarah's Stylus, but I did tell Sarah that if I make it happen, if I can make it happen and I actually make them and bring them in and all of that, that I would give her a cut of it because it was her idea. I thought that was awesome. All right, Tears for Fears. Too many things here now. Tears for Fears. Oh, okay. I lied a little bit. I did like the Scorpions. But the Scorpions weren't quite like Big Hairband. They were a little bit different. I think they were a little bit more leaning towards the punk rock side back then. I don't know. Now, how about this one? How about Everybody's Working for the Weekend? You guys know who that is? Everybody's... Oh, yeah, I don't sing, so I'm just going to stop that. Loverboy. I mean, who doesn't love Loverboy? Everybody's working for the weekend. Like, we're all working so we can get to the weekend and play. All right. If Vicky was here, this would be so cool. If Vicky was here, this is what we'd do. I'd say Journey and then say, Vicky, take it away. And then Vicky would sing a Journey song. Or I'd say, Loverboy, Vicky, take it away. And then Vicky would sing the Loverboy song, like Everybody's Working for the Weekend. I just don't sing. Huey Lewis, Men at Work, and the news. What? Oh, Huey Lewis and the news. Oh, look at that. Wendy, Amazon has cheap acrylic dowels. You can get some and try making a prototype. Guess what? I don't have the tools. I have people in my family that have the tools. I bet if I put Sam on that, Sam is very good at stuff like that. I bet we could make that happen, and it could be manufactured in the USA in Layle's garage. That's a great idea. Okay, I'm going to put Sam on that. I'll say, Sam, you help me figure out how to make this happen. And then I'd have to have a little sticker on it that had scatter on it or something. But so you figure out how to make this happen. You get a cut of it. Sarah gets a cut of it. This is not a glue stick. This is actually a photo pen. I have these on my website, but you wouldn't use it for this. But it's actually a photo pen that is designed specifically for you to be able to write on a photo. If you've ever tried to write on a photo before, I think that's what you're talking about, Irene. But when you write on a photo, your pen doesn't really work. This particular photo signature is made to write on a pen. So that's all I'm using. If you were asking about something else, I apologize because I don't know what it was. New order. New order. That's a good one. And these span all of the 80s, right? So there's some early 80s, there's some late 80s. Missed part of my stamp there. The Cure. I liked The Cure. So Nick and I were talking about this one this morning. And he said, Depeche Mode. And I'm like, no. I was not a big fan of Depressed Mode when I was, I like some of their music, but it was all very depressing. So, Ariana, do I use A6 Traveler's Notebooks? Ariana, I do not. I use what's called a standard. So I have two different, well, that's not true. I have some A6 on my website. They're the little small ones, like Pocket. I have a few of those, but I primarily use this size, standard. So the inserts I use are standard wide. So it's about, the covers are probably about 8 3/4. The covers are 9 by probably about 6-ish. And that's for the cover itself. Did I wear black a lot? Mariana, I did not at all. I was like the preppy thing. The pink and the teal and the green and yes. No. No Depressed Mode, I know. So no, I didn't wear black a lot in the 80s. I wore like pinks and greens and then neon and no painted on jeans. No, who sings that song? In Painted on Jeans. That's a song. Peggy, Nick does not work for an insurance company. I had a software company. I started a software company with 2 other guys. So I didn't have it, but 3 of us started it together. And we did web-based software for the insurance company. So you'll have to tell me what insurance company your husband worked for. We did it for primarily life insurance. But yes, I say web-based because this was in the early 90s? Early 90s? No, late 80s. And it was web-based, which back then, internet-based. Now all software is internet-based now, but back then that was a huge deal. All right, let's see. Cockroaches. Wow. Changed their name and no, Lulu Girl. Okay, Lulu Girl's from Australia. She just said, I loved an Australian band called the Cockroaches in the 80s, who changed their name and genre and turned into the Wiggles in the 90s. I can't even believe that. Oh, Stray Cats. Yes, Stray Cat Strut. Yes. Love the Femmes. Diane, do you mean by any chance the Violent Femmes? And Miss L. Well, looky here. The Violent Femmes. I loved the Violent Femmes. I saw them in concert too. Oh, loved them. Okay. I could talk about music all day long. I seriously love music. Also, the Psychedelic Furs. Oh, such good memories of the Psychedelic Furs. Loved them too. Let's see what else we have. Oh, and then this is kind of along the same genre here, but a little bit different. Actually, I guess not at all. This is just the same time in my life. English Beat. The English Beat. Loved the English Beat. Wiggles. That is so funny. That is so funny. Sid Vicious. Mariana, look at you. No. Yeah, see, Sarah, I knew you'd come back around with the Violent Femmes. I knew you'd come back around. Oh, okay. Also on my list, did I add them yet? Nope. The Flock of Seagulls. With the guy's crazy hairdo. But they were good. I like them. Lots of synthesized stuff though, right? Flock of Singles. Oh, I like Duran Duran. Duran Duran. My sister had kind of the hair like Duran Duran back then. She loved Duran Duran. She had their posters all over their room. Duran Duran. I'm going to run out of room. My list is way longer. Okay, Loverboy. I did Loverboy. I got Flock of Seagulls. Oh, Echo and the Bunnymen. That was good. Lips Like Sugar. That was one of their songs, one of their really good songs. Echo and the Bunnymen. That kind of gets squished there. We're almost done, guys. The Babies. I don't know the Babies. The Strawberry Switchblades. Wow, Mariana. Yeah, you have a very broad taste in music, don't you? The Smiths. Look at Echo and the Bunnymen. Yep, on my list. Miss L. Loved English Beat and still does. Yeah, I really liked Police. Sarah, we're best friends now. See, I knew you'd come around, Sarah. Thompson Twins. Hold Me Now. I'm trying not to sing Thompson Twins, but it's hard. It is hard not to start belting it out. Love Thompson Twins. Oh, yes. And there was a really good Thompson Twins movie. Thompson Twins song. And it starts with, if you were here, I would do from 16 Candles. Oh, 80s movies. Oh my gosh, you guys, I could spend forever on the 80s. The Go-Go's. Loved the Go-Go's. And guess what? I'm out of room. So I have room for one more. I have like 800 more on my list, but that's okay. This could have been a 2-pager. Let's see. I have Asia, the Cars. I have Talk Talk, Jimmy Buffett, the B-52s, REM. I'm going to say Talk Talk. And my list is now, oh no, guess what I didn't put down there? I didn't do the Violent Femmes after all that. Oh well. Maybe. Oh my goodness. Do you know what I just realized I did, you guys? Haha, I need to fix something here. The Book of Love. The Book of Love. No, I know a song that's called The Book of Love. That's The Look of Love, not Book of Love. Look of Love. Yeah, not Book of Love. I don't know The Book of Love. Crowded House. Yes, that was a good one. If you have to watch 80s Top 10. Oh, really? Okay, I'll have to watch that one. In Excess. Yes, Kelly. Yes, Kelly, who I see your name and want to call you Katy Perry. Yes, Kelly Perry. In Excess. Very good one as well. Ariana, get to Googling. So you guys see what I just did? I had to take this off once again because my list in my insert goes, where does it go? It goes right here. And did you notice I had flipped this around and then that would not work. So it goes here. That's why I had to take that off again. So very gently lifted that again. All right, favorite 80s bands. Look at cute. With our dancing frog with his music and then our glow in the dark, our neon pink, and then our little cassette tape. Oh, that was fun. That was so much fun. And I love that you guys, oh, what am I doing? I love that you guys are saying your favorite 80s bands at the same time because that's what makes all of this so fun, you guys. All of this so fun when we're getting together and it's just me in my craft room talking to myself, unless I look up and go, oh yeah, there's people there. Is you guys interacting and you guys sharing what your favorite things are. In this case, what your favorite, hi Pamela, what your favorite bands are or advice that you'd tell your younger self. I love that you guys kind of interact and share that way. All right, so 7:30. It's 7:30 my time. I am going to flip the camera. I need to turn on some lights and just don't look at my lips because they feel like, I know that sounds funny. Don't look at my lips. They are so dry because I have not had enough water and my body is so used to having water. That it feels like skin is just flaking off. I can feel it. All right. Oh, Tina, thank you so much. Tina is the one who said she lives in Nashville, and she sent me a message on Facebook of some things to do. Tina, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, guys. Oh, State Farm. No, we did. Yeah, so more on the life side, not the property and casualty side. All right. Oh, heart. Yeah. All right, you guys. Woo! Look at us. Let's see. We started at 10 a.m. We started at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, and it is now 7:30. That'd be 9.5 hours with an hour break. Look at us. That was fun, you guys. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun. I love it when we do our regular Saturdays, but it's a total treat for me when we do these all dayers, just because it's just different. It's fun, and I don't know. To me, it seems more relaxed. I don't know. They're always pretty relaxed, but these are just different for me. So I love it, and I love that we look at demos, we talk about different things, I show you guys things, and we all just have a really good time. So thank you for joining me today. Whether you were here the whole time, whether you just barely jumped on at the end, whether you're watching the replay, it's always fun to do this with you guys. So thank you for indulging me and letting me do this and celebrating with me, right? Because we celebrated. Well, we had some wine, we had some sales. Well, there's still sales going on, but we just kind of hung out together and played, which I just love. I'm just trying to look. Yes, all dayers are special. Lorraine, great reminder. Thumbs up if you guys would. Thumbs up are super important to the way that all these silly social media things are that we're a slave to if it's part of your business. So we just wish that social media would show people what they want to see. Like, just show the people you follow, right? Just let me know when somebody I like to follow shows me something. Wouldn't that be nice? But no. So anyway, we've played these stupid games about interaction and anyway, doesn't matter. But thumbs up, really helpful. So I appreciate that. Let's see. Jackie said, thank you for sharing your time and family. Yes, Jack popped in because Jack's dad, Nick, my husband, sent him a little text and said, hey, it might be fun if you popped in. So that was nice of Jack. And then Sam was here earlier. You guys saw Nick and Sam. They were here a couple times earlier. So yeah, they're very good and supportive of all the craziness that I do. And Sam will be very supportive when I ask him and Nick to figure out this little stylus, at least prototype for me, and we see how it works. All right, you guys. Monique, I really enjoyed and needed this. Monique, I'm glad. I always need it. So, and I just glance over and see a comment. So I know lots of you are commenting, and I know I missed so many things, but just to say, great day, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, you're done?
I'm what?
You're all done.
I am. I'm just in a minute. I'm still talking. What were you doing? Oh, he's just checking on me. Oh, I know what he did. He walked in and did this. Like, such a sweet man. He was checking in to see if I needed anything, and that's why he's like, "Are you good?" And then he sees I'm done. All right, friends. Oh, look at all the little cute squirrels. Yes. If you guys have any questions, reach out. You know how to find me. Either leave a comment on the video, or just go to my website and click contact us. Like, that's the easiest way, because then you don't have to remember an email. Just go to my website and click contact us. Oh my gosh, we did lots of fun things. Oh, let me look at the giveaways to make sure I did all of those, because I might have missed something. Oh, I did. Okay. I have missed 2 things. I did this one. Okay, just let me look at my list here really quick. I did that one. We did the favorite stamp. We did the Andy bag. Okay, so there's one more I'm going to do live right now. So those of you that are still around, you have one more chance for a live. And then there's one more that I'll do that anyone can participate in. So the one that is live, this is the list we didn't get to. We will do this list on next Saturday. And it is the 4th new stamp set that we saw at the beginning. This one is called In the News. Okay, In the News. Kind of hard to see it that way, but typewriter, look at this typewriter. I'm just going to show you the list that I made with it, because it will, for the packaging. But look at, this was the idea, so that you stamp a typewriter at the bottom of your list, and then you draw the paper, right? It's just a box, you draw the paper, and it's like the list is coming out of the typewriter, okay? So this one is called List Builder in the News. One of the things I'm going to do next weekend and start, I know I'm looking in a totally weird way. I'm going to do next weekend and start, doing once a month is a list in the news, just things that are happening in the news, once a month list. So with that stamp set, we have in the news title, I got to look at it this way, breaking news. And then you have some words, this, week, month, year, last, and local. So you could say this month, this week, this year, last month, last week, last year. Local news, you have currently and today. You have 0 through 9, those little numbers, typewriter numbers, extra, and a bunch of little fun little icons. So that one is going to be totally random right now because I am going to jump, and I'm stopping right there. Miss Waddell, you are the name I stopped on. That's weird. I just hit a weird thing. I hit this little sidebar, and I can do all kinds of things. I can report, I can remove, I can put Miss Waddell in timeout if I wanted. Look at that. I could hide her if I wanted. I didn't mean to do any of that. Miss Waddell. Oh yes. I remember talking about your name. What your name is. I don't remember what it is. Your first name. Because I know when I think I want to say last time you placed an order, you said Miss Waddell, but then you told me your name. Anyhow, Miss Waddell, you win the in the new stamp set. So send me an email, put giveaway and in the new stamp in the subject line, and then send me your name and address. And as soon as the stamps come in, we'll send you that in the mail. All right, one last giveaway, and this last giveaway is for anyone. You don't have to be live. So the way that I've done giveaways like this in both sessions today. So all you have to do is when the video is over, circle back, leave a comment on the video. So not the chat, leave a comment on the video. And I have also giveaways that we've been doing for the people that couldn't make it live. The last one that I'm doing is another one of these guys. The Listing with Layle workbook. And you guys see me use my workbook all the time when we list. So this workbook is basically the same thing. It just doesn't have like prize this week and winner last week on it because you don't need that. But other than that, it's basically the same thing. And it's a little bit smaller. But you can see more information about that on my website if you need. But not the one I've been using, but also the mechanical pencil, little Layle by Mail with scatter mechanical pencil. So that is the last prize. And that one, you just leave a comment on the video when it's over. All right, you guys. Oh my gosh, that was fun. That was so much fun. I am going to go to the bathroom when we're done. I'm going to have some more water, finish my wine, and have some food, and hang out with my husband for a while. So thank you again, you guys, for joining me today. I can't tell you enough. I can't thank you enough for everything that you guys do and for being here. So thank you. Everybody stay safe, stay healthy, and I hope to see you next Saturday. And if not, I hope to see you around at some point in the future. Okay, guys, good night.